possibly the craziest menu theme of all time in a video game. This plays on the functionally level select screen of Final Fantasy 13-2, which is a time travel game. And whenever you go to the portal, like where you choose the time period you want to go to, this is the theme that plays. So most people hear 30 seconds of it and then move on. This is like a 5-minute long anthem.
Yeah. This seems like something that I would sit in the menu for.
Oh yeah, I think it's one of those things that's supposed to sneak up on you. Like you're in the menu for the 16th time, and you're just stuck there for a little while longer than normal, and you're like, "What's happening?"
Yeah.
It's like there's like 6 different change-ups in this.
Well, if you're jumping around, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. The Drakengard 1 level select song is crazy too. I haven't listened to the Drakengard OSTs, any of them. Just the Nier OSTs. I've never been brave enough. I've watched like video essays on Drakengard, but I've never been like, you know what, today's the day I'm actually going to deep dive on Drakengard. Drakengard are the series of... Well, I guess I was going to say it was all Yoko Taro games, but I guess the second one technically wasn't a Yoko Taro joint. Yoko Taro's the guy who made Nier. And he's, until Nier Automata, he never had money because none of his games were successful. And basically, the first Drakengard was functionally a like dark comedy, bleak parody of the Dynasty Warriors games, where you like cut down millions of dudes.
Okay.
And the joke was functionally what kind of sick degenerates would actually enjoy killing the thousands of people that you kill in a video game. I'm gonna make a JRPG party of the types of people who would be like genuinely some of the worst people you've ever played as in a video game.
Right.
The problem was it was also like in terms of Dynasty Warriors clones, which were popular at the time, it was like just terrible to play.
That sucks.
Just awful. Because he had no money.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If I need to be able to read that, you're going to have to make it bigger.
Oh, you don't have to read the chat.
I'm going to be
that's
so
fine.
real.
You don't have to read the chat. That's fine.
I cannot read that.
I have wondered. It's good. So I'll say this now while there's almost nobody in here and you can't read the chat, so it's safe. I have thought a lot about when we eventually get around to streaming the original Final Fantasy VII, which is a plan for us at some point in the future. Am I going to let you look at chat at all? Do I trust people to not be pricks? And I'm not sure how I'm going to handle that yet. What's up?
I felt that vibrate earlier, but I didn't see anything on my phone. But it was just you did it. You stood up for 10 minutes during this hour. Congrats.
Oh, no. This is maybe feeds into the other conversation we were having about even adults' attention spans are being too fried to read books anymore.
Yeah.
That now that you're getting patronized. Like, you stood up.
Yep.
Good job,
Truly.
you.
Yeah.
Well done.
I haven't been wearing my watch much because I've just been unemployed at home. And it has made me realize I think I enjoyed that a lot, actually, of just not being constantly connected to all the notifications you get throughout the day.
That reminds me, did you bring stuff to make Unemployment White Russians?
I did.
Not? Okay.
I did,
So we
yes.
might still have to do that later.
Yes.
Do you want to explain briefly, before I do like a proper channel update, what you mean by you're unemployed?
Oh, yeah. So,
because we were talking about we didn't fully commit to the bit, partially because it's.
I brought.
You did bring a robe?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I guess we could still do it.
Just in case. I was like, if we get around to the bit, then
Yeah.
I'm not going to be the reason we don't commit to the bit.
We're talking about bidding it up and wearing bathrobes or comfy sweaters, which is kind of what you're wearing.
Yeah.
And drinking White Russians because you're unemployed in quotation marks currently. This is like your last week of unemployment.
Well, my last weekend.
Last weekend of unemployment.
Theoretically, I start Monday.
Theoretically.
I mean,
Guess we'll see.
I start Monday, but
Oh, I thought that was something to do with... We don't need to talk about the other element. Yeah,
so
don't worry about that. That's fine. We don't need to talk about that on the show.
I start onboarding whether that happens or not.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so that's why I say like this is the last weekend of unemployment.
Of unemployment, got it, okay.
Basically,
This coffee's ice cold.
I've been sitting over here for a minute.
But it's still good.
So in finishing my master's, I did an internship that I was unpaid for because go education.
That's how it goes. That's how you do it.
It just seems whatever. I have
There are
thoughts.
people who are pushing back on the idea
Yes.
of it. I don't want to be like it's a tradition or get over it, but also like I don't know. I feel like I do wonder if we made it so there's no such thing as the unpaid internship anymore. If the paid internship just simply doesn't exist for most people,
So
and would that be a worthy trade-off?
the thing for me is, so like without like naming names or whatever, I did my internship to complete my degree. I did it at 2 different locations. I did part of it at a nonprofit, and I did part of it for a private practice. And it makes perfect sense to me why I was not paid at the nonprofit, because they ain't got the budget. Like, they depend on students like me coming through. Like, now that I am and like not an intern there anymore, 3 more have taken my place, and they're all. I'm not gonna get on that soapbox. Actually,
Okay.
3 more have taken my place.
Okay.
Cause yes, but at the nonprofit, everybody that I saw did not pay to see me. So obviously they don't have the extra income to pay me to be there, because they're not making money for me being there.
Sure.
Whereas at the private practice, every client that I saw paid the private practice money. Various amounts depending on what their situation was, because I was an intern and she was like, I'm not paying you, so you set your own rate. And I was like, great, awesome, cool. So like some people paid like a normal flat, this is what I'm asking, and some people, like, there was one person that for her needs, instead of seeing her once a week, I saw her twice a week. So she paid half the normal rate each time I saw her.
You feel comfortable scooting a little closer to me,
Yeah.
actually, just for framing? Scoot a little that way, and I'll follow you with the mic. After I'll shut you electrocute myself. You're good.
Again. Okay.
That should be fine.
Cool. So whatever, people paid. So like, even if I didn't get the whole amount, pay me $10 per like. And at first it was like, oh, it's because she's like so I, at my new position, will be a sole proprietor. I will technically be a contractor, which means that for tax reasons, it gets funky if I have an employee. But now that I've actually done the paperwork, that's not what that private practice was. She can have employees. And it not be funky for tax reasons. So now I'm like, why the fuck didn't you just, like, pay me gas money even? I was driving an hour and a half to get there. Like, shit, dude.
Oh.
Free labor.
If you want to help support Aiden through these trying times of no longer being an intern, but currently being unemployed for 48 hours,
Yeah.
visit the link in the description and support us on patreon.com. I just literally put out some new stuff on Patreon last night, actually. I'm trying to get back to posting something on there every month, because I didn't for a while this last year because I was otherwise occupied, which
Understood.
I'm sorry for. But I posted some old... I did... When I first started the Patreon, my thought was, I know what'll be an easy... And I wrote a long piece about this on Patreon a month or 2 ago. When I started it, I was like, I know what'll be easy. I've been just jotting down stray thoughts on Kingdom Hearts for years, for theoretical video essays or reviews or whatever. And that's what people who watch me like. I don't even know if they want to watch me play Sonic or Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order or whatever else, but they like Kingdom Hearts, so why don't I just say, hey, you want to hear me
Do
talk
that.
about Kingdom Hearts more? And I was like, I've got it. Surely I have an infinite amount of just junk that I can post, right? And then it was like I started reading them, and it's like, well, some of those things were written in like 2017, and I was like, I don't agree with a lot of this anymore. Some of this is like really petty and nitpicky, and some of it's just like I just don't agree with it anymore. Like some of it, I'm like, no, I was just wrong about this. I was just wrong.
You're allowed to change your mind.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that was kind of what a piece that I wrote just a month or two ago was about how our tastes evolve and change over time.
Yeah.
And then similarly, the expectation that we have that is perhaps unfair on creators to assume that their tastes and opinions on things won't change over time. If my opinion on an artist's work can change over the course of 20 years, why can't that person who created the art also have their feelings about that art change over time? So the piece was kind of about, and you can go read it by paying me $1, paying both of us $1.
Wow.
At that rate, between me and Joey and Aiden, it would not be $1. Be chopped up a little bit. Joshua doesn't get any money. But the piece was basically about like, is there, considering that Kingdom Hearts is now an almost 25-year-old franchise, though technically there hasn't been a game in like 4 or 5 years. If there is a consistent thematic through line, what is it? Is it even necessary to find one? So on and so forth.
Right.
But I also just posted a new piece on there last night, just under the wire to get something on there for January. And once more new videos are actually being made, I'll also be posting previews of them on there, which I typically tended to do in the past. Yeah, Yash Kapoor says Joshua is an unpaid intern. Ninja Money says good in all caps. But no, genuinely. Obviously, we always appreciate, super chats or whatever here on streams for the 17 people who are in here right now. But if you want to give some money to support the show and you want something in return, there's I think it's 10 pieces of exclusive writing about Kingdom Hearts on there now. I said when we started the Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough that I was going to write little mini articles for each of that game's chapters, basically where I didn't have to worry about spoilers. I could just talk openly about the entirety of Remake and about the original game. And I only recently actually wrote the one on Chapter 1. I wrote an initial post about the whole game kind of when we started the playthrough. And I recently went back and finally wrote one on Chapter 1. I'm going to write one on Chapter 2 soon. But this kind of leads into channel update before we just hang out and shoot the shit and play some video games for a while.
Yeah.
Which is what's going on with research runs, what's going on with Frustrated Jacob, and what I've been doing lately. And I've talked about this a little bit. We talked about it on the Monster Hunter stream a year ago now. We talked about it a little bit on recent streams.
It's been a year?
That was back in March of last year, I think.
Oh my God.
Or April or something.
Crazy.
I was briefly back in town for a week and a half or something. And we did that stream then before I took off. And that was kind of this is going to be the last one we're going to get to do for a while. And it was. But in terms of, we'll start with research runs first, and then we'll talk about Frustrated Jacob, and we'll talk about the behind-the-scenes stuff. In terms of what's going on with this channel, because I said when we streamed Tactics 2 months ago, that we were going to stream Undertale imminently. That was because I thought I was going to be in town for the month following that, and then immediately after that stream, I wasn't. In fact, if you may recall, when we went into that second Tactics stream, I talked to you beforehand. I was like, hey, so this thing literally just happened today, and I'm not going to be here anymore. I don't know if I talked about that on the show at the time, but it doesn't.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. But it doesn't. I mean, I certainly didn't talk about the details of why, but I don't know if I even said that I was going out of town or not, because I think it might have been undecided at that point in time. But Undertale is still on the docket to stream with Joey and Aiden when we can get them over here. If Joey had been able to make it over here today, we still wouldn't have streamed Undertale because there's something else on the docket. But basically, I've got in my head ideas for what to stream with Aiden, what to stream with Joey, and what to stream with Joey and Aiden. For Joey and Aiden, the number one thing on the docket, the first thing, because we could finish it in probably 2 or 3 streams, and also because it's topical, not that will really matter because this channel is dead and the algorithm doesn't know it exists, but we would try anyway, is we're going to do Dispatch. And my plan for that...
I remember you talking about that.
My plan for that, because I've already watched it So I can't be trusted to make any of the actual dialogue decisions or even gameplay decisions because I would be able to pregame it. The plan is, I don't think I've even told you this yet, is Joey is going to handle the dispatching and Aiden will handle the choices, which is basically during the cutscenes of the game, prompts pop up of like, what should the character say? What should the character do right now? You're going to handle that half of the game, and Joey's going to handle the half of the game that's more gamey, which is you're working as a dispatcher at basically a, functionally like a 911 emergency response dispatcher group, but it's like a company and it's for superheroes. Exactly. So Joey's going to handle the gamey part, and Aiden will handle the choosy part. And yes, that is correct, Yash Kapoor, Twilight not for gamers, I was going to say for men, but it is Twilight for boys. But it's good, so it's fine. You'll see. It's Twilight for boys.
Okay.
It's Twilight for boys.
Okay.
I was literally whenever we got around to that, my opening salvo was going to be, are you guys ready for Twilight for boys?
Oh, good. Good.
But that's 8 episodes, and each episode is an hour to an hour and 15 minutes, depending on how long you spend on the dispatch segment. So if we sat down like early on a Saturday or a Sunday, we could blast through like half of it in one go really easy.
Okay.
So we could theoretically knock it out in 2 or 3 streams, I think.
Okay.
It would not be hard. Then Undertale, still the plan. This is, again, for Joey and Aiden on stream at the same time. Mm-hmm. As for what Joey and I are going to stream, I've got, like, multiple options we haven't settled on yet. He and I are going to have a discussion about it at some point in the near future. We said, 2 years ago now that we were going to do all the Remedy-verse games. We're going to do Alan Wake's American Nightmare, Control, and Alan Wake 2. Now that I'm in the same place as Joey again pretty frequently, we're certainly going to have a conversation about that, but there's other stuff out there that we have thought about doing. We haven't made up our minds yet. As for solo Aiden and I, there is one really obvious thing that we are going to do that we aren't starting today, which is the original Final Fantasy VII. Mm-hmm. While the playthrough of Remake is obviously still coming out, we finished shooting it... Was it like a year ago now? It might have been like a year ago now that we finished shooting it.
Yeah, because that was before the Monster Hunter.
Yeah, it was, definitely. Yeah, we finished shooting that like a year ago. It's not done editing, obviously, and it's certainly not done releasing. I'm only edited up to... what's the last episode that I cut? It ends with meeting the character named Domino. If you know the game. The character named Domino. And the Corporate Archives piano theme. That's where the last episode that I edited stopped.
Okay.
So still a little bit of game left from there. But I'll loop back to the behind-the-scenes situation on that in a second. So eventually solo streaming FF7 original with Aiden. 2 reasons we're holding off on that today. Number 1, I want to let a bit more of the actual Remake playthrough get out before we start that, because realistically, we will clear Midgar, which is the stuff that's covered in Remake, in like 2 to 3 streams. Probably. Okay. Maybe 3 streams. Depends. American Nightmare 2, says Ninja Bunny. Sorry in advance. Listen, it'll be very funny to play American Nightmare. I think American Nightmare is very interesting and bad, but sometimes bad things can be interesting. Okay. Is Sam Lake, the creator of Alan Wake, a genius, or is he a hack? I ask, is there a material difference? Which we will explore in Alan Wake's American Nightmare.
Gotcha.
So we're not starting FF7 Original right now. Another reason to hold off is that literally, like, yesterday, Square Enix put out a post on their news site that said, hey, gang, if you own Final Fantasy VII Original on Steam, we will be releasing a new version soon, they didn't say when, that offers gameplay improvements. If you own the original, it will not be removed from your inventory, which so often happens when people like get rid of old versions of games. You'll still have it. It'll be in your Steam library as Final Fantasy VII 2013 version.
Okay.
And they will be releasing a new version which offers gameplay improvements.
Okay.
And any save files will not be compatible between the two versions. And they didn't say it, but also probably mods will not be compatible between the two versions.
Right.
So by the way, they also said, by the way, if you own the original version of the game on Steam, you'll get the new version for free. You'll have both in your library. And it's currently on sale for $4.79. So if you don't own FF7 on Steam,
You should.
go get it. Go get it right now, $4.79. And you'll have both versions of it, the one that's with mods and this new nebulous gameplay improvements version. They didn't specify what they meant by gameplay improvements, and frankly, in terms of the things that game needs improved on, gameplay's low. I don't know what they mean by gameplay improvements. If they were like, we are going to remaster the... Yeah, no idea what kind of gameplay improvements, Nate the Sax. They didn't say. And, like, of the things that game needs, gameplay improvements is not high on the list. That game needs to be... People would say, because there are people now who are like, ugh, I never wanted this full remake that they're doing now, even though they totally wanted it. I wish they had just updated the textures and updated the graphics of the original game and given it full voice acting. That's not what people say.
Okay.
That is not what they wanted before Remake came out, and they're all liars, but it's fine.
Okay.
What that game actually needs, because I don't care about the little chunky Lego people, I don't care about the low resolution backgrounds. That is part of the 1997 of it. That is part of the art. To me, changing that is like colorizing Citizen Kane. There's no point. Shut the fuck up. Don't do it. What that game could do with is a button in the menu that says, do you want to use the 1997 localization or this fresh new localization?
Yeah.
Because it is genuinely a significant percentage of my playthrough of that game with Joey 10 years ago was Joey going, what are they talking about? And me going, okay, because I've played this game and read the wiki and seen the sequel movie, I think they mean this.
Okay.
There is a major plot point in the original game that I genuinely misinterpreted for decades until Rebirth came out. And I went, oh, they were talking about that the whole time?
Oh. That seems big to just like have it be that ambiguous.
There are repeated lines in part 2 about them following the man in the black cape or the man in the black cloak. And it seems like they're saying they're following Sephiroth.
That was my guess.
But Sephiroth does not wear a black cloak or a black cape. What they actually...
He does in my mind.
He wears black, and it's got like long trails on it, but he doesn't wear a cape or a cloak. What I'm pretty sure they now actually always meant is that they were following, do you remember the crackheads in the raggedy black robes from Remake?
Yeah.
Got like tattoos on their arms, they're like,
Yeah.
ooh, ooh, and they're like, oh, they're Mako poisoning victims.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so those guys are just like wandering around the world, and you do see them in the original game occasionally, and they later are really important to the storyline. In Rebirth, there's like a phenomenon where it's like all these guys across the world seem to be kind of like, they're like, these crackheads are in like groups of 5, and they're wandering in the same direction. And they're mumbling about Sephiroth. That seems like that has something to do with Sephiroth. We should follow them. And I'm like, were they always
The people you were supposed to follow?
following these dudes? And it didn't come through? There's a bunch of stuff like that in FF7 original. Now, the version that's currently on Steam and PS4 and Switch and Xbox is using the 1999 localization, which was for the PC version of the game.
Okay.
Which was not... I would not say it was a good localization. It was mainly just going through and clearing up straightforward grammatical errors. For example, there's an infamous typo, like, very early on in the game. Is when you were hanging out with Aerith in Sector 5, which is where she says, this guy are sick. Basically, you walk up to a house and she, like, pops out of Cloud's pocket and says, this guy are sick.
Okay.
As in, like, hey, maybe don't go in there because he's not feeling well.
This guy are sick?
This guy are sick, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Which is technically a correct localization of the way that Japanese language uses tense past, present, current, pronouns, etc., a straightforward localization of the line would be "this guy are sick." Of course, that's not correct in English.
Right.
But the guy who localized FF7 had a spreadsheet of
Yeah.
50,000 whatever lines of dialogue with no
Yeah.
context, and he just
Yeah.
and he was up doing it up 24 hours.
Yeah.
This guy are sick.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of stuff like that. My favorite is there are multiple points in FF7 where they're like, people might be confused about what's going on. So let's have a character in the party, usually Barrett, literally just say, "I don't understand what's going on. Cloud, can you please explain what's happening?"
Excellent.
And one of those exchanges includes Tifa exclaiming in frustration, "I don't even know what the Black Cloak is."
Okay.
Which again, now in retrospect, were they talking about Sephiroth or were they talking about the dudes
Yeah,
in black
yeah.
cloaks? And I don't know.
Okay.
So the 1999 version cleans up some of that worst stuff, and that's unless you are literally playing the original PS1 version, a like ROM rip of the PS1 version, or the PS1 version that was available on PlayStation 3 and like PlayStation Portable and Vita like storefronts, which is what Joey and I played back in the day. We played the digital version on PS3.
Okay.
Unless you're playing those versions, you're probably playing with the 1999 localization.
Okay.
But that only cleaned up grammar errors. It wasn't like a relocalization.
Okay.
They could genuinely afford to just spend the money
To
and
do that.
redo the whole script. I think it would be seen as, what's the point? We're putting it in a game we've already sold and we sell for like $7 even when it's not on sale.
Yeah.
But to me, I genuinely think that, like, if people can't get over the visuals, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, a texture update's not going to fix that anyway. They're also probably
Right.
going to say, "I don't like turn-based combat," and they're just not going to play it.
Right.
I don't care. I genuinely think that if you are playing the game and trying to enjoy it and take it seriously, and you can't understand what the characters are talking about,
Yeah.
and character nuance is being lost, that's the bigger thing to fix.
Yeah.
To me, in terms of the game's legacy.
That makes sense.
But I don't know if they would spend that kind of money. We don't know what's going to be in that new version. But the point is, that's another reason to theoretically hold off on starting streaming the original FF7, because I don't know what this gameplay improvements version they're bringing to Steam is going to be.
Okay.
No idea. So anyway, so with regards to streaming, the schedule is not today, but in the near future, if Aiden is here, playing Final Fantasy VII Original, or maybe other stuff like we will be today. If Joey and Aiden are here, Dispatch, Dispatch, and then Undertale.
Okay.
After that, I don't know. I don't want to commit to Deltarune yet, because that's still a ways out. If it's just Joey and I, we haven't decided. We got a lot of theoretical stuff on the docket. We'll see what happens there. Let's Plays. Final Fantasy VII Remake will obviously continue. I'm trying to release one video on research runs a week. However, if we stream, like we are doing right now, I probably will not release an edited episode of a Let's Play that given week. I know that may sound unfair. Like, Jacob, if you've already got the episode finished, why don't you just release it? But this is the only way that I can maintain a sustainable schedule where we don't just go away for 6 months again. For reasons that I'll elaborate on in a minute. This is just a way to make sure that I continually have buffer while also still putting stuff out for you guys every week. Additionally, if I put out a highlight compilation, that's going to be the video for the week, probably. So I recently put out the highlight compilation of, we were kind of going back and reevaluating, rediscussing Kingdom Hearts 3, Dream Drop Distance, and Remind from some recent streams. Recent, meaning a year and a half ago. That was the only video that week, I believe. That might have been when I was still releasing the edited versions of Tactics, but I'm not going to count those because they were chops of odd. I put out the hour and 40-minute long discussion of Final Fantasy XVI. That was the only video that week. If I put out more compilations like that on this channel, that'll be the only video for that week. This is just a way to make sure that this keeps moving forward at a steady clip instead of going away for a year like it did last year. In terms of the Let's Plays that are out there, in the nebulous void of unfinished stuff, like I said, Final Fantasy VII Remake is still not... We finished shooting it, but it's not finished being edited. I've got the next several episodes cut. Technically, episode 30 is like an hour and a half... 31, maybe? Is like an hour and a half long, and when I cut it back in October, I was really unhappy with it. And I don't know if that was just because I was in a bad mood that day, or if it was because it was bad. And when I sat down to edit FF7 again for the first time since October, in the last couple of weeks, which is why new episodes have come out, because I went and finished up some almost finished cuts, and I made thumbnails and stuff like that. I did not have the wherewithal to sit down and reevaluate an hour 30-minute episode that I'd already cut. I was like, I'm just going to cut episode 32 and 33, and I'll come back and do this later. But the next couple of episodes up to 31 are ready. They're ready to go. I think at this point I've done all the thumbnails and descriptions and ad placement and stuff like that. But I'm sorry, I am holding them back. I'm not going to be Amazon or Netflix and just dump the whole thing out at once. We're going to release one at a time. That's the only way that I can keep this a consistent, steady clip. The Uncharted 4 playthrough, I haven't touched in 2 years. Because the next episode is the one where we lost all the footage. And then the episode after that is the one where we lost all the footage. And then the 2-hour-long finale is the one where I lost 40 minutes of footage.
Yeah.
Then there's, like, I think 3 episodes in the middle there where I didn't lose the footage. So that's just going to be a lot of work, and I haven't had time. It would be like a week-long project to finish that, of, like, doing nothing but that. And I have a full-time job, which means it would be a 2-week project. So that'll get finished sometime. I don't know when. What I will probably do is I will probably correlate the release of that with the release of, like, an Uncharted 2 compilation and an Uncharted 3 compilation to kind of get a little bit of, like, maybe excitement again for it. I do have a, like, halfway cut Uncharted 2 compilation, which is okay. That playthrough was fine. I think that playthrough was fun mostly because Uncharted 2 is a fun game. Our commentary was like, wow, it's a good game, imagine that.
Yeah.
I can't wait to finish that and cut the Uncharted 3 compilation, because I genuinely think that's one of the funniest playthroughs that we've ever done.
Yeah. That one was solid.
I'm very excited to cut the Uncharted 3 compilation whenever I get to that. I'm going to get... This has, like, been in your face this whole time. I'm going to drop it down. Now, it's not blocking you, theoretically.
Cool.
But it should still be about the same in terms of volume.
Probably.
And then Uncharted 4 will continue whenever. And I don't know, there's still Lost Legacy after that, which I actually think is really good. It's very little played because it was originally meant to be just like DLC for 4, and then they made it a full game.
Okay.
It doesn't have a lot on its mind, which the only Uncharted game with a lot on its mind. Well, I guess 3 thought it had stuff on its mind, and then it didn't. 4 is the only game in the series that actually has a lot of stuff on its mind, which is part of why I think it's the best one by, like, a pretty decent margin.
Okay.
And then Lost Legacy is just like a really good adventure game. It helps that it's like a manageable length. It's about as long as the original game, but with all of the production value of 4.
Ooh, okay.
It's really quite good. I like Lost Legacy a lot. Yeah, Ninja Bunny, Lost Legacy, best Uncharted game. I knew if you were still in here, you were going to say that. I do think Lost Legacy is good, and it's, like I said, very little played. Very underappreciated. So theoretically, that might happen at some point way down the line. But then there are also 2 mystery LPs that are unannounced. One of them was shot like 2 years ago, and one of them was shot last summer. One of them has been leaked by someone who will remain nameless. The other one is unleaked, and also, thank God, short. So whenever I get around to cutting it, it won't be like a huge problem. But because of that, because I've got 3 unedited, well, I guess Uncharted is out, but I've got 2 like completely unedited secret LPs sitting around. Uncharted 4 and FF7 are still to be finished. We won't be shooting any more like proper edited LPs for a while because I've got plenty in the backlog. Now that I'm actually living in the same place most of the time as Joey and Aiden, we'll be streaming more often, and that will be hopefully the if we have anything new that we want to shoot, new games that we want to play, it's going to be in that format. And in that vein, I'm not sure how I'm going to handle the Yuffie DLC for FF7 Remake. I honestly genuinely vaguely thought about starting that today. But the fact of the matter is, I literally haven't played episode Yuffie. I've watched it. I watched it when it came out. I watched another Let's Play of it a while later. But I haven't done any of the prep work that I did for the FF7 Remake playthrough, obviously. And I know that you guys do not care about the absurd standard of quality that I have maintained on the Final Fantasy VII playthrough. But that's just, you think that. Wait until the last 15 episodes of that playthrough where I did not have time to pre-tape it, and that hour and a half long episode that I mentioned has, I would say, probably 35 minutes in the materia menu.
Yeah.
I have been doing God's work for you guys, and you just don't know. I actually care a lot, Jacob. Thank you very much. I do care, actually. Thank you, Shayla and Yash Kapoor. If I'm watching Yuffie do her crazy combos, I'm very happy. That's all I need. See, that's the thing, is I haven't played Yuffie since I finished Rebirth, and I don't know if she plays differently in her episode or not. I don't know if I can do her crazy combos anymore. I'd have to relearn them all.
Yeah.
Yuffie's probably... So in the Yuffie DLC, she does have a party member, but that party member's AI controlled entirely. You can't swap to them like you can between Cloud, Barret, Tifa, and Aerith. So the Yuffie DLC is very focused. You do have some ATB commands you can issue to that partner, but you just play as Yuffie. Because you just play as Yuffie, Yuffie has an absurd amount of utility because she has to kind of be able to do everything.
Yeah.
And they didn't really nerf her in Rebirth significantly. She's crazy strong. Okay. Her biggest thing that's like, oh, this is too much, is that one of her ATB moves that you can do is just ice ninjutsu, fire ninjutsu, wind ninjutsu, lightning ninjutsu, which is just changes all of her attacks to be elemental aspected, so that it's like, oh, I don't have the right materia to fight this guy. Oh, I didn't spec Yuffie to be a mage, but she's the only person in my party. That's fine. You can still exploit weaknesses.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then I was like, oh, they're gonna get rid of this in Rebirth. That's just to make sure that she is functional in this solo DLC without a party. No, she still got it in Rebirth.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. No one would ever want to play as Sonon. He's just a guy with a long stick. This is fair. Sonon's not like a super interesting guy. He's a new character for Yuffie's chapter. He's fine. He's a fine character. Okay. But he's not like, it's not like, oh my god, I can't believe that they put like Red 13 in Yuffie's party and didn't let you play as him. It's not like that. I'm sure she plays a little bit different, Yush. I don't know how much, but don't forget she can clone herself. She can also do that. She can do Shadow Clone Ninjutsu and just create a second Yuffie.
Oh my gosh.
Who is like perpetually maybe 2 seconds behind her, but performs every action that normal Yuffie does, including ATB attacks, which is also still in Rebirth.
That is crazy.
Yuffie never leaves my party in Rebirth.
No! Cause, wow, okay. That does seem a little, I guess, just like overpowered.
She's crazy.
Okay.
I mean, she doesn't have like as much actual firepower as some of the other people in your party to make her, balanced, but it's like, it doesn't matter. She's just too busted.
Yeah.
I can't get rid of her. Someone just said, sorry, Complete Mystery, did you guys play FF10? I haven't played it physically myself, but I've watched it many times. I'm familiar with it. I've said before on the show with Joey and Joshua, like, it would be hard for me to do an FF10 playthrough because I would default to making all of the Super Best Friends jokes from that game, which is basically there's one guy in it who Matt and Wooly relentlessly made fun of, and he can't appear on screen without me making the same jokes about him.
Oh, okay.
Which is the character Waka, and it starts out with jokes about him being a stoner, and then it evolves into jokes about him being a grand wizard. And it's the funniest shit in the world, and I can't help myself from making the exact same jokes.
Cool.
So it would not be a good playthrough.
Sure.
Didn't click until I played those crazy Chadley missions that Yuffie is just a more mobile Aerith. And the abuse you can dish out is insane. It's pretty crazy. What percentage of games do you play versus watch, Jacob? Says context sensitive. Percentage, that's hard to say. But I mean, I'm pretty busy. So oftentimes my game consumption is like I am going to watch a Let's Play while I'm working on something that's not too intensive that I can't pay attention to it. Like, I watched Dispatch instead of playing it, and it was mostly like while it was like, okay, I'm doing some work where I don't have to, like, the work that I do, I have to give my full attention, but it's like, okay, today I'm doing stuff that's not so intense. I can have this on in the background. Or it's time to make dinner, time to clean the kitchen, time to do other just stuff around the house. I'm going to watch Dispatch. This was, like last fall when Dispatch came out, but that was how I consumed Dispatch, just as an example. And that isn't like, I mean, certainly sometimes I do sit down and like, I'm going to watch a Let's Play with my full attention. And certainly oftentimes watching that Dispatch playthrough, it'd be like, okay, hold on, stop. I got to pause it and stop cleaning the kitchen. And I got to give my full attention for 10 minutes. So it's not like I'm exclusively screening it, and not really giving it my full attention. But that is a way for me to consume stuff that I'm interested in when I don't have time. Because I've got a full-time job, and as I've mentioned previously, the last year was when you got a full-time job and other responsibilities, you only have time for one full-time hobby. And last year, my full-time hobby was not YouTube or playing video games. It was writing a novel, which isn't...
It's real good.
She's the only person who's read it.
It's real good. I haven't read the whole thing, and it's real good.
Well, it's not finished yet. See, nobody's
I
read
know!
the whole thing. I wanted to have it finished.
Why
by
are
the
we
end of the
here?
year.
Be writing.
I wanted to have it finished by the end of the year, but I didn't quite get there. Dispatch is nothing like Invincible. It does look a little bit like it art style wise, but it's nothing like Invincible tonally or any otherwise. Sorry, got distracted there for a second. But yeah, I don't know, percentage played versus watched. Unfortunately, I would say that my habits, like, I mean, just for example, switch over here real quick. That says I've got 279 hours in Helldivers 2, which is not fair. It's not that much. I'll show you how many hours I actually have, and it's only slightly less embarrassing than that. But the fact is, when you're like, okay, I've been working all day, I need to do something to relax, you don't necessarily want to give your attention to a story-intense RPG. You want to do something that you don't have to think about too hard. And this has been the comfort time filler game for me for the last really year and a half. And I've got, let's see how many hours I have in mission. In mission time, 192 hours. See? Now, so there's no way I've spent an additional 100 hours just in the menus and here on the command ship, so there's no way I can actually have 279 hours. That would be absurd. That can't be. How could that be? That couldn't be.
It could be like, so I mean, it doesn't know the difference in when we're doing this, when you're just like you've walked away.
No, this is true. It's definitely more hours, but I'm fairly confident that PlayStation's hours of playtime tracker is just inaccurate.
Oh, okay.
I don't have like numerical data to prove it, but I'm very confident that it's inflated.
Gotcha.
It might count when it's like in rest mode even. I'm not sure.
Oh.
Which is I don't know for sure, but
yeah, that's silly.
So PDRA says, a game series I think you would like is the Trails series. Trails series is a great example of something that I would never have time to play. Trails is a RPG series that was pretty niche for a while, but it's getting more and more popular now. They just released a remake of the first game. Basically, there's like 12 games, I think, and they're all divided into sub-series. For example, there are 3 Trails in the Sky games. There are 4 Trails of Cold Steel games. There are 2... Is it Trails into Azure? Are those the Crossbell games? I could be getting the names wrong here. Okay. Where basically, you have self-contained stories. So, Trails of Cold Steel is about a military academy, and I think eventually gets to, like, they're in a full-blown war, and it's, like, 4 games.
Okay.
The Crossbell arc is about basically a group of, like, this is an oversimplification, but, like, the neighborhood watch in a mega city.
Okay.
And it's like basically like a separate division from the police. they're not cops because they also technically have to be an RPG adventurers guild.
Sure.
And then like Trails in the Sky is about some rookie members of like an adventurers guild, basically.
Okay.
But they're all set in the same world.
Okay.
They're all set in the same timeline. They're not like hundreds of years apart from one another. Characters who are in one game will appear in another game. The political fallout of the finale of this group of games will be being talked about as current events in the next group of games, which technically have their own cast and their own self-contained storyline with a beginning, middle, and end.
Okay.
So it's both daunting to get into and not daunting to get into, where you could technically start with the Trails of Cold Steel games, if those are the ones that look interesting to you, and just play those, and you would be fine. And those other characters from those other games might show up, and you'd go, who are those guys?
Yeah.
But you wouldn't, like, not understand what was happening.
Okay.
Similarly, you could just play the 3 Trails in the Sky games and stop, and you would have, like, a satisfying beginning, middle, and end narrative experience.
I'm tracking.
So it's not like you've got to play all of them. Though I do understand that the most recent games there's been a couple that have been very kind of like Avengers Endgame-esque in terms of like, we're gonna now do like some major wrapping up of a bunch of confluent storylines in one game.
Okay. So to play that one, you gotta play all of them.
Probably, but this is me with my outsider knowledge of not knowing too much about the series.
Okay.
The main thing about them is that they are ludicrously dense in terms of writing.
Okay.
And again, it's like if you want to play one of these, you're playing 2 to 3 games minimum.
Okay.
Now, on one hand, I respect that, because basically the Trails in the Sky games that started it were just, we've got a game that's too big for us to squeeze this into one game. We're just gonna slice it in 2 at the dramatic turning point.
Okay.
In the storyline. And then number 3, as I understand it, is basically a game-long denouement.
Wow.
Like, you actually beat the bad guys to some extent. That's maybe an exaggeration, beating the bad guys. The series has its own Organization 13, and you certainly do not beat Organization 13. In fact, I was recently, like, I know I've watched, like, deep dives on the Trails into Sky trilogy.
Okay.
So that's the one that I know the most about. And I was watching a trailer for one of those Avengers Endgame games, and I saw I'm Large Martial Arts Man party member from the Trails games, which came out 20 years ago, fighting his rival character in Organization 13 in the new game in 3D, and they're both doing the anime throw a punch at each other and punch each other's fists, and I was like, I guess they're still fucking going at it.
Yeah.
Which to me is a reason of like, then I'm never touching these.
Okay.
I'm never touching these if that's still happening.
Okay.
But that's just me. But no, those games are just a little bit too dense for me to be like, you know, yep, I'm devoting all my time and energy to those today. But maybe someday, I don't know. What have I played this last year? I've played a lot of Helldivers, obviously. I've played, I, like, 2 years ago started playing, you may have seen it on here, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink was on my dash, which, I got pretty far into with the intent of eventually making a video essay about it, and then I just got distracted and never got back around to it. I did boot it up a couple of months ago with the intent of, I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna make the video I want to make. And then I played it for like a couple of hours, just to, like, basically in the mission mode lab to get reacclimated to the characters, and then stuff came up in my life and that you know about and I was too busy. I just started a Baldur's Gate co-op playthrough with Joey and Joshua like a couple of weeks ago.
Spencer really wants me to do one with him, because he like, when he and I first like got together, we started like a Stardew farm, and we played around with it a little bit, and that was fine, and that was kind of it. And it was enough for him to be like, yes, playing games with Aiden is like plausible as long as I very carefully pick games that are not gonna stress her out.
You guys should play some wife slop. Like,
yeah.
You should play, you know, It Takes Two and
there's
Split Fiction.
We've looked at those, but neither of us are like sold on it.
You should play them. They're good.
I came across a video the other day that was like games that are 1.5 player, which was when I talked to you about Chicory. And I think if we do anything anytime soon, it will probably be Chicory.
One of the games that I thought about putting on today would have required unboxing and setting up my Switch 2 that I got a couple weeks ago that I haven't had time to mess with. Would have been that Donkey Kong Blanza has a 1.5
Okay.
player multiplayer. You know how in Mario
Yeah.
Galaxy, the Wii Remote could
Yep.
shoot star bits and grab stuff and whatever?
Mm-hmm.
So in Blanza, Pauline is riding around on Donkey Kong's back.
Okay.
And you can, with another Joy-Con, point at the screen and pull a trigger, and
Okay.
she'll like shout, "Blam! Pow! Zap!" And she'll, and like big stone, like Flintstones words will shoot out. And I've watched some footage of this, and it's crazy because she can shoot as fast as you can push the button. So bam, 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 pow, pow, blah, 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 and just.
Wow.
And
okay.
that game is all about like terrain deformation.
Okay.
And like, so basically when you're shooting that out, it has the impact of Donkey Kong picking up a boulder and throwing it.
Oh.
And so like, I watched a bit of Pat and Paige stream it.
Uh-huh.
And he played the whole game, and I didn't watch the whole thing because I was like, I'm gonna play this myself at some point.
Uh-huh.
I only watched like the first 2 streams, but the first stream, Paige is with him, and she's playing as Pauline, and she is like ADHD stimming. Pat is walking into a room, and he can't see anything because, and like by the time she stops hitting the button, she has deformed the entire room down to like the Minecraft Bedrock equivalent of metal, and there's nothing left in the room.
That seems like you can't
There are-
then get to things.
There are
though,
points where he
probably.
is climbing on walls,
Uh-huh.
and she starts hitting the button, and she blows up
And
the
no
wall
wall.
that he is climbing on, and he falls to his death. Pauline has the ability to aim at any material in the game and copy it, and for a certain amount of time, the words that she shouts will be that material, including explosives.
Oh my god.
It's it's like the Starbit one in Galaxy is like the ultimate little brother mode.
Right.
Of the worst thing that can happen is he wastes all of your Starbits and you can't
Right.
feed a Luma.
Uh-huh.
This thing is chaos incarnate.
Yeah.
You could give
I could give Spencer a taste of his own fucking medicine.
you
Is what I
absolutely
could
This
do.
is a game where you can basically become the antagonist playing as
Yes.
Pauline. You can create hard mode for player 1.
So yes, because this is why I say we have to pick very carefully. Is because anytime Spencer and I have attempted to play a game together, the game turns into how many times can Spencer kill Aiden, and that's not like the most fun when you're already fake gamer girlfriend. So like. My thing has been like, we have to play a game where you don't have the option to sabotage me.
Sorry, I just cut you off for a second. You don't have the option to sabotage me.
Yes, we have to play games where you don't have an option to sabotage me, because if he has the option, he will take it. Like, it doesn't matter if we're both supposed to be working towards the same goal. It doesn't matter if we're supposed to be both like helping each other get to the other side of the screen. If he can pick me up and throw me, he's going to, and it's gonna be in the wrong direction. Like, so we were looking at games of like how. What are games where I feel safe enough to play this, where I'm not going to be sabotaged? Which was why we landed on Chicory, because it's just like puzzles and colors and nice, calm, fun time. But he's got friends that have been trying to get him into circling way back to how we got here, that have been wanting. He started a Baldur's Gate run with a couple of people, but they haven't been able to like consistently get those same people back together. So we were like, okay, well, if we could have Spencer and Aiden in the same place being able to play, that's 2 people of the party. And we can probably get 1 or 2 other people versus him having to find 3 of the same people every time.
Sure.
So we're considering it. But that feels like a real game. So we'll see.
Sin the Shazi said if Jacob ever got into Trails games, that's all he'd ever do on YouTube forever. Yeah, if we started LPing those, I mean, I don't know, we'd have to have a cutoff. We'd have to say I'm just doing Trails Into the Sky. We would just do those. There would be no full franchise LP. I saw Shayla a second ago. Are you ever going to touch Hollow Knight / Silksong? No, it's not my newest obsession. I don't know what you're talking about. I saw you playing it on Discord, Shayla. I saw you playing it. Probably not. My brother played Hollow Knight. Joey's played Hollow Knight. I don't know if either of them has had time for Silksong yet. If I ever played one of them, I'd probably go straight to Silksong. The one thing about the Hollow Knight that I was always like the environmental variety just seems kind of low for like a Metroidvania type game. But those games aren't my big favorite in the first place. I don't love Metroidvanias. Still got to go back and finish LPing that one Metroid game Castlevania game that we started on the channel. That's supposed to be a Patreon bonus, and then I never finished it because I stopped streaming for a year. Oops. Sorry about that, gang. Watching you three play Baldur's Gate would be chaotic in such a fun way, said K-Arts Lover. I did try to tape sessions this first session just for funsies, but OBS had a catastrophic failure and deleted the recording.
Oh no!
It was fine. There were like 2 funny moments in the whole thing anyway, so
Okay.
we lost nothing of value. But no, this is Joshua and Joey both being like, Jacob, you need to play more games for fun. We're going to play Baldur's Gate together, and it's not going to be for content. But we happened to do the first session literally together in the same place in this room, so I was like, I could record it for posterity, and if anything comes of it, then cool. But then, like I said, recording crashed and was destroyed. Recommend the Famicom Detective games, even if you don't like visual novels. They're very fun and short. Yeah, I've wanted to play the Famicom Detective games. I heard the new one was pretty good. Those are like old mystery games for the Famicom, the original, the NES basically, which they've done re-releases of in more of the modern visual novel style. And they released a brand new one for the first time in like, 30 years, which apparently was pretty good. Ninja Bunny saw something to the effect of, honestly, playing 10 to 20 hour long visual novels instead of 100 to 200 hour long RPGs has been a much more rewarding experience for me, lol. I like the 100 hour long RPGs occasionally. You just gotta really, you gotta pick your battles on those. I played Rebirth. It took me like a year to beat, and it was rewarding, but I can't do more than one of those every couple of years. Billy the Kid Lawrence with a $5 donation. Thank you very much. Obligatory release the Remind Cut comment. Been thoroughly discussed at this point, hasn't it? I'm not going to repeat myself. Literally released a highlight clip recently talking about that. But it's fine. Billy the Kid Lawrence doesn't actually knows what's going on with that. It's fine. MEO the Smiling Man was really good. Honestly, when MEO for Smash, that was the new Famicom Detective game.
Okay.
Yeah, I would love my dream of if I ever had a video game studio or whatever, like a small indie team. I mean, there's a couple of games that would be fun to make, I'm sure. You wouldn't make one game and then be done, hopefully. But the thing I'd really love to do is a RPG that is 20 hours or less with almost no menu futzing and just, like, the fun parts to me. The parts that, like, I'm an adult now. Most people who like RPGs are not Zoomers.
Right.
They're all playing Roblox. RPG gamers are all parents. They don't have time. And like, make something almost more like a Toby Fox RPG almost.
Okay.
But maybe make it, in a not quite his style, because it's one dude doing pixel art. Do something maybe kind of feeling more like a PS1 RPG.
Okay.
But make it 20 hours. Would love to do that. That'd be fun. Someday, if I knew how to make video games, which I don't. Let's see. What else is on here that I've recently played? Played the first, planet and a half of Star Wars Outlaws, and then stuff came up and I haven't gotten back to it. But for Ubisoft Slop, it's good.
Okay.
It's an Ubisoft open world game, which, they release 2 of those a year. So if I play 1 every 7 years, they're fun. and if I acknowledge that I will not go after every little blip on the map, and I'm only going to do the stuff that's fun. If you get to the point where you're like, hey, whatever your name is, there's a mission over there for you, and you go, I'm not doing that. The game miraculously stays fun.
Nice.
Played Deltarune with Joshua, not on streams, obviously. That's good. I haven't played this in 6 months. We got halfway through that. That was good. I don't know. That's what's on my PlayStation.
That's
right now.
another thing that Spencer has thrown out for us to play is various Lego games.
They're mostly good.
Yeah.
What else is in here?
The franchise that shall not be named to this day and age. He is not super familiar with, so he was like, that might be fun because you know the franchise and I know how to play video games. It's like, I see.
Those ones are okay. I played the first one of those, the years 1 through 4. I didn't play the other one.
Okay.
I would say, because there's kind of 2 structures to those, and one of them is very level based with a simple hub, and then there's one that's complex hub, super simple levels.
Okay.
And that one falls into the latter camp.
Okay.
where it's more like the real level of the game is the big Hogwarts that you're exploring.
Okay.
And then the levels are kind of so-so.
Okay.
The main thing about those is that they were very copy-paste for a very long time, and they only recently were like, you know what, actually, never mind, we're not going to release 2 of these a year. We're going to back up, we're going to redo all of our tools, we're going to make, like, a real video game, which is how
Okay.
we get to...
That one.
This is a real video game. This came out 3 years ago.
Okay.
And this year they're releasing a Lego Batman game, which is basically one of the Rocksteady Arkham games. Like, in terms of gameplay,
Okay.
it plays like a Rocksteady Arkham game, except
Okay.
it's a Lego game.
Okay.
And that's coming out later this year, and people are very excited about it, because there hasn't been a Rocksteady Arkham game since Arkham Knight. Because Rocksteady went and made the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League live service game that everybody hated. And then another studio made Arkham Knights, which was a live service multiplayer game where you played as the Bat family, Batgirl, Robin, Nightwing, Red Hood. It was supposed to be like a successor to the Arkham Knight games, but sucked.
Got ya.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm probably forgetting stuff that I've played. Like stuff on my Switch, which I mostly only play when I'm on the road for work, which is a lot, but still only when I'm on the road for work. Played more Final Fantasy Tactics.
Okay.
Haven't quite beaten that. That was something I did briefly consider as streaming today, was we could just pick up from where we left off on that. But like, to me, very similar to last time, where like I wanted to finish chapter 1. Even if we were only gonna do a partial playthrough more of it, I would still want to finish chapter 2, which was gonna take more than one stream.
Gotcha.
So we didn't do that. Hell yeah, new Arkham. My Batman obsession is going to be fed. Yeah, it's I think it's because it's not an original story. I think it's like a Lego adaptation of the Nolan trilogy, but in the style of the Rocksteady Arkham games. But I've also seen costumes from the other Batman movies. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, because there's
Okay.
just lots of costumes in Lego games. The stuff that I recognized in it was from the Nolan games, but I only watched the first trailer. I feel like they revealed it's also going to have... No, that's not true. The most recent trailer also had The Batman, the Matt Reeves, starring Robert Pattinson.
Oh, okay.
The real Twilight for boys.
Yeah.
Jacob, why did you not tell me how hard Tactics was going to be? I was crashing out on the snow map. We literally did warn you that it was a difficult game. That's why I showed you why. That's why I spent a whole stream showing you tips and tricks. That's why I told you what to do. And also why there's an easy mode. Easy mode is now selectable. There's no shame in it if you just want to experience the story. It's no big deal. Have you ever played Star Wars The Old Republic? I assume you mean the MMO, since you didn't say Knights of the Old Republic. No, I have not played The Old Republic. I have not played Knights of the Old Republic either, but I've watched both of them. Multiple different playthroughs by multiple different people, so I am familiar. My dream RPG has no EXP system and no repeated encounters. Context sensitive, you are dangerously close to describing the system of the dream RPG that I want to design someday. The no repeated encounters is not exactly what I want to do. What I would like to do is, I love the Undertale system, where like you basically have to solve a dialogue puzzle every time you fight somebody.
Okay.
You remember, because we played like half of
Yeah.
Undertale back in the day.
Back in the day.
You do, like, you can fight enemies and kill them, but
Yeah.
you're not supposed to in Undertale. You're supposed to do dialogue puzzles to defuse the situation and walk away. And I like that system. And it's kept lively by the fact that even once you know the dialogue puzzle, you still have to do the bullet hell dodge attacks during the enemy's turn. But it can be a little tedious once you know the dialogue puzzle, if it's one of the longer ones where it's still like 4 turns minimum.
Right.
And then it's got like 3 enemies on screen and you gotta solve all of their dialogue puzzles. It can get a little bit tedious later in the game. My vision is like, what if you ranked it where if you beat them in the ideal number of turns and took no damage, you get an S rank, and now your chance of encountering that enemy again drops by 75%.
Ooh, okay.
I kind of like that idea.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, once you've proven that you have mastered this encounter, you don't have to play it anymore, or at least you're extremely unlikely to play it again. I kind of like that methodology. Yeah, Nate the Sex says, yeah, I meant the MMO. I've been playing SWOTOR for about 2 years now. 8 class stories. Feels like KOTOR plus MMO stuff on the side if you want it. Yeah, no, I've heard good things about it. It's kind of somewhat similar to FF14 in that it's a very story-heavy online RPG, but unlike FF14, where it's just like there's a linear story that you experience. Basically, it's like if you're a Jedi, there's a story mode. If you're a Sith, there's a story mode.
Okay.
If you're a smuggler or a soldier, there is a story mode.
Okay.
And then there's basically like a good guy and a bad guy version of every type of class. So like there's 2 Jedi classes, there's 2 Sith classes. So like you can theoretically make a bunch of characters and play all these different storylines.
Okay.
Gotta dip early, says Shayla. Gotta get up ridiculously early tomorrow morning. Shayla's also on the other side of the planet. So we'll see you later, Shayla. You have a good night. If you play Persona 2 or Persona 2-2, game's combat is a lot like Undertale's. You like Undertale, you'd like it. I have not played Persona 2-2 or Persona 1-1, or Persona 2. Persona 2 has 2 games. It has like a 10 and 10-2 situation going on. Or I guess it'd be better to compare it to Trails in the Sky 1 and Trails in the Sky 2nd chapter, because they really are kind of like a joint thing.
Okay.
But no, I have not played. The only Persona I've played is 5. I still have not played 4 with my own bare hands, and I haven't played 3. Which Persona would go back to Persona 2 style? A lot of people do. A lot of people think Persona 2 is the best one. But anyway, obviously we've been meandering all over the place. Back to channel update briefly. I mostly have now talked about this channel. FF7 will continue. Streams will happen in the near future, whenever they can. If we stream, there won't be an episode of FF7 that week, or Uncharted, or the 2 LPs, the mystery LPs, whenever they come out. Main channel. I have been trying to make main channel stuff for a year. I shot an opening skit for a main channel video last, June, and the video didn't happen. It was an Xbox wellness check. The problem with making an Xbox video is that the situation changes every 2 weeks. And it's very challenging to write about. But it's really more of like an industry wellness check, just like themed around Xbox, and I'd love to still make that video. I'd also now been thinking about doing like a Nintendo Switch 2 year 1 in review, partially because of Nintendo's stock plummeted after the Christmas season because it didn't meet sales expectations. Not even Nintendo's, just like the market's, because it was the fastest selling console ever. So surely it's going to have a huge Christmas, which is illogical to me, because if everybody bought it this summer, then they don't need to buy it this Christmas.
Right.
And the only big Nintendo game this Christmas was Metroid Prime 4, which, I'm going to be frank, is a patently unappealing product to Zoomers and even most boomers. Metroid Prime is a niche product, unfortunately. And then it turned out that Metroid Prime 4 is also the worst Metroid Prime game by like a huge mile.
That sucks.
So that would be an interesting video, maybe. I think that Nintendo's first year with Switch 2 had some interesting choices and some bad choices. It could be an interesting video. But the real thing is, if I want that channel to be successful, if I don't want to release a new video and lose 100 subscribers instantaneously, which is what happens when I release a new video on that channel, I need to release some fucking thing about Kingdom Hearts. If only just to trick the algorithm into showing people other things. I was going to, when I thought I was going to release new content back in August or September, release a highlight cut of the last stream that I did with Night Sky Prince, where we talked about the future of the Kingdom Hearts franchise.
Yeah.
I was going to release that and never got around to it and never had another video essay to release alongside it anyway. I should also probably, Pseudo Regalia, mentioned, which Pseudo Regalia theme just played for 2 seconds. That's another game that I'd love to stream with Joey at some point. Also short. We can beat it in 2 streams. That's kind of a Metroidvania. It's just a 3D platformer Metroidvania. Sorry, lost my train of thought thinking about Pseudo Regalia and giant furry goat butts. Don't worry about it.
No, I was going to try to help you get back on track.
Putting out new videos.
Yeah.
The other thing I could do to have something Kingdom Hearts related is I've been working on other highlight compilations, and you know what I really need to do? I've had 2 comments recently on the FF7 playthrough from somebody who I haven't seen in 5 years going, "Oh wow, I didn't know you guys were still making videos.
Ooh.
That's so cool." And I'm like, wow, that Sonic Adventure playthrough was really that bad for our discoverability. I really thought after Joey and I making Sonic jokes for 5 years that people would watch the Sonic Adventure LP, but apparently no, it did genuinely kill the channel even with people who were subscribed to us.
Wow.
Completely.
Okay.
So that's cool to know. Because I had somebody show up in the comment section 2 days ago going oh my god, I had no idea you and Joey were doing a full playthrough of this game. And I'm like, this playthrough started 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to bite the bullet, and I'm going to go back and make a highlight compilation of Kingdom Hearts 1, which is going to be like putting a gun in my mouth for 25 hours or however long that playthrough is. That is going to be so cringe. I have no confidence that I'm going to enjoy that experience. People say it's good. People are like, people love that LP. That's why they still watch us.
Yeah.
But I haven't looked at it in 10 years. I refuse to believe that it isn't going to be cringe. So that's going to be hard to do.
Well, all of the trends right now are go look at stuff from 2016.
Oh, after I make it, there will definitely be a stream where Joey and I live react to it.
That'll be good. That'll be good. I want to be there for that.
Sure, that's fine. We can all do that together. Speaking of Kingdom Hearts, how sad/funny would it be if we go another year with 0 updates on it minus forced screenshots due to canceling a mobile? Well, there's no more mobile to cancel, so that we will get absolutely nothing. Because there hasn't been any Kingdom Hearts 4 news since the trailer released, which was in 2020.
Did the hours on Helldivers just tick up?
They did! Fake bullshit numbers that don't mean anything.
I can't believe.
It just happened. We have record earlier in the stream that's at 79 hours, and it's been sitting on the home menu this whole time because it was still running in the background. It's closed now, though. All right, well, we solved that mystery. I guess it's an online game. It is technically running the whole time.
Wild. Sorry, it just completely
No, thank you. That was good. 2022 was when the trailer for Kingdom Hearts 4 came out. There has been no new trailer since then. There's been nary a press release since then. Last year, when they canceled the mobile phone game that was also announced in 2022 and still had not released, in 3 years later, the mobile phone game hadn't released. When they canceled it, they released a collage of 6 screenshots from Kingdom Hearts 4, which were mostly, by the way, shit that was in the trailer. It was a screenshot of a character who was in the trailer in the same setting they were in the trailer. It was a screenshot of a phone sitting on a desk in a room that was in the trailer.
Oh no!
And there was technically some shots of, like, it was clearly the same location, but just, like, different context. And there was one shot of gameplay as King Mickey in, like, a mysterious magical library somewhere. That was the only new thing in the screenshot collage, and it was, like, tiny and in the corner.
Oh, jeez.
And that was, chat, help me out, was that last, like, August or something like that? September, I think. August or September that game got canceled. And they released that and they released those screenshots. Very unfinished gameplay screenshots too, gameplay wise. Yeah, they didn't look great. That game has been now in development for probably approximately 6 years, unless they literally weren't working on it while they made the DLC for Kingdom Hearts 3, which considering how, I don't know, I shouldn't be mean to that. I'm always mean to that DLC. There was effort on display, just not in terms of new assets. There was effort on display in terms of, like, they introduced, like, the data organization, like, in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Okay.
And those fights were apparently really good. I never played them. Well, that's not true. I played 2 of them and failed at them.
Okay.
The actual in the story content was, like, dog shit. And
lame.
Mostly recycled content, which was obnoxious. So let's assume that they didn't start development on it until after the DLC came out. Then fine, it's still been almost 6 years. And 1 trailer and no real news. It's something has gone. Now, they did say that they switched from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5.
Okay.
And specifically, there was a press release like 5 days ago that Naoki Hamaguchi, who's the director of the remake trilogy, said, we are not switching to Unreal 5 for Part 3, so we don't have to redo any shit.
Okay.
We're just going to continue on with because we've already got a pipeline that works. All of our developers know it. Mm-hmm. We're not losing time. We're going to finish Part 3, and we're just going to stick with the same engine, which is fine by me. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Because, honestly, half of the open world of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is probably just going to get reused in Part 3 anyway. There's no reason to bump it to a new engine.
Yeah.
It's all going to be the same content.
Yeah.
So bumping to a new engine probably costs them like 6 months of compatibility work minimum.
Yeah.
So we allow that, we grant that. However, I was saying to Joey, to Joshua, I think I said it to Ryan, Night Sky Prince, at some point, not on the stream, but like that I did recently, but I think off stream. I was like, if we don't see Kingdom Hearts 4 by the end of the year, I am officially going to assume that something has gone catastrophically wrong behind the scenes. And I am officially assuming something has gone catastrophically wrong behind the scenes. May of 2025. Okay, it was spring, not fall. My bad. That was a long time ago. 8 months ago was the screenshots. How embarrassing.
Truly.
How embarrassing. That picture of Mickey in the library went hard, though, says Ninja Bunny. It did go hard.
Did it? Okay.
It did go hard.
I'll take your word for it.
It was a good picture of Mickey in a library, in a magical mystery library. It was very funny. Kyle Bosman, who does weekly video game news show, he didn't do a full segment talking about that because why would he? But he did a very brief they released a collage of new screenshots. And there's 8 screenshots here. And it's very funny because like with normal Kingdom Hearts, I'm kind of interested in this part, and it zooms in on Mickey in a magical mystery library, and I can kind of take or leave the rest of the stuff. In complete fairness, that screenshot collage, that one Mickey in the library is the only Disney thing in the whole collage. Because I'm not going to explain how or why, because it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But all of the other... You know how I've talked about how Tetsuya Nomura is still salty that he didn't get to make Versus 13?
Okay.
Sora is in Tokyo in the first trailer for Kingdom Hearts 4.
Okay.
It's not called Tokyo.
Of course not. Of course not.
He's in Tokyo.
Yeah, right. Uh-huh.
So
okay.
all the screenshots, except for Mickey in the Magical Mystery Library, are Sora in Tokyo.
Tokyo. Gotcha. Yeah. Perf. Love. Awesome.
Now, there is going to be Disney stuff in the game, obviously. That initial trailer is mostly Sora in Tokyo. However, there is a montage of look how good our graphics are, which is very funny in retrospect because it was an Unreal 4 teaser and before they switched the game to Unreal 5. So them showing off their fucking graphics in these games like anybody gives a shit is so funny to me. But there's a section of the trailer that is just tranquil music and shots of a forest with a stream going through it and nothing, right?
Okay.
And you're like, whatever. I don't give a shit, except everybody instantly knew what it was actually. Because there's one shot of the forest floor where you see in the background a weird, steel kind of semi-sphere dome sort of thing, sitting on the ground in the background. And people went, that's the foot of an AT-ST walker from Star Wars Episode 6 Return of the Jedi. This is the forest moon of Endor. And I remember when the trailer came out, because Joshua didn't watch it because he doesn't give a shit. I was like, by the way, they confirmed Star Wars is in it. They showed a forest, and there's the foot of an AT-ST in the background. People are shooting, and he was like, oh, there's no way. People are reaching. And I sent him that screenshot, and he immediately texted back, oh, no, that's an AT-ST.
Yeah. I don't remember why we were talking about Star Wars.
Donald and Goofy are kind of in there. It's true. The tag is Donald and Goofy are in the underworld from Hercules, but it's also very clearly not a level. It's very clearly a cutscene, for reasons that I won't get into with you because you haven't it's context sensitive.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah. If we don't see, I'm already in something's gone catastrophically wrong behind the scenes. If Kingdom Hearts 4 is not re-revealed with a release window by Summer Jeff Fest of this year, it's fucked.
Okay.
So, I mean, the game could be good, but we will find out in a post-mortem that they built half the game and scrapped it. I'm convinced of that at this threshold. If we don't get a release date by July of this year. Xion boss theme and Lushord remix boss theme are the best ones in my opinion. People are talking about the best part of the Remind DLC was all of those data organization members got new orchestral arrangement themes, which were mostly rearrangements of old Kingdom Hearts themes. Some of the best themes in the series. They took themes that were already some of the best and gave them full orchestral arrangements, and they are so good. It, as Aaron Hansen would say, it makes my penis go doki doki.
I hate that.
What even is the story for KH4 that we know? Do you mean the behind the scenes story, or do you mean like the plot? Because if the answer to either question is neither. Actually, is nothing, actually. We really don't know anything. The Lord of the Castle theme and the Shion's theme, context-sensitive brought Lord of the Castle. And the Lord of the Castle theme and Shion's theme are phenomenal from the Remind DLC. Also, obviously, the secret boss theme from Remind, Nachtfugel, or whatever it's called, is one of some of Yoko Shimomura's best work. Phenomenal. But anyway... No, the very funny thing for them to do would be they're so proud of their graphics that they put Sora in photorealistic Tokyo, and he looks more realistic than ever. He's got realistic skin textures, and they've already announced Star Wars World. And there's a whole thing that they're setting up with, like, fiction versus reality that I won't get into, but it's their new motif.
Okay.
Light and darkness, nothingness. Their new motif that they're setting up is fiction and reality.
Okay.
It would be really funny if all of the worlds in Kingdom Hearts 4 are the live-action Disney remakes, and it is the most loathed product in history.
Oh, jeez.
Or like Marvel movies and Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
And mixed in with that.
Yeah.
It would be really, really funny.
Ooh.
Tetsuya Nomura gave an interview a couple of years ago where he said something that I was like, this is either troll behavior or this backs up my theory that he doesn't really want to be making Kingdom Hearts anymore. Somebody asked him, who are your favorite Disney characters? And he said, Figaro the cat. Does anybody know who Figaro the cat is?
Give me a second. Is that the cat from Pinocchio?
You nailed it.
Fuck yeah, dude.
You nailed it. His favorite Disney characters are the cat from Pinocchio.
What the hell?
And Anne Hathaway's White Queen character from the live-action Tim Burton Snow White. Those were his two listed favorite Disney characters.
What?
Thirsty for white women. And love cat.
I have no idea where that knowledge came from, by the way.
Don't worry about
it. That was soul deep.
Over under
away.
on live-action Tim Burton Alice in Wonderland appearing in Kingdom Hearts 4? High likelihood. Might be the game's delayed because Tetsuya Nomura's caught up in budget negotiations trying to actually secure the real Anne Hathaway.
Get her in there for mocap.
Thirsty for a white woman.
Yeah.
She's the White Queen. She's very white in that movie. She's extra white.
She is.
She's very white in that movie.
She is. I don't know how I knew that, man.
Don't worry about
Don't worry about it. If I had an answer, I would provide it.
Sora's main party in KH will be Clive from FF16 and Jack from Strangers of Paradise. I have said before, and I will say again, that if Jack from Final Fantasy Origins Stranger of Paradise is in Kingdom Hearts 4, it will leap from to day one purchase in my estimation. Jack is the character. Stranger of Paradise was a collaboration with Koei Tecmo to make kind of like it was basically built off of their Neo games, which is like a very grindy loot-based Souls-like. And it was meant to be like an elaborate retelling of FF1. It really wasn't. It was its own thing.
Okay.
All of the dungeons are based on a setting from all 15 previous Final Fantasy games.
Okay.
And it got a huge meme reputation. It was very funny because the developers were like, we didn't think it was funny. Like people were laughing at the E3 trailer so hard, and somebody interviewed one of the developers, and they were like, we really didn't get why people were laughing at it. And it was like, I don't understand how you could possibly think anybody would take this seriously. They got epic orchestral music as a guy in a like crew neck t-shirt with a giant sword is walking into Dracula's castle. He says, looks like chaos is expecting us.
Oh.
Like, I only know one thing. I need to kill chaos.
Okay, I remember that.
Yeah, he says chaos, I think, 9 times in the first trailer. But then, when the game actually came out, it turned out Jack was the most based video game protagonist of all time.
Love.
When, early on, they meet a character who says, chaos isn't real. Chaos is just a metaphor for the villainy and evil in the world. I also set out on a quest to find and destroy chaos, and I realized that chaos exists in the heart of every man and is an elemental thing, and there's no way to really deal with this eternal problem. Jack says, bullshit. Then he pulls out his iPod and turns on a song that sounds like Limp Bizkit, and then he turns around and walks away.
It's just one of those days.
There's also like
That's excellent.
he walks up to a villain, and the villain is like about to like, and he goes like, "Let me guess, you're about to start spouting a bunch of bullshit. You've got the look." And there's another one where like there's a big bad villain who they're fighting. Like, "Do you even know who I am? What you're doing?" He goes, and then he jumps in the air in the cutscene. "I don't give a fuck who you are."
Oh my god.
It's like the whole thing, like the joke was that this is a JRPG protagonist whose actual scripted attitude is, "I wish I could be skipping this cutscene right now."
That's excellent. That's really good.
He wound up becoming kind of a fan favorite.
I found out through events that make sense that apparently the like perception of my new boss is that at all times her attitude is, "I wish a motherfucker would." And I'm so excited.
Oh boy.
I'm so excited.
Oh boy.
Cause like how do you put that in a therapy?
How do you put that in a therapy? That's what I was about to say.
How do you? I'm really excited to also to not be unemployed anymore.
Yeah.
But also
But anyway, and at some point I have thought about it would be fun because you only got like halfway through Birth by Sleep back in the day. It would be fun.
I don't even know that I made it that far.
I think you played like Terra's Campaign.
Yeah,
And
I don't
didn't
think
make it any further. Whatever.
I don't know. fake gamer.
It would be fun to go back to those games at some point on streams, maybe even from Kingdom Hearts 1 up. Maybe we would probably play the Chain of Memories, like the GBA version instead, for a change of pace.
We talked about that
Yeah,
off
yeah,
and on
yeah.
for a while.
Yeah.
Doing that.
That's not a promise that that's happening anytime soon. Someday maybe. Anyway, sorry, this has been a very meandering, we're just having fun here, so it's not really a formal channel update or whatever, but
Just hanging out.
regarding main channel, like I said, a little while ago, I do want to make video essays again, but with a full-time job, with trying to maintain the Let's Play channel, and with trying to write a novel, that's been hard, and I don't know, video essays are different. And it's really hard for me these days. It's hard for me to go back and watch my old video essays and go, I did a good job on this. And when you can't really like your own work in that medium, then you're not like, I know what I want to do. I want to make another one of these.
Right.
So it's just been very hard to motivate myself to get back into that headspace. But I know people in the audience probably hope that I'll make more of those. I would like to, but it's a huge time investment. And right now, that's part of why it's important to me. Like, people are like, Jacob, you've got like 6 episodes of FF7 edited, release them. It's like, well, like, if I, like, the last time that I worked on Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough, there have been 3 instances. One of them was a week and a half ago. The instance before that was a weekend in October. And then the last time before that was probably like the previous November.
Wow.
Something like that. There's a highlight compilation currently available to our Patreon supporters, which will eventually go live on the main channel, of Joey and I's playthrough of Shadow Generations, which was the DL, like the extra content they added to the re-release of Sonic Generations recently. Which is a really funny compilation. Will eventually be available on our main channel. Currently available to Patreon supporters $1 and up. Consider that the project files for that compilation say I started working on it in January of last year. I finished it in...
When you say last year, you mean 2025?
2025.
Okay.
I started working on that compilation in January of 2025. I finished it in, I think, October or November of last year.
Okay.
Now, that does not mean that it was so work-intensive that I was just that dialed in on it for a year. It means I didn't have time to work on it enough to finish it. Because I have a pretty taxing job, and my primary hobby for the last year has been writing a novel. And frankly, writing a novel is going to remain the focus, even though I have about to finish this first novel that I've been working on I've been working on it since 2022, really, or 2021. Like, the concept
Oh, okay.
What was supposed to be a novella that then became untenable.
You say that like if it was bad, I would agree with you, but it's not bad.
No, I was saying the concept for the novella became untenable.
Oh, okay.
I realized that the novella wasn't working and it needed to be a bigger thing.
Yeah.
I want to say I wrote like the first 4 chapters in 2024 over the course of months and months of work.
The
of barely,
actual first
I think so,
4?
yeah. Before you read it, I think I wrote
Okay.
the first 4 chapters or whatever. Because my Excel spreadsheet where I keep track of how many words have I written this day, or how many weeks have I gone without writing, or days or whatever. Trying to keep myself honest about writing every day, though again, with a job and with another hobby that occasionally I put time into instead, it doesn't always happen. But Jacob, just use AI, says John Haas.
I don't want to have to read an AI book. And I've read this one. And thankfully, I made a joke about this the other day. I don't remember if I was talking to Spencer or who it was. Just talking about, like, it's at the point where, like, this is long book. And I'm so glad that long book is good so that I don't have to, like, continually read book that is bad.
Well, problem with book being long is book is unpublishably long. But we'll worry about that later.
Yeah.
Right now, we're just writing it. What was I gonna say? The how many words have I written this year document starts like last February, and it starts with like finishing chapter 5. But that's barely any of the content of the book. That's not even like that's like a ninth maybe of the book. Is like the first 4 chapters.
Yeah.
So the lion's share of the work was done in 1 year. And I'm gonna follow the advice of Stephen King and Brandon Sanderson and a dozen other authors that I've read, which is when you finish a book, put it down for 6 months, do not look at it, write something else. And I do have an idea for a book that is much shorter. I'm going to see if I can't write a draft in 6 months. I think if it's not even half the length of this book, which is what I hope, then theoretically I could finish it in 6 months.
Okay.
Though then again, I am going to be really busy with my actual job. And I am also trying to do YouTube again. So I don't know how that's going to go.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just feel a little bit bad. I know people are saying, yeah, work on the book, cool. But I feel a little bit bad about having a show like multiple Let's Plays half finished, and also still asking for money on Patreon. Not a lot, to be fair. I think we're making like $50 a month on Patreon right now. But all the same, I don't love asking people for money or for support or attention when I'm not releasing stuff.
Could you scrub this? I've never pitched this to Jacob before right now for everyone. So live reaction. Could you scrub, like, when I send you images of like the notes from my Kindle, could you scrub your text and just put out my notes? Or that's probably still too spoilery.
I mean, we could select some of them.
Maybe, yeah.
Let's have a look through some of those right now. We'll just read some. Why not, right? Because I am not... By the way, guys, don't expect to read this book or any other book anytime soon. I would like to pursue the traditional publishing route. And I don't have... Once upon a time, when I was getting 1,000 new subscribers a month, before I stopped at 30K and started exclusively going down on the main channel, once upon a time, if I'd maintained that trajectory, I might have had the option of, I'll publish half of this online, get a following, and then trad publish. Not really an option for me now. Now, if I try to traditionally publish for years and don't get anywhere, then I'll give up and I'll release it. But I would like to try and go the traditional publishing route. Probably not with this book, because this book's too long. If I was Brandon Sanderson or George R.R. Martin, it wouldn't matter. You can publish whatever you want when you're those guys. But when you have no clout, when you're a first-time writer, no agent is going to read a book over 300,000 words, which is what it currently is.
How many
and it's still not
pages is
finished.
that?
I mean, the pages is a weird one because, like, you know, the margins in my Word
Right.
document and spacing might not be what, you know, an actual thing is. But let's have a look.
Well, so the reason I ask is because we were talking about the book club books that got handed out or whatever, and the one that I gave was like a 500 plus page fantasy.
Yeah.
And that was an arc that I read that got picked up and trad published. So, like, maybe.
Let's see here. I'm pretty sure we're in the 600 or 700 page count. I am at 692 pages in this here
'Kay.
Word document. And let's check word count. This is going to be inflated because there's a bunch of, like, there's multiple pages of just, like, notes and junk text at the bottom of the document. Let's see, that's 337,874 words.
Yeah. We have talked about, like, theoretically where it could be split.
Why is this? It literally, it says I need to save it. I literally haven't done anything. I can't even click undo to undo something. Well, I gotta save it, because now I'm afraid it's gonna, like, delete itself. Okay, we're gonna leave that alone. Once a Word document gets that long, it starts misbehaving.
Yeah. She chonky.
Split into part 1 and part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6. Technically, it's already split into 4 parts.
Yeah.
And we've
But
had-
I do not think we've talked about, like, you could release the parts.
I've got an idea of how it could be turned into 2 books that would require drastic redesigning of the whole thing. Though I suspect once it's done and you've read the final chapter, you're gonna go, you're right, you can't cut that into 2 books. It's fine, because I'll write something short. The entire book is in one document, says Ninja Bunny. In my draft, yes. In Google Docs, no, because after the halfway point, Google Docs said that's too long.
Yep.
So part 3, which Aiden recently read, is its own document in Google Docs, technically.
And it's
And so I will similarly upload part 4
Is
for her as its own document.
Between actually, like, when I started it, did it take, like, 2 days, 3 days to knock out part 3?
Something like that, yeah. You read it
Okay.
fast.
Yeah,
You're just a fast reader, though. You blast through stuff real quick.
I do. When it's good,
Sure,
when it's
yeah, yeah,
bad, it takes me way longer.
But that's my focus. Well, my focus is my real job, then writing, then YouTube. Those are the orders. That doesn't mean I want to neglect what's going on here. So, for example, part of when all when I got multiple days of FF7 work done to prep all the episodes that have been coming out in the last couple of weeks, that was because I was stuck. I was like, okay, I'm stuck in the book. I'm going to spend 3 days doing this instead. 4 days, however long it was, of after work, editing, making thumbnails, placing ads, everything else that I needed to do to prep the next several episodes of FF7. So I do still... Are they called parts? Because unsolicited advice here, acts sounds cooler than parts. I think technically the document says parts, but I'm also pretty sure that the upload says acts on Google Docs. Like, I'm pretty sure I said Act 3 complete, Act 2 complete.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Terminology is loose.
I think, without saying things, I think for what's happening, parts maybe
makes more
more
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call them books, because that's pretentious.
Right.
But, yeah, they're all kind of... I don't want to say this book is structurally audacious, because that's giving myself more gas than I deserve, but it is structurally audacious for a guy who has never published anything.
But it's good. And I think it wouldn't be the same book if you didn't do it that way.
No, it wouldn't. But that's why I
No.
will maybe try it. No, I'm not doing that. But the next thing that I write, which I'll try to get done in 6 months, or at least a draft of it done in 6 months, will be way shorter and way more contained. It is going to be a story that takes place in one location over the course of a week, which is, without getting into it, not what I've just written.
No.
Not at all.
No.
I don't know. Let's read some random notes from Aiden reading. I'll just open the recent notes from you reading part 3.
Some of those are mean, though.
Without me.
Not my notes. What the notes are on. Some of it's mean.
Let's see. Let's see if any of these are things that I can read.
Is it good? Pause.
Yeah.
Is it good because Jacob explains what it all means, or is it good based on no outside influence?
Good what?
The book? Are you saying is it good because Jacob tells me what's going on in the book? Because if that's the question, no.
You gotta have to, broker lower, you're gonna have to elaborate on that. Didn't quite follow that one either.
No, Jacob is very careful about not contaminating my perception before I've read a section. Sometimes annoyingly so.
Oh, here's a good one. Please tell me they did not torture a child.
Oh yeah.
That's a good note from you.
Mm.
Oh, the last one for part 3 is just all caps. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Most of those were like very specific, like, so I'm thinking maybe this is happening, or did you say this before? Am I forgetting? So I couldn't really read any of those.
Right.
Let's go back to earlier.
That's why I was kind of worried. I was like, I don't know that even just scrubbing your text out of the notes, because the notes do be on thing. Genre fantasy.
Character didn't want to ride back into place on a white horse that she didn't deserve is a sentence that I'm paraphrasing a sentence.
Oh, okay.
And you said doesn't deserve is a whole different deal than doesn't feel qualified for.
Facts.
It's an interesting point.
I stand by that statement.
Let's see. I'm just trying to think of like ones that are like somewhat interesting to read out of context. This feels manipulative. Not gonna say what. There's a lot of manipulation going on in this book. For now,
Oh yeah, no,
this
that
is like part 1.
I stand
notes.
by that.
This is part 1. notes.
I remember who said that, and
Yeah.
I stand by that.
That dude was fucking gaslighting and gatekeeping.
Yep. Ugh.
I thought I didn't see any notes that I passed, but that's like part 1. And obviously, you sent me stuff on part 2, and I don't know.
Would I have
sent
sent them on Discord?
No, I think you sent them on here, but I'm not gonna hunt for them right now.
Okay.
That's fine.
I have the Kindle app on my phone.
Fantasy thriller ? I would say it's a fantasy thriller, kind of.
Yeah.
It's just a really, I guess, I don't know. Thriller's maybe an exaggeration because thriller implies fast-paced.
I also think that, at least in my reading, thriller implies, like...
I'm currently being hunted by somebody.
No!
Thriller, I feel like you guys, somebody's like, I'm on the run right now because somebody's trying to get me.
I feel like thriller implies a gimmick, almost. Like of there's gonna be an oh my god moment. There's gonna be you silly reader, you didn't pick up on my clues. And that ain't this. This ain't that.
Sorry, maybe I misinterpreted that. I've definitely buried a couple of things. Like
yeah, but not in like the... I'm thinking of like the housemaid, of like the...
You want to review The Housemaid before we review this other book?
No.
Now a major motion picture, The Housemaid?
I only because it's so recent, I don't necessarily like want to spoil it for people, like if that's your jam, but I think I've already made it apparent that it wasn't mine. That was like a silly reader. You were tricked into feeling this way that I definitely made you feel about a character, and it turns out that actually that was the victim the whole time. Buffoon.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. With,
and
Housemaid.
that's not what's going on. Like, yeah, there's like I wouldn't call it a full blown mystery in yours, but like there are things to figure out and to find out, and
yeah, I would not call it a mystery novel, even though it is very much driven by people trying to figure out answers to a couple
you
of
have
key
a
questions.
plot, you know, like
I would say the thing that makes my structural things acceptable, like what I do structurally, that I was saying is a little like, you know, like maybe not that structurally audacious, but a lot for me to try and bite off for a first book. The only thing that makes it work, that makes it acceptable, is that you are still trying to, like, you're still asking the same questions. Between each of the parts, you're still kind of trying to solve the same mysteries. So even though things jump around, you're still following the same through line.
Yeah.
So you don't get thrown for a loop too much. Ninja Bunny said, no playlist is complete without Succeeded Wish Orchestral from the Valkyria Chronicles soundtrack. Some VC music explained a second ago. That track's too much for for background. Come on. Are you kidding me? That'd be like putting like one of the end credits themes from like Professor Layton into just a background chill playlist. You can't do that. You crazy? By the way, talking about real games for your phone, the first 3 Professor Layton games are all on phone. And I highly recommend them. And we will never Let's Play them because they're LP poison. But you should totally play those sometimes. You'd enjoy them.
Sure. Sure. I mostly read on my phone, I think, rather than like play things.
Sure. But you were talking earlier about being recommended trash time waster video games by people.
Is this part? That's part 3. That doc does say Act 3. You're right. Ugh, all this trash I read. do you just have?
People say I still have books on my shelf that I have not touched in over 10 years now. I don't read all that much, blah, blah, blah. Well, if only we could make a book recommendation right now. If only we could recommend a good book to
There's Act 1 notes.
Act 1?
Like the very first document.
Yeah, sure. That's early.
Books.
This is what I was looking at a second ago.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
This is the screenshots that I was looking at. Yeah, those are the exact ones that,
Okay.
that I did find and was looking at.
Then
I hope to
This-
God New World of Steam is good, says Ninja Bunny. It will not be good.
this should be
It will be
2.
bad. Okay, other notes from Aiden. Let's see here.
What's something good that I read recently? I mean,
All
what-
caps, what? Who? What? Tag for later. Shit. Laughed out loud at this. His. Her? That was, I think I
Oh.
said his and you were correcting her? Question mark? You were right about this. This name is too similar to that other name. I need to change it in the second
Okay.
draft. I totally agree. I didn't think about it, but you were right.
Cool.
That name needs to be changed in the next draft. That's brilliant, actually. Got it now.
I read A Discovery of Witches recently,
Oh, yeah?
and that was good.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it is a book for people who like books, though. I don't think it's like so much of like book talk or whatever would be incredibly bored by that book. And I
Peace
also
Tranquility already played. The playlist is glitching out. I'm gonna have to repress shuffle in a second here. Continue.
I think that you benefit from going into A Discovery of Witches knowing that that is the first work of fiction by that author, and that author was a historian prior to that. And she's now written like a whole like universe of books. She's on like 6 or 7, I think, and has plans for probably a dozen more, just keeping along the same path. And I've only read the first one, and I can't speak to all the rest of them. But I think if you go into that book understanding that it does deserve the hype that it's gotten, I feel, but it is not. It's not an ACOTAR. It's not a Fourth Wing. Like it.
It's not book talk. It's book.
Yes, correct.
This is a funny note. Girl trip. She's super gonna figure it out though.
Oh, that's that early?
Well, you said that.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know.
This is in part 2 now.
Yeah, true. I guess I was just paranoid.
Yeah, you were. This is a book.
I think-
this
I
is a
think-
book about paranoia.
I
The
think
main
for
character's
good-
very paranoid.
For good reason, though.
The main character is alternately irrationally and reasonably paranoid. That's kind of
That's the next one.
quite devious. That herded was also a good one.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in the last one.
I saw Dean ask a second ago, damn, so many questions, probably already answered them. Go back to the first part of the stream. I mean, you can feel free to ask them, and just if we answered them already, then I won't. But you can still ask the questions. There might be questions we didn't answer. Unironically, even if you aren't an FE freak, I think Fortune's Weave is still going to be good from a gameplay, general fantasy fans. Fortune's Weave is a legitimately way bigger Switch seller than Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, as far as I'm concerned. They need to. I'll talk about this if I do make that year 1 of Switch 2 in review. They need to do a continuity reboot of Metroid. If they're going to be like, oh, we're going to do Metroid again. We're going to do Metroid now. Metroid is back, guys. They need to start over. It's now unintelligible. The Metroids in the world of Metroid are extinct. The thing that the franchise is named after have been gone since Super Metroid, which came out in 1995.
Wow.
And the Prime games are, I think, specifically set in the past because they were made by an American studio and they didn't want the American studio messing with the continuity. So they're set before Super Metroid, when Metroids were still around, so Metroids can appear. And then there's only been 2 direct sequels to Super Metroid, which are Fusion, which came out on the Game Boy Advance in 2004, and Dread, which came out 2 years ago.
Okay.
And
Oh,
you gotta go.
no.
By the ending of Dread, Samus is fused to her suit by a super parasite from Fusion, has also absorbed X and Metroid and Chozo energy that turn her into a crazy energy-draining monster that is barely stabilized at the ending of the game enough to even take her ship off and escape. There's, like, I don't know how you continue from where she is at the end of Dread. You need to, it's primed to be a reset anyway. Jacob didn't play Dread. I played half of Dread, and I watched the ending. I think my thing about that is that, well, I'll talk about it another time. We don't want to talk about Metroid. What we're going to talk about instead, because we've got, what? You need to be out of here, what? Yeah, we got time. We got time to do lots of stuff, theoretically. But something we were going to do, you and I joked recently. Obviously, we've still got those Harry Potter fan fiction podcasts that another thing that's recorded that never came out.
Yeah.
Which I feel really bad about, by the way. I don't know if Violet ever saw any of that. I never received any communication. I never received any indication. I haven't looked on, like, the subreddit. Not the subreddit, sorry. Yeah, it's repeating. Hold on. This playlist is so long that it bugs out and repeats itself when you shuffle. Fixed. Do you really need literal Metroids, though? No, Dean, you don't need literal Metroids. I'm saying that, like, this is a continuity-heavy series, and yet it's a series with almost no dialogue. Like, I remember that, because, like, I think hardcore Metroid fans have all read the manga, or they read the Nintendo Power Comics back in the day, and they know the story, and they know Samus's backstory, and they have the connection to her. But the series producer, like, expressed, like, apparently, like, he was, during all of his conversations with Retro, making the original Prime games, was like, oh, man, I never really did a good enough job defining Samus's backstory and personality. I'm gonna make Other M, where he tried to split the difference of doing, I'm gonna make a story about how Samus is vulnerable and a real human being, but also I have to make a Metroid game where she's deep in her career and, like, a silent, hardened bounty hunter, and some people like Other M. I think that game has some stuff in it that's somewhat successful, but I think the broader point is that they didn't succeed at splitting the difference. I have a pitch that I'll talk about some other time. Let's see here. Sorry, I was just going to see if Dean had asked those other questions that he said he wanted to ask, but we'll see if he did or not. The lack of dialogue is what I appreciate about Metroid storytelling personally. Yeah, but you gotta get Zoomers to play it. Or else the franchise is you gotta get Zoomers to play it.
Yeah.
Or else
Yeah.
Other M is profoundly bad, says Ninja Bunny. Look, I agree. I was being polite a second ago, saying I think I appreciated some things that it tried to do. But Metroid Other M is a very bad game. Anyway, but no, those fanfiction discussions, I feel a little bit bad about never finishing them because, like, I legitimately think books 3 and 4 in that series are phenomenal. I think they're genuinely phenomenal books. I think 2 is probably slightly above average for fanfiction slop. And I think the first one is bad. I do not like the first book.
I don't think I would say it's bad, but I don't think I would. But we wouldn't be talking about it if books 3 and 4 didn't exist.
If when I think I said this when we recorded the podcast, rereading book 1 for the purposes of that discussion was actively laborious for me. I did not enjoy the experience almost at all, and I felt a little bit bad because, like, books 3 and 4 are the ones that I think are like works of genius. Yeah, that are legitimately fantastic. And the last discussion we released was the first one for book 3. So all we put out was a video where I was almost like, frankly, I think I was a little bit nervous about releasing a video where I said, you should read this Harry Potter fanfiction of all things. This is what I'm giving time to. And so I was, like, really critical of part 1. And then I was still pretty critical of book 2. And then we stopped before I got to the episodes that were going to be, like, gushing praise and analysis of, like, nuanced themes and character arcs.
We filmed them, though.
We filmed all of them.
Okay. For a second, I was like, oh my god.
The only thing we haven't filmed was book, like, there's only 3 chapters of book 5 out.
I don't think I ever read those.
No, because I was like, she'll release chapter 4 eventually, and then we'll record a discussion. Yeah. And that was 2.5 years ago, and she has not released chapter 4 because she's now writing the most popular webcomic on the Webtoon platform, which is The Mafia Nanny.
Yeah.
Which she, I wish her all the best with that. I actually enjoy that comic. I normally would not read a single thing on the Webtoon platform, but I liked her first comic that she wrote there, which was called Forever After, as a sort of like royalty-free Kingdom Hearts for adults. And then The Mafia Nanny should be romance webtoon slop, but only a third of it is the romance.
Okay.
The other third is her relationship with the kid that she's a nanny for, and then the other third of it is an actually pretty decent crime, drama, and mystery series.
yeah.
So it's all balanced out enough that I actually do legitimately enjoy it. I probably wouldn't be reading it if she wasn't writing it, but I'm
Yeah.
also not just reading it because she's writing it.
Right.
It is also the only thing on the Webtoon platform that I read. Because everything else is, I was reincarnated as the villainess, but I can't be evil.
Right.
And shit like that I will never understand.
Yeah. Oh, Spencer reads so much slop. That's why you can't say shit about all the slop that I read. As one of his friends likes to put it, we are just yelling at each other from the mud when he's like, "Oh, I can't believe you're reading this." I'm like, "I've seen what you read."
Diego Luna, Dean just said, I found out like yesterday that Hogwarts Legacy is top 20 best-selling single-player games of all time. That's insane. So this is what I'm saying. Is that we talked about this before. I don't like J.K. Rowling anymore. I think that I've said before, like, I still like most of the Harry Potter books. I also think some of them are not good. But I like most of them. And I like, she did like a lot of great work for charity back in the day, and she
Right.
like made it cool to read for a whole generation of kids. But now she has devoted all of her energy to being a prick and
Yeah.
bullying people on Twitter. And even if I agreed with her positions on trans rights, which I do not, I wouldn't like her because I don't think it's cool, no matter what your position is, to spend all your time bullying people with no followers on Twitter
Right.
when you're one of the most famous people in the world.
Yeah.
I think that's a social faux pas. But the whole this is one of the most popular IPs in the world, but we should all successfully organize a boycott of it.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with anybody who's like, I don't want to engage with it anymore because it's just not fun for me. Like, I completely get that. I'm a freak where like I can still watch Kevin Spacey movies, and it doesn't bother me.
Or do we not like?
Kevin Spacey's like a sexual abuser rapist. You missed that?
I did.
Yeah, he got Me Too'd a couple years ago. He abused young boys on sets in like the 90s and early 2000s.
That sucks.
Yeah, it really does suck. Just came out that the guy who plays probably my favorite supporting character on The West Wing, who is utterly central to not just my favorite scene from that show, but one of my favorite scenes in any show ever, is a predator who abused young boys. I am a freak, and I can mentally compartmentalize and go, I am taking this guy, the real person, out of the equation.
Yeah.
And I'm still watching LA Confidential, and I'm enjoying it. I'm still watching West Wing, and I'm enjoying it. But I totally acknowledge other people can't do that.
Yeah.
And I'm not telling anybody else that they should just deal with it, right? But if you go look at top 10 best-selling games for the last 20 years, you will occasionally have a game that is not Call of Duty, Madden, or NBA 2K crack the top 3, but almost never. And if another game does crack those top 3, it'll be a Grand Theft Auto or a Red Dead, and it'll probably be number 2 or number 3. Hogwarts Legacy was number 1 the year that it came out,
Interesting.
by I'm pretty sure a wide margin. The IP is still too powerful, and I think that like pointing at people who played the game and like being like, you're either A, evil, or B, a stupid child is like a little silly. But also, I'm not going to tell anybody like, well, you should get over it and play it. They're like, I don't care. I haven't played it. I have very little interest in that game. Sorry, this is a side note, but this always comes up when we talk about, that's part of why I didn't like doing those fan fiction videos, because I felt like every time that I released one of those videos, J.K. Rowling said something head ass, and it's like, well, shit, now this isn't fun.
Yeah.
But those fan fictions videos, I felt a little bit bad because we were just at the threshold. We were going to start talking about how those books, those fan fictions are like really thematically rich, really interesting, great characters, and also I would say kind of if we want to talk about that real world context, much more positive about some of those things.
Yeah.
That was when I stopped releasing them, which I feel bad about, and I'd like to get back to. But she's busy. She's got like a 1.5-year-old kid. Violet does. Yeah,
Really?
yeah, she had a baby a little while ago. And she's writing the most successful thing on the webtoon platform. She's got other stuff going on, and I'm sure she's trying to write original, a novel as well. Probably.
Probably.
I haven't followed any of that closely, But
Yeah.
I mean, she said she was trying to do that, years ago. So, so I get why there hasn't been more on that fanfiction.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's like I know there are so many fanfics that like they get IP scrubbed and then released as books, but I think it would be hard to IP scrub those and try and release them as not fanfic.
Describe my novel as a combination of manga.
I don't know enough manga to do that.
Hold on. I gotta remember what the name of it is. I almost don't want to do this, because it might give away too much. But I'm gonna try. This is not accurate to what my book is, but it's the best thing I could think of off the top of my head.
Okay.
Princess Knight and Monster.
Monster like the monster I watched?
Yes, like the monster you watched. It's the best thing I can think of off the top of my head. I don't know that it's accurate. That's the best thing I got off the top of my head.
I understand. I
Not accurate, but it's the best thing I can think of off the top of my head. Honestly, makes more sense to make fun of Hogwarts Legacy fans for enjoying Ubislop. Yes, that's fair.
okay, so I'm going back to the what you said though. I think if I hadn't read what I've read, I would be imagining something wildly different than what I've read.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm
Yeah.
saying it's not a good explanation.
But having read what I've read, I absolutely understand why those are your picks.
it's the only two. It was the first two things that came to mind, and I'm not wasting more time on that because I also don't read a ton of manga.
Okay.
I could just fucking, I don't know, it's My Hero Academia and the Kingdom Hearts 2 manga. I don't know. But anyway, the reason I was bringing up the Harry Potter fanfiction was not to get into a deep dive about
Oh, yeah.
that, but because I really enjoyed recording those, and you and I were joking about starting a new podcast as if I have time to make new content.
Right.
And I floated the title Jacob and Aiden Can Read. The intro would be, welcome to Jacob and Aiden Can Read, the show where Jacob and Aiden prove they can read by reading books and then telling you about them.
Yep.
And the joke would be, what's an audiobook?
Yeah.
But that podcast, if we ever make it, is 6 years away and will not happen. But we're going to do the pilot right now.
Okay.
We're going to do the pilot for that podcast right now.
Great.
Because we got time. And then after this, we'll take a break and have some
Okay.
lunch, and then we'll come back and play some video games for a bit. But we're going to do our pilot episode right now.
Cool.
Because several months back, I was stuck in an airport. I was going somewhere for a work trip, and I was stuck in the airport for 4 hours longer than I expected to be because the flight got delayed after I was through security. And I said, I'm going to the bookstore, and I'm browsing. And I bought a bunch of stuff. Most of it I haven't read yet. But the first thing I read, because it's not a manga, but let's include this in the Princess Knight and Monster. The third item is Jeanette McCurdy's I'm Glad My Mom Died. Fair?
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah. for wildly different reasons, but yeah.
Same thing where it doesn't make sense if you haven't actually read it, the monster comparison I mentioned a second ago. Just say it's JJK X Spy X Fam X IDK Demon Slayer. What's popular? I don't watch anime. What's JJK?
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay, thank you. I was like, I'm so stupid.
I
Why
may
don't
be
know
a
what that
fake
is?
gamer, but I'm a wee baby.
I was like, what is that? I don't know what it is. I'm so stupid.
Oh shit.
Don't worry about it. When there was a fanfic I really liked as a child that suddenly stopped updating years later, I found what was almost definitely that author on a new account making Homestuck fics. The Pipeline. This, for anybody who doesn't know, Jeanette McCurdy used to be the star of iCarly, among other things. She was the number 2 on iCarly, along with Miranda Cosgrove back in the day. Child actress who stopped acting because, as it turned out,
She hated
she
it.
hated acting.
Which I think is so real.
This is a intense title. Every time I've mentioned this to someone, they go, "Oh my god!" And I've said, "You don't understand." By page 40, I was also glad her mom was dead.
I don't even think it took me that long. I'm not gonna lie.
So this is an interesting one. for our pilot episode, for our discussing books, that we would do the YouTuber thing of the video would be called Therapist Reacts to Jeanette McCurdy's I'm Glad My Mom Died. Because you're a therapist.
Yeah.
Also, your mom is dead.
Yeah.
Are you glad your mom is dead?
For wildly different reasons. But I do think, like, without taking away from her experiences, because I sent Jacob a text close to the end of this book that simply said, like, turns out my mom wasn't living up to her full crazy bitch potential, and Jeanette's was.
Yeah, so this I heard good things about it when it came out, but I just hadn't quite gotten around to it. And then, quite frankly, there is a character. It's very funny because I walked into that bookstore right when I was about to start the section of the book that's really heavily about this character. There is a character in my book who, let's just say, has some tension with her parents. And I was like, you know what? I don't really have... I mean, everybody has a little tension with their parents, but I don't have this kind of experience, and I don't really want to mine Aiden's experience right now because it would ruin her ability to read this and respond to it because I'm not telling you about it ahead of time.
Right.
I'll read this, and I did definitely pull a little bit from this. I don't know if you noticed, but I put in one of the first scenes of that character talking with her mom. I went back and added her basically negging her about like, are you really interested? I mean, it's nice to have hobbies, but you shouldn't be interested in that thing.
I do. Now that you've said that, I do remember that scene.
And
I thought it was gross. I didn't like it.
So basically, this is a book about a child star who was made into a child star by a controlling beauty pageant mom, who was living vicariously through her daughter.
Yeah, there you go.
And
That's the important part.
The mom was, I don't know, you'd be better at diagnosing her than me. Bipolar, for sure.
I wouldn't say, but I would say borderline.
Borderline? Okay. And fair to say, maybe not clinical, but definitely like you would meet that person and say that person's a narcissist?
I wouldn't say clinical because I've said borderline. But if you don't know enough about borderline to make the diagnosis of borderline, you would say narcissist, yeah.
Any other labels you would slap on this woman we've never met? This dead woman. Yeah, she wrote a novel now. Kay Hart's Lover. She wrote. Yeah, she moved on. She wrote like an original novel now, which I also want to read.
No, I don't think there's anything else. I mean, without flipping through the DSM.
Well, sure.
You know, the thing is that a borderline diagnosis, like without getting super nerdy and technical about it, like everything that she does that is awful is kind of covered by that.
Sure.
Well, except also she's obviously got an eating disorder, right?
Yes. Right. Yeah.
That she then passes on.
That she then
Jeanette.
Trains her daughter to do when she's like 11 years old.
But I almost would call that a symptom of
borderline personality.
In this case, I don't think that is always the case, but I think in this one it is. Yeah.
Cool. See, yeah, we're answering the big questions here.
Yeah.
So, this is a woman who wanted to be an actress herself, who is. This is a very poor family, but she refuses to work and insists upon buying high quality makeup, getting herself dolled up all the time. Has a very inflated image of herself. This adult woman,
but then goes to the drugstore to get like bleach for Jeanette's hair and like
because she's got borderline personality disorder. Jeanette, as a young girl, the youngest of four, she's got 3 older brothers.
Yep.
Feels like it's her responsibility to maintain her mother's mood from a very young age, to try and maintain peace in the house by keeping her mother calm, distracting her, etc. And so, when she realizes, oh, me being an actress and trying out for roles makes my mother happy, I need to do that to make my mother happy, even though I don't really enjoy it. Because I've learned, because I live in a house with a person who has borderline personality disorder, that in order for there to be any peace and tranquility in my life, my mother needs to be happy.
Yes.
So I'll keep acting. And that's basically the long and short of how her life unravels for the next 15 years. Her mother is also a cancer survivor at the beginning of the book, who is obsessed with telling people that she's a cancer survivor.
And they like rewatch a home video.
That's one of the first like genuinely psychotic thing that comes up in it, is that we find out that is it like every Sunday every Sunday after going to church, she would make the family rewatch home video VHS tapes of when she was going through chemo and had no hair and was sitting around sad.
And she provides the exact same commentary over the video every time they watch it and says something like, look at this son being such a good son and crying because he was scared for me. He's such a good son because he cried. Like, and just like makes the same commentary every time. And whatever she says about Jeanette in that video.
The Jeanette comment specifically, and this is where Jeanette gets her whole, like, I have to be a good daughter thing from, is because she was, like, 2 at the time.
Yeah.
So she doesn't understand what's going on, so she's being happy and wanting to play and doing stuff
and, like,
in this video.
She's like, I was trying to cheer you up.
And the mom is like, oh, look at Jeanette. She didn't understand that we were all supposed to be sad at that moment in time. What an idiot.
Yeah.
Basically. Gives her daughter a major complex, among other things. So right now we're just kind of like talking about, but like it's important to kind of establish a baseline before we talk about the style of the book. Because the book is about her journey to becoming an actress and how it was tied in with her relationship with her mother extremely intimately. Because her mother was the one pushing her on everything.
Yeah.
Her mother was driving her to auditions before she could drive. Wouldn't even let her get a driver's license for a while because she was scared about her daughter getting hurt. And also probably
she's scared about losing control.
I was stating
Where'd that come from?
I was saying the stated reason, the outward stated reason.
Yeah.
Eventually, the book is divided into 2 halves, before and after, which are before her mom died and after her mom died, because eventually the mom's cancer comes back and she does actually die. And then the back half of the book is basically about Jeanette lapsing into depression, self-harm, deepening severity of eating disorder, among other things, to cope with her mother's death.
A little bit of alcoholism.
Well, I would say more than a little bit of alcoholism. Somebody a second ago asked, did the mom drink? The mom didn't drink. This doesn't come up. Jeanette sure drinks after her mom dies.
Before, also.
Well, yes, before as well. A little bit before. So it's basically about dealing with what turned out to be an emotionally abusive mother, dealing with the death of that woman and how it affected her, and then the eventual realization, only after her mother died, oh, wait a second, that stuff that my mom did wasn't cool.
No.
Because I was a kid and a teenager when it happened, and I didn't know any better. And it's a good book from that perspective of, like, here's insight into, this type of person and how it affected me, and then the negative repercussions that it had on me, and how I eventually got back to where I am now of being a lot healthier.
And she does a really great job of telling all of those memories in the present tense of that memory and capturing what it feels like to be that kid in that scenario.
Yeah.
Not again that my mom was as bad as hers, but like I had to put the book down a couple times because I was like, ooh, that's familiar and uncomfy.
If there's anything that you're comfortable talking about on mic, could you single out a familiar moment? If not, don't worry about it.
Yeah, so I mean,
that's pretty personal.
You and I talked about the song moment, but
Right.
there was a different one that is that when I put it down?
I don't know.
I know I put it down for that one. That one was probably like the strangest of the like
strangest overlap.
Yeah. So in the book, Jeanette's mom, before she passes, is like, hey, I want you to sing The Wind Beneath My Wings at my funeral that's like imminently happening. And Jeanette's like, that's kind of out of my range. And her mom's like, why don't you sing it right now in this Panda Express?
And I'll coach you through it. You can totally do it, baby.
Yeah. And my mom wanted me to sing Unwritten at her whatever she had. And it also was a bit out of my range.
Which is a stranger request from your mom because she wasn't imminently dying.
No, she just liked using her death as a manipulation tactic.
Yeah.
Because she also was borderline. Not ever. If she'd ever been honest with a doctor, kind of similar to her, like if she'd ever actually talked to a medical professional in her life, like they both would have been diagnosed borderline. But borderlines don't do that.
I'm fine.
By nature, they don't do
talk
that.
to anybody, yeah.
So Yeah, my mom also, like, needed more control over my life than I was happy to give her. Especially once I was of the age to not be dependent on her. So, like, that was just a real weird, like, I know the pressure to, because at the point that, like, you have to make the decision whether or not you're gonna do it, they're dead. Like, it's their funeral. Because you can tell them up until they die that you're gonna do it and not.
Yeah, it's not their yeah. It's not their problem anymore.
But then like, there's only ever gonna be one funeral, and if you don't do it, you, the living surviving child, have to live with the knowledge that you either did or didn't. And do you honor the final request and ease your own background noise, knowing that you did it and you were the good child? Or do you say, fuck it, I'm taking control of my own life and I don't want to sing this stupid song? Jeanette did not, and I did.
To be fair, Jeanette tries to.
Yeah, she does.
She doesn't even get the first note out before she just, like, she said, I broke down crying up there and I couldn't do it.
And as a kid who did sing the song, I wonder if that still bugs her. Because I think if I hadn't, it would have. I think, and despite the therapy that I've done since then and the therapy that she has done since then, like, I think, especially if she has any belief in a supernatural ability to be monitored by her mother, all the shit I've talked about my mom since her passing, I think outweighs the singing of the song.
There's a lot of anecdotes. I mean, obviously the book is basically a series of episodes.
Yes.
It's a series of anecdotes in order that build a cumulative image. And well, the one that made me put the book down the first night I was reading it, also it was late, and I bought it in an airport on the way somewhere where I was going to work. So I was reading it in the hotel before I had to get up early the next morning to work, and I was up later than I should have been. So it was also like, it's time for me to stop. But the thing that got me is that now obviously Jeanette's a writer.
Right.
She doesn't like acting. She doesn't enjoy acting. She's now writing. She's written this book. She's written a novel. There's a story when she's like 11 or 12, and her mother's in the hospital for some kind of routine, some kind of cancer follow-up, something. But she's there overnight or something like that. And Jeanette has written a screenplay at 12 years old. Now, a screenplay to her, I don't know how long it is, but she wrote a screenplay. And she takes it with her to go and visit her mom, basically to be like, hey, look at this thing that I did. Expecting the parent to go, oh, wow, what a good job, right? And the mom's response, I can probably find it in here, because it's early.
Like page 20 or so, I think.
I think it's maybe a little later than that, but I don't know. Oh, here's what she's chugging. I just randomly opened it to her chugging Gatorade because she's got a fever of 103, but they're rushing to an audition.
Yeah.
And her mom is in the back seat, and she's being forced to drink red Gatorade because that will somehow stop her 103-degree fever before her audition. That's a classic. That's a classic joint.
It's before that.
Yeah, it's definitely before that. There also is, there's not a ton. There's a little bit of muckraking in here about Dan Schneider and iCarly.
He's never named.
He's called the creator, but it's like extremely obvious who we're talking about. There is a point where her agents come to her and say like, hey, they're offering you
It's like $300,000.
$300,000. Only condition is
don't ever talk shit.
Never talk about Dan Schneider. And she was like, I don't fucking want that money.
Yeah.
See if I can find this bit about screenwriting. I might not find it, and that's okay. Nah, I can't find it. It's all right. There's a bit where she writes a screenplay. She's 12 years old. She takes it to show to her mother in the hospital, thinking that it will cheer her mother up. And her mother's response is, I hope you don't like writing more than you like acting, Jeanette. Oh, no, no, of course not. I could never. Because, writers, they're all like frumpy fat people.
You'll get a watermelon ass.
You'll get a watermelon
instead of the cute
ass
little peach butt that
instead
you
of
have.
Instead of being a good writer. If you're a writer, she's like, okay. And then she's like, again, because it's told from her current day perspective, but it's framed as I'm an adult writing this. So she's like, even though the contemporary narration doesn't realize it, it's worded where you're understanding that she's basically saying, the synapses connect, right? And it's like, got it. Writing doesn't make mom happy. Acting does. Understood. And then as an afterthought, her mom says, so what's your screenplay about? And she explains the premise, and she goes,
Parent Trap already did that.
they already did that in Parent Trap.
Yep.
And that was when I was like, that was when I had to put the book down in a rage. Because as someone who writes, if my parents had said something like that to me when I was 12, I would have thrown myself out a window.
Yeah.
I would still be fucked up about that. But
I don't know that I have a comparable don't do that.
But anyway, there's a lot of different anecdotes in here. The front half is mostly about her acting career, because she, after her mom died, she did not do much acting. Because she was about done with iCarly. She did one show after that, and then she was done. So the front half is mostly about her relationship with her mom and her acting career, and the back half is about her basically
Being codependent.
Becoming addicted to alcohol, becoming addicted to, up to this, she was trained to be anorexic from the time she was 12. She goes to her, so her mother has emphasized repeatedly, it's great that you're 9, but you can pass for 6, because you have got better acting skills than 6-year-olds, but you can still audition for a wider variety of roles. Around the time she's hitting 12, she's like, oh no, what triggers it is she's like, oh no, I'm starting to get boobs. But that's bad. Because I can't get acting roles and make my mom happy unless I look like a kid.
Yep.
She's like, I don't know, Mom. I don't think I want to get older and bigger. And her mom
She gets
says,
her period.
I think it's that she has sensitivity in her chest and she thinks she's got breast cancer.
Oh, okay.
And she goes to her mom,
okay.
and her mom's like, no, you're just getting boobs. It's fine. And she's like, well, I don't want to get older.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
I don't want to get older and bigger, because then I won't be able to get the acting roles I'm supposed to get and make you happy. And her mom goes, well, honey, she smiles and says, I'm glad to hear you say that. There's something we can do called calorie restriction.
Yeah.
And she's 12. So she's already anorexic before her mom dies. After her mom dies, and it's one of the best explanations I've ever seen of why people are bulimic.
Yeah.
Because she becomes bulimic, which means, for anybody who doesn't know, that means she starts deliberately making herself throw up. And basically, what she describes is that the intensity of purging, of getting everything out of your body, because she's hardwired to feel guilt for eating heavy foods, which she starts doing. She starts binge eating to deal with stress and anxiety, but then she's guilty about that. If she purges, the amount of stress relief that she immediately gets of like this buildup and complete and total release becomes an anxiety management mechanism. And so she starts doing it all the time, along with drinking all the time.
Yeah.
The back half is honestly in some ways more harrowing than the front half. The front half is like more upsetting because you're like, this woman
is happening to a child.
This is happening to a child.
Yeah.
This child is being abused, mostly emotionally, though there are parts where you're like, that's physical abuse, technically.
Yeah, all of the calorie restriction and shit like that. And also some of the weird, like...
bathing her?
Yeah,
Insisting upon bathing her own children?
And, like, doing exams and shit, like...
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where that strays into, is this woman molesting her children for fun? What is she doing?
Yeah.
What's going on here? The back half is maybe a little harder to read because it's just watching a person, like, spiral out and destroy herself for a number of years. Which is why... something I have to note about this book, this may be the thing I find the most remarkable about it, and maybe you're going to disagree with me.
Okay.
Everything we've just described sounds genuinely terrible. You're like, why the fuck would I read this? This is a genuinely hilarious book.
It is. You gotta have a fucked up sense of humor to find it funny.
This is...
for sure.
I think the greatest achievement of this book is that she took all of this and she wrote it in a way that it is laugh out loud funny.
Yeah.
Shockingly frequently.
And I think... part of why it feels why I did genuinely laugh out loud at times, and Spencer would be like, how are you laughing, because I know what you're reading, it is because of the juxtaposition of like, this is awful, and then you just get a snippet of like, this is how she's coping, you know, like, and probably how she was coping when writing it, too.
Yeah.
Of, like, I've got to put this in here for her own well-being while writing.
Also, once we've established a baseline, like, there are certain points where, like, you're deep enough in now that the mother does something hilarious, like, something terrible, but at this point, it's like, passed over a threshold where it has become funny. But again, that is
especially
also
because
about...
it's presented all, like, you're not living it over 15 years. You're reading it in 30 pages.
And again, it's also, that is down to, like, this, I shouldn't say, like, just, it gets so bad that it becomes funny. It is down to a legitimate skill of the way that it's written.
For sure.
That this can be, this very harrowing, life experience, basically, can be told in such a funny way.
Well, and kind of similar to, like, even the delivery of, like, got it, mom, like, acting makes mom happy, and I'm gonna do that. Like, just the very, like, snappy delivery of the thoughts that are happening, like, aids in it not being
the way that
awful.
that you're watching a child occasionally and then teenager, like, bluntly interpret this information, and you're almost like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But it is almost funny the way that she tells it very often. I guess also, I should say this, because this was something that reading this book, I was like, if as I was reading this, I was like, if it turns out that she and Miranda Cosgrove hated each other, then this is going to be, like, unbearable. So when it turned out that they were actually genuinely really good friends, I was like, oh, thank God. This would have been utterly
so much
miserable
worse. Yeah.
if it turned out that not only did she hate acting, she hated her co-stars.
Right.
Horror and tragedy are made more scary and sad when they can be juxtaposed to comedy, and vice versa too. Absolutely. But I'm saying that's not like a default automatic thing. There is a skill that has to happen in the writing process, and that's part of why I want to read her novel. Is because this isn't just like a flat, this is what happened to me. Because you can read like a memoir or an autobiography or whatever that's written by someone who just had a really interesting life, and even if their writing isn't all that interesting, you can still be into it. Like, I recently read Reggie Fils-Aimé's book, who's the former president of Nintendo of America.
Okay.
Which is not a Nintendo insider tell-all book. It's about his whole career, and he worked at a bunch of places before Nintendo. And it's mostly a book of, like, hey, if you're, looking to get into business, if you're like a young manager, here's all the lessons that I have learned across a 30-year career.
Sure.
So it's more of like a how to be good at business book, but it's also filled with a lot of interesting anecdotes of, like, he worked at MTV for a while. He worked at he helped spin up Panda Express before there was such a thing as a chain Chinese food restaurant. He was part of the initial push on that.
Interesting.
And then the back half of the book is mostly about his time at Nintendo.
Okay.
So if you are looking for, like, some insider Nintendo stuff, it is interesting in that regard, but it's mostly this is what I learned from working at this company and how to work with other people and whatnot. And it was a good book, and there's, like, what I thought was probably a lot of good advice in it. But I did not read it and go, like, this is like it wasn't poorly written. I should be very clear. It was well written, because if it had been miserably written, then it wouldn't be good anyway. But it was written fine, and it was mostly enhanced by, wow, what a bunch of string of interesting coincidences of, like, he talks about being like working in the MTV offices, and they were, like, really intense involved with, like, this broadcast that was coming up, and 9/11 just happened. And it turns out I'm the senior guy in the building today, just by coincidence, and I got to oversee this evacuation. And then, like, putting together a relief event following 9/11, where we put together an event that normally would have been 9 months of planning in, like, 2 weeks, and here's how that all coalesced, and like, there was a lot of really interesting stuff in it. But I would say it was written fine and made interesting by the content. This is made interesting by the content and written, I think, spectacularly.
Yeah.
And it's not overwrought. Like, this is not a woman who's in love with her own purple prose. This is punchy and fast. Most of the chapters in this book are less than 5 pages.
Yeah. And I'll also say it very much reads like the child of someone who was made to watch a cancer video every week. like, yeah, she's given you the details, but no more than necessary for you to understand why that was fucked up. Like, we're not like reveling in the badness of her childhood.
Yeah.
Or if anything, we spend a little bit more time in the, like, I was making really bad and really unhealthy decisions as an adult after that.
This is what I did, and this was how I felt about it as it was happening.
Yeah.
No further commentary.
Yeah.
And that keeps it very fast, and it's just, like, especially the stuff that's happening when she's a kid, I mean, really all of it. Because even afterwards, it's like, and this is about how I was dependent upon alcohol and bulimic. And it's like, well, it's pretty straightforward that those are bad things.
Right.
So you don't really need any commentary saying, you know, and it was a really dark time for me.
And
this is where my soul was. Like, I really don't need to know that. Yeah, we can go.
There is some, I think the most interesting and probably where I noticed more of like in-depth breakdown is about her relationships with other people, both romantic and otherwise. She does like delve a little bit more into those thought processes and how her relationship with her mother warped how she approached everything else.
Yeah.
Which is still not, I think, like wallowing and looking for pity or anything. I think it just takes a little bit more of an explanation because unless you grew up with those thought patterns, they're not obvious. Question about, is the father absent?
I saw that from Broker Lower.
Not literally.
So I was gonna say something about that, and this gets into, I guess, like spoilers for the book. And this is, I would say, it's one of the grander revelations of the book. You read it and you go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And I almost don't want to spoil it. Because there's something that recontextualizes that father and takes him from, okay, I guess he was alive, to almost like, not like father of the year, but I was like, boy, in retrospect.
Did he put up with a lot of shit?
Boy, did he put up with a lot of shit and stick around when he really fucking didn't need to.
Yeah.
But basically the household situation is Jeanette, her mom, her 3 older brothers. The mom's
Eventually, yeah.
the mom's 2 parents. So Jeanette's maternal grandparents and her dad. And it is a house owned by the dad's parents, which they are renting to the family, and all Jeanette's mom can ever do is bitch about how they won't just give us the house for free. It should be noted that Jeanette's mom is the only adult in the house who does not work.
And is also a hoarder.
And is also a hoarder.
We haven't touched on that. So, like, the kids sleep on mats in the floor.
The kids
they don't
sleep
have
on
beds.
The kids sleep on mats on the floor. One of the there's a certain point in this where you get like numb to it. But I remember one of the points that really galled me later on was Jeanette is like, I've wanted a bunk bed ever since I was a kid. And she uses her own money that she made from being on one of the most popular TV shows to buy a bunk bed for herself. And she's like, I'm going to sleep on the top bunk in my room that I have instead of being out here in the living room sleeping on Costco mats where I've been my entire life. And her mom says, no, you can't sleep on the top bunk. That's unsafe. You can sleep on the bottom bunk. Also, I'm going to use the top bunk to store my junk.
And then eventually,
a few chapters later, there's so much junk on the bottom bunk that she's back on the Costco mattress. Bed that she fucking bought with her own money.
It made me so mad, dude. It made me so mad.
But the mom does not work. The grandfather is a ticket taker at Disneyland. I think the grandmother works somewhere, but it's like she's like a teller at like CVS or something like that. I think I could be wrong about that.
I don't remember.
Maybe she doesn't work. Maybe I'm crazy.
I remember about the grandmother is that she's like constantly on the phone and screaming
and complaining about things
all the time.
Yeah. And the father works at like Home Depot.
Yeah.
And also works like 3 other jobs because he's very clearly financially carrying this family because a ticket taker at Disneyland doesn't make a lot of money. No. And the mother is constantly accusing him of he's not actually going and picking up extra jobs or working extra hours at Home Depot so that we can eat food. He is obviously having extramarital affairs and sends Jeanette along with him to like employee get-togethers at the like Christmas parties or whatever at the Home Depot to be like, go and see which women your father is talking to and report back and tell me if there's anything suspicious going on. And you know that thing? There's a thing that people say that I always take with a grain of salt, which is like, people who constantly...
No, they are not mandated reporters. As a mandated reporter.
If you hear often like people who accuse people of other things, people who are like convinced that other people are committing these crimes, it's because they secretly are doing those things.
Right.
Or they're thinking about doing those things. And I'm always like, I take it with a grain of salt. I don't know. Let's just say, you can read the book later. Turns out, maybe when it comes to going, your father's having an affair, maybe she who smelt it dealt it.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah.
And you can read it later and find out. The dad's around. She doesn't have much of a relationship with the dad because the dad basically like is at work all the time because he's the only breadwinner in a house of what? That'd be like 6? No, 4 kids, 2 parents, 2 grandparents. He's the only real breadwinner in the house, so he's never there. And there's one chapter where there is an incident of him like trying to spend time with Jeanette. He like, let's go on a bike ride, let's go get some ice cream, let's go do other things. And then it turns out that she's missing an audition because of this. And she's like, is Dad doing this deliberately because he knows
I don't like acting.
that I don't like going? And it's ambiguous. She can't tell. It could be that the dad just doesn't know, or it might be a deliberate act of sabotage.
I don't think she missed the audition. She missed the class.
It was like a dance class or so. She misses something because
Yeah.
of this. She misses like a dance class or something.
It was a class where she was supposed to give a monologue that was about her having an incompetent father. A wise child has an incompetent father.
Is that true?
Yes,
I don't
because
remember that
the
detail.
mom makes a comment about it. She didn't need to go to that one because she would have nailed it anyway because it was real life, you fucking idiot. Like,
okay. But that's the thing, is that because the mother has borderline personality disorder, like there are multiple sequences in here where the dad comes in a couple hours late. It's like, I picked up a longer shift at Home Depot, and she goes all caps mode and screams at him and throws things at him, and then
tells
he's
him
like,
to go sleep in the car.
go sleep in the car. And he's like, fine, because he can't. How do you fix that?
Yeah.
And he can't walk out because there's 4 kids who are
Yeah.
dependent upon him. Or is it 3 older brothers or 2 older brothers?
3 older brothers.
Okay, yeah. There's 4 kids who are dependent upon him.
Yeah.
So he can't leave.
Yeah.
So no, he doesn't play into the book a ton. I wouldn't say he's an entirely absent parent. He's just absent anecdotally.
Yeah.
Because this is about her relationship with her mom. There's really only a couple of anecdotes that heavily feature the dad that aren't about the dad trying to do anything and the mom screaming at him.
Yeah. There's the big one after.
Sure, there's a big anecdote
Yeah.
after the mom dies.
Yeah.
Which you should all read this book.
Yeah.
It's shocking that there can be twists and turns that late in the book.
Yeah.
Where it goes from, you're like, that dad probably could have tried harder, and then you find out like, oh, that dad was putting in way more effort than he.
I will also say one twist that I don't feel as bad about revealing is that her like steady relationship where it starts out pretty good and then you realize that they're codependent. When that man comes home and is like, "Hey, actually, I'm Jesus Christ." I screamed.
I laughed out loud.
I
was like, how can this keep happening to this woman?
I was just like, what? Like, I've had some shitty boyfriends, but goddamn.
How?
Like,
This is what I'm talking about where this book's very funny.
Yeah.
Because that's like, I don't know. That's around like this point
yeah.
in this book, and you're like, how
How
is there more?
How
is there more stuff?
Yeah.
But yeah, highly recommend Jeanette McCurdy's I'm Glad My Mom Died. It was quite good. I enjoyed it. It's harrowing. Don't read it if you, or I don't know, I guess, I don't know, you went through some of that stuff.
So
but yeah,
I
yeah.
had put it off until you were able to give me a kind of read on it because I was like, if it is just like psychological torture porn, basically, like I am not interested. As a fellow mom dyer. So as a fellow mom dyer, not that bad. Like
Not that bad.
not that bad.
Not that bad.
It's not. I mean, if you're like real, I wouldn't read it. You know, give it a year probably.
Ninja Money said, how can Jesus be a bad boyfriend? Isn't he all about kindness and stuff? Well, this Jesus is about complete dependence upon weed to an like a total inebriation point, among other issues.
He's
That happens after he decides he's Jesus, to be fair.
yeah, he decides he's Jesus, and they're like, hey, we're gonna put you on a lot of lithium, which is the treatment for when you think you're Jesus. It's the treatment for when you're schizophrenic, which is
I thought the treatment for when you think you're Jesus was like, crucifixion. That was a little dark.
So after they put him on a lot of lithium, I mean, like, what else do you have to live for but good old Mary Jane? Like,
Exactly. That is fair.
you know-
I forgot about that. I read this back in like October. or
right?
whenever
That's
bought
why
it,
I was
so-
like, hang on, let's
I blasted through this in 2 nights.
let's
like, when I
qualify
bought
the
it.
guy's experience here. And for guys, credit too. When she starts getting better and is like, hey pal, you're getting worse, and maybe we should Maybe we should not do this anymore. They don't even have to have the conversation. They just like go out on
Yeah.
a sunny afternoon and they just kind of like look at each other and they're like, all right, we're done.
Yeah.
So like it's not like he was really as bad as he could have been, for sure. So she dated worse.
No, context sensitive. And only the guy who got crucified just thought he was Jesus. Exactly. No, that's what I was saying. Like that was the first state mandated treatment for a guy who thought he was Jesus.
Right. Literally state
Yeah,
mandated.
exactly.
Awful.
Exactly. That's what I said. It was a little dark.
Yep.
But I work for a library. Book always gets checked out.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's also, like this is a celebrity a lot of people remember from their youth, and
It does have a clickbaity title.
it has a clickbaity title that I think puts some people off, but also makes you go "Aroo."
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean it's been pretty well regarded, and I think a lot of people, there's not a lot. I think people don't care as much about entertainment network muckraking about celebrities as they used to. People don't care about tabloids as much as they used to. But I think this is the type of thing where like it still scratches that itch, but it feels more like, well, this is somebody telling their own story. And it's somebody that I know that I felt like I knew.
Yeah. Also, her mom was like on first name basis with paparazzi.
That's one of the fucking weirdest things in the whole book.
Yeah.
Is when they go out for lunch during like
Oh, hey,
session.
Glenn.
They're walking. They
Kiss
go.
my ass.
They leave the Nickelodeon lot for lunch, and they're walking back, and they're fucking getting paparazzoed. And she's like, "Smile, honey. Hey,
Yeah.
Glenn. Hey, Peter. How are you guys doing?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Are you a psycho?" I mean, obviously, at that point, it was established that she was a psycho.
Yes.
It was very interesting that who watched iCarly when it was on the air, but it was also definitely at the point where I was definitely at the age where I was like, I don't know if I need to be watching this type of stuff anymore, but like I did watch a good bit of it. I enjoyed it enough at the time, but I can remember almost nothing. It's very funny that the one scene that I remember clear as day, which is the scene where Sam kisses whatever the male Freddie. That's like the one scene that I remember super clearly, and that's the one scene from the show that she goes into detail talking about. Because she had never kissed a boy before they shot that scene, and Dan Schneider was being real weird about dictating the very specifics of I want you
your
to
head more.
move like this while you're kissing him, and made him shoot it like 50 times. What a fucking asshole. There's not a lot of Dan Schneider in this. But I will say one more thing, because this is my favorite Dan Schneider thing in the whole book. It's because it's also one of my favorite things about her mom in the whole book, is that there's definitely some stuff like Dan Schneider did creepy stuff in the book. There's a bit about like she's in like her changing room and like trying on a bunch of outfits that are supposed to be like, supposedly like these are wardrobe tests, but it's very clearly with retrospect, like they're having her put on swimsuits for Dan Schneider's
spank bank material.
personal
like,
use. This was a moment where I was like, how can this woman, because like, okay, the woman has borderline personality disorder, the mom, obviously.
Yeah.
She, is like, I'm gonna make my daughter a star. But what I find so funny is that she's full of expert advice on what to do in the entertainment industry, and she doesn't know jack shit.
Nope.
Almost all of her advice is bad.
Yep.
Almost everything that like every time it comes to like the jet, and that's like I mean it's deliberate because it's the anecdotes that she includes. Is like I tried doing this and the director was like, no, don't do that. Whatever, right? One of the moments that really stood out to me as a moment of Jeanette is like 15, and she is clearing her mother in intelligence by leaps and fucking bounds.
Yeah.
Is season 1 of iCarly is in the can. It's her and her mom having lunch with Dan Schneider. And Dan Schneider says, we're really happy with the show. Early tests are, off the charts. First couple episodes have come out. It's been great. Love it. Love Jeanette. She's fantastic. I'm already like forming the idea of like maybe a spin-off show just about her somewhere down the line. And Jeanette's like, that sounds like a nightmare to have even more attention and have more hours and have to act more. But, whatever. Thank God her mom is doing most of the talking. Oh, that's great. Oh my God, honey, can you believe that? That's so awesome. And he kind of like talks about his idea for the pitch of what Sam Puckett would be doing in this spinoff. But he specifically says...
No, the pitch he's giving here is for just Puckett, which never happened. It would have been a much better show.
Which never happened. This comes up later. This is part of the... I'll talk about one more detail about her Nickelodeon career having to do with Sam and Cat that we'll get to in a second. He pitches a totally different concept for a show. and the mom's super excited, and Jeanette's like, yeah, that sounds great. And Dan Schneider says, or just the creator, as the book calls him, for I'm sure legal reasons.
Probably.
Hey, at least she didn't get Amber Hearded by this. Like, Dan Schneider didn't try and sue her for defamation or whatever, because it's the only straw that Johnny Depp had to grasp at in that whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
We don't need to get into that today.
No.
One of the most successful mass gaslighting campaigns of all time. That was crazy. We don't need to break into that right now. But basically, Schneider just like straight up says, and listen, I really want to make this happen for you, but so like just follow my advice, do what I say, keep on working and keep doing what you're doing, and just do what I tell you to, and we'll get there one day. And the mom's like, oh, of course we will. Dan Schneider, you fucking genius visionary. You'll be sure Jeanette's gonna do whatever you want. And Jeanette, 15 in her head, is like, that sounds like quid pro quo tit for tat shit. What is he talking about? That's, Mom, are you stupid? In her head, she's like, how is she not noticing that this is not a good situation to be in? He's dangling a carrot in front of me and saying to do whatever I say. We haven't signed a fucking contract.
Yeah.
There's no spin-off in my future.
Yeah.
He's dangling a thing in front of me and saying, as long as you do exactly what I say, and you stick around, I'll give you this thing later. And she's 15, and she can see it, and her mom can't.
Yeah.
Because her mom is so, my daughter's gonna be a star! That was one of the most aggravating things in the book to me, is because it's not just that the mom has borderline personality disorder, and that she's abusive.
Yeah.
It's also that she's stupid.
Yeah.
And thinks she's smart. But no, regarding Sam and Cat, there's only a few anecdotes about that. There was some buzz when this came out of like, there's a point where like it comes up that somebody did something, and people were like, was Ariana Grande like, did she like hate Jeanette and she was doing something? And it seems very unlikely.
Well, and I think in the back, in the like, I can't think of the word.
Acknowledgements.
Yeah. That sure seems like it's about Aerie. And finally, thank you, Aerie, for your endless love, support, and encouragement. Like, who the hell else Aerie would it be if not Ariana? So like, I don't think.
Yeah, that could be. Unless, I don't know, unless that's like shorthand for whoever she's like dating now. If she's got like a good boyfriend or a good girlfriend or something, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
You're probably right.
Especially the note about like harmonizing. That seems like a.
Yeah,
that seems like it's about Aerie.
But basically, when she does Sam and Cat, she only signs on because she at that point her mom has already died, and she's like, I hate acting, but this is my career. This is how I make a living. Now I'm the breadwinner in my family. Even though I'm 18, and I guess that's not fair. Her older brothers have all left home, and she's taking care of her grandparents at this point. Yeah. And it's her career, She hasn't quite gotten to the point of like, well, I can go do something else because it's her career. What else is she gonna do?
She does have like, after her mom dies, and big relate here, when you've spent your entire life where your role is make person happy, and then that person dies, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
And that's a huge part, I think, of why she devolves into alcoholism and the things that she does, because she's like, I don't know what I'm here for anymore. My purpose is dead and in the ground. And what do I do now? So part of that is, I guess I keep acting because that's what I've been doing. And also,
it's my career.
Well, and you were getting into like an extra thing that keeps her on Sam and Cat is the dangle of like, you can direct.
So two things. Number one, the show that she signed on to was not Sam and Cat. The show was supposed to be that Sam Puckett, PG juvenile delinquent, was going to be
just Puckett show. Yeah,
was going to go and become a counselor in a high school. And that's a she admits in the book, a workable premise.
Yeah.
That's funny. Sam Puckett giving bad advice to troubled youths is a good premise for a show. And then instead...
Or even good advice would still be an interesting premise of like, hey, I learned the hard way. What if you didn't do that?
Well, she would be a Sam Winger... not Sam Winger. She'd be a Jeff Winger type. You know,
Yeah.
She starts
yeah.
out the episode with bad advice, and then by the end, she does her Jeff Winger, like, oh, actually, I wrap up, and here's an actual lesson you can take away from this.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it would have been good because it would have been a Nickelodeon sitcom, but it would have been maybe something. And then it's like, nope, actually, we run a babysitter service or whatever Sam and Cat was about.
Yeah,
I was
that's
like,
what it is.
I was all out of that by the time Victorious even came on the air, so I don't know anything about any
I
of this
saw
stuff.
some Victorious. I did not see any Sam and Cat.
So one of the things, other than initially when she signed on, it was going to be her show. I don't think she signed a contract and then it like got yoinked and became Sam and Cat. But when it did get yoinked and become Sam and Cat, the thing they dangled in front of her was, well, we know you have said you're less interested in acting, you'd like to do other stuff, you'd like to expand your repertoire. We will let you direct an episode, which I think is fair. At that point, she had been in these shows for like, she wasn't even 18 at that point. They've been like 6 years of this.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty normal to let an actor direct a show or two when they've been on a show for that long. It happens, right? You can get a lot of support. You've done 100 of these by now. You can do it, right? So they're shooting Sam and Cat, and script comes along, table read for the episode, and at the top, director, this is the week that it's supposed to be her, and it says N.A. We haven't decided who it is yet. And when she says, I ran it up to the chain to the producer I trusted the most, which is to say she still didn't trust him a lot. And basically got this response back, yeah, we're really sorry, Jeanette, but someone, and people theorize this was Ariana Grande, but that doesn't make any sense because Ariana was not taking this show seriously. She wasn't on set. She was already a major pop star. There was like whole episodes where she wasn't there. They had to reschedule around her like constantly. So people theorized that it was her and she was causing drama, but I don't think so. It's probably fucking Dan Schneider.
Probably.
We're really sorry, Jeanette, but someone involved with the production said that if you were allowed to direct this episode, they would quit. And
So you can't.
So you can't, and we're really sorry about that. But somebody big said that they would quit if you were allowed to direct this episode, like you were told you would. So we're really sorry about that. Which was one of many straws that broke camel's back for her.
Yeah.
But that's enough of. I mean, we could spend all day just going through random episodes in this, but the broader point is very punchy. I love that it's like, she just jumps through these scenes that are spread across time, but they all flow into one another very nicely from chapter to chapter. And she makes what should be, and what is, to be fair, harrowing, difficult to read material, page turning and funny.
Yeah, I basically got halfway through in one sitting, and then I finished the other half in the next sitting.
I also two-sittinged this book.
Much to the chagrin of my husband, who was like, hey, are we going to bed anytime soon? And I was like, no. You can. I'm sitting right here.
JG, the episode where they put Ariana's character in a refrigerator box is mentioned in here because she was touring those 2 weeks, so they had to write an entire episode around her not being there, and she was trapped in a box, and she just did VO for the episode. That is mentioned in here. But anyway, so that is the pilot episode of Jacob and Aiden Can Read, a podcast that will come out in 2029. And we hope you enjoyed it. But yeah, highly recommend that. Any other books you've read recently that were good?
Talked about Discovery of Witches. I will plug Direbound again, because I'll keep plugging it. Second book comes out in March. They advertised it as like Hunger Games meets Fourth Wing. I think that's reductive.
Okay.
I think it, because it makes it sound like YA slop. It is the political unrest of Hunger Games and the division of classes geographically of Hunger Games, mixed with Fourth Wing, but instead of dragons, it's dire wolves, which is why it's called Direbound, and a military academy setting. But saying Hunger Games and Fourth Wing, it sets off bells and jingles keys. So, like, I get it.
That's what you gotta do. It's thing and thing.
But
that's the elevator pitch. That's how you sell anything in the world of entertainment.
I think Direbound is so much better of a book than either Hunger Games or Fourth Wing is. As someone who read both of them, I think Direbound is better than both of them, probably combined.
Wow.
And the second one comes out in March. And if you don't like reading, there is an audiobook for Direbound. It is duet. So no girls reading boy lines and boys reading girl lines, because I fucking hate that. What's a book to someone I'd recommend who's only previously read? I have no idea what that is.
Pillars of the Earth, like 7 years ago. Oh, Ninja Bunny.
So what I'm gonna say to you is,
Very funny person, you.
read some slop. Genuinely, I stopped reading. I was really big. I was such a nerd as a kid. And then when I got to college, I like stopped reading for fun because I was reading for college all the time. And what got me out of that was I read the entire ACOTAR series in like a week. And not that people consider those books. I think they're really borderline slop.
They're slop.
Yeah.
I recently watched an animated recap of the plot of the first one, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got it. All right, cool.
Yeah.
That's the book? Sure.
But
A Court of Thorn and Roses, by the way, if anybody doesn't know what ACOTAR means.
yeah. But it reminded me that I enjoy reading and that like it's a good way to spend my time that doesn't put me in a dopamine cycle of scrolling on social media. And I can connect with my friends about it because we can all read the same book. And like, so just like find literally anything that piques your interest and read that. Read whatever. But make sure it's something that you like and not something that like someone on a list said was their top book of 2025. Like pick it because it sounds good to you. Mm-hmm. And know that if you hate it, you don't have to finish it.
What did I read? I mean, I've read a decent amount, not a ton, not nearly as much as you, obviously, with your ARC reader nonsense.
I don't want to do that this year.
No, you gonna read real books this year?
I want to read real. I think I'll still read some. Like I think No, the slop that I am planning on reading imminently is probably the next thing I read. Is not an ARC because I missed the deadline for it. I had to wait for it to come out. But it's slop, and I should have read it as an ARC. Mm-hmm. But I'm excited about it. This is what I mean. It doesn't matter if it's slop. If you're excited about it, you'll read it, and it'll be a good time even if it's bad.
The last couple books that I've read were nonfiction. The last fiction that I read, I don't think I've read a fiction book since this. It was a while ago, but I read The Lies of Locke Lamora, which is I would say low fantasy book about a group of con artists. In kind of a setting where confidence artists are a new thing. People expect thieves to be pickpockets and muggings and whatnot. People are completely blindsided by the idea of an elaborate confidence scheme involving, masks and disguises and whatnot. And that was great. I really liked The Lies of Locke Lamora. Highly recommend that. That was a really good low fantasy book. It's just about guys coming up with clever plans for the most part. And nonfiction, I mentioned Reggie's book earlier, which was decent. Though obviously it's, again, like I said, it's more of like a how to be good at business and management and managing people book. So, seasoned to taste. Currently reading Generation Kill, which is a book about the invasion of Iraq. Okay. Also made into an HBO miniseries back in the day, which I watched the miniseries recently and then bought the book. It's about a Rolling Stone reporter who was embedded with the 1st Recon Marines for the first 40 days of the invasion of Iraq. Okay. Riding in what was often the lead vehicle of the northernmost unit of the American Army in Iraq. Just riding in the back seat of a lightly armored Humvee. It's a very interesting book. It's very funny because obviously you've watched almost all of Band of Brothers. We never quite finished it. We had 2 episodes of it left. We got to get back to that at some point. And at some point we'll watch The Pacific, which are the two.
I don't know that I'm interested in that after Band of Brothers because I've heard it's worse.
That's what's funny is that when I was watching The Pacific with Joey and Joshua for the first time and they hadn't seen it, they were like, "I don't know, Jacob." I mean, like, yeah, this is rough, but. You were like, oh, this is so much worse than Band of Brothers. It feels about the same. It's specifically episode 9 of 10 of The Pacific is one of the hardest hours of television to watch in existence. And that's saying something because episode 9 of 10 of Band of Brothers is the episode where they find a Holocaust camp.
Oh, okay.
Which was the episode that we did.
That was where we stopped before,
on.
Yeah.
It's funny because I would say that if you watch, because Band of Brothers, The Pacific, and recently Masters of the Air are the Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg produced big marquee World War II miniseries. Band of Brothers is just generally one of the best, I think, miniseries ever made, regardless of your interest in history or World War II or whatever. It's just genuinely that good. I also think The Pacific is that good, but I also think The Pacific is maybe more harrowing. I've said that if I had to break down what each of the shows was about.
Okay, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna run to the bathroom really fast.
Sure. I've said before that Band of Brothers is a show about how normal people were asked to do something impossible, were asked to save the world, and they were only able to do it by saving each other day over day, hour after hour, and crawling forward one step at a time, watching each other's backs. And the show's basically about how normal people can do these things only by helping each other, really. The Pacific is also good, but it is a show about what if the worst thing that ever happened to anybody happened to you and you lived? Wouldn't that be fucked up? Wouldn't that be rough? And then Masters of the Air is a show about being so bored that I didn't even finish it. But what's funny about all three of those shows is that if you watch it, it's not a documentary, it's not structured like a documentary, but it does a really good job of making you understand how small unit tactics work. You understand the jobs of all these people. You understand what paratroopers do, how they're deployed, what their practical use is, what their limitations are. Watching The Pacific, you understand what Marines are supposed to do, what combat Marines are supposed to do, what mortar teams are supposed to do, because some of the characters that they focus on in the Pacific work on a mortar team. It teaches you what their jobs are dynamically. Same thing with the bomber pilots in Masters of the Air. You really understand what their job was, how it was executed, why it was the most dangerous thing that anybody could do during World War II on the Allied side, basically. Little tiny bit of background on that. Bombers in the European theater in World War II. European bombers, which is to say British bombers, they flew night missions because basically the British had just suffered through the Blitz. They just suffered through London being bombed for years, and they didn't give a fuck who they killed. So they would go and just carpet bomb. They were like, okay, our target, the munitions factory we're trying to hit, whatever, it's somewhere over there. Go get it at night when anti-aircraft guns can't hit you and when enemy fighters can't come attack you. The Americans said, we really want to mitigate civilian casualties, so we're running all of our bombing missions during the day. American bomber pilots had the lowest life expectancy. Pilots, crews, whatever. If you were in an American bomber, you had the lowest life expectancy of anybody in the Allied forces during World War II, including guys who were storming the beaches of Iwo Jima. I think it was if you cleared... God, I think it was if you cleared 10 missions alive, you were a statistical anomaly. If you cleared 25, you got to go home. Because you were a miraculous star child. But anyway, the point is, what's interesting about those shows is that they teach you what those guys did. Dynamically, not like a documentary, not dry, you just get it. You go, oh, I actually understand what it looks like to do this now. What's really funny about Generation Kill is that if you watch that show, which is about the first Recon Marines, you would still have no idea what Recon Marines do. Because Recon Marines operate in groups of very small teams, less than 10 guys, and their job is to jump into the ocean, swim somewhere undetected, come up, lightly armed, probably never shooting a shot themselves, they've just got the guns in case they get spotted. And their job is to sight enemy positions and say, okay, artillery strike on this grid designator, or strike from a boat offshore on this grid designator. It lands, they go, you're 30 meters short, adjust, it hits, fire for effect. That's what Recon Marines do. In Generation Kill, in the invasion of Iraq, the leadership of the U.S. military at the time had this, they were really high on this thing called maneuver warfare, which was basically the way that we are going to outpace Saddam's army is we're going to move so fast that this army with vastly superior communications and abilities to reinforce themselves will be running around like crazy. They'll spread their forces too thin, and our main force will be able to punch through the Baghdad really easily. So the job of the recon Marines, whose job is to move at night silently and spot targets, was they all got into lightly armored Humvees, most of them without even roofs, and just drove into ambushes. You're going to go drive down these country roads, and you're going to find ambushes for us, and then hopefully these untrained either guerrilla fighters or parts of the actual military, they're going to assume you're the main force and open fire, and then armored vehicles are going to come up behind you and strike those targets. But they didn't tell the recon Marines that was what the plan was.
Oh my
They just had them driving
God.
down country roads with no clear objective. It's crazy that almost nobody died. Pretty much, well, actually, no, really, pretty much nobody did die. It was like miraculous. They had no major casualties. A couple of guys got injured.
Jeez.
It's crazy that Evan Wright, who was the Rolling Stone reporter who was embedded with them,
Also didn't die.
also didn't get hit, didn't get wounded,
Nothing?
didn't die. He was fine.
Wow.
He was in the lead vehicle of Bravo company of Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. So for half the war, he was in the front car of the northernmost group of American troops, and he was fine.
Holy cow.
Nothing ever happened to him.
That's wild.
The miniseries is fantastic. The reason it's called Generation Kill is because it's basically talking about how this is the first generation of guys who went to war pre-jaded. They're all post-Vietnam, post-watching war on TV. Their relationship to the U.S. president is photos of a cum stain on the carpet in Clinton's Oval Office.
Yeah.
They are inherently skeptical of the government, of the military. They listen to AC/DC. There are 18. There's like an 18-year-old kid in this who's like, you know what I was thinking when we blew through that town the whole time? All those guns going off and like smoking cars. All I could think was Grand Theft Auto Vice City, dude. That was crazy, man.
No.
And that's kind of what the book is about. Is it's about. To be fair, there's also like this mix of American exceptionalism that none of them got shot exactly. There is a really interesting mix of like incredible. But one of the things that Generation Kill makes you appreciate is that you can be the most professional. Yeah, I don't know why he said Vice City either, Ninja Bunny. You can be the most professional guy in the world. You can be the best trained in the world. You can be doing everything in your power to mitigate civilian casualties, to control engagements. But when you're fighting irregular warfare where half the guys that you are fighting are deliberately fighting in civilian clothes so that they can slip away, so that they can ambush you, and when you're fighting across a massive engagement, when you're fighting with this many different combat groups on your own side that aren't directly communicating with each other, because there's thousands of you, if you were all talking to each other on the radio all the time, like you wouldn't. So like there's scenes that are in the miniseries and the book where it's like the recon Marines are sighting a village. They've had optics on it. They've had binoculars on it. They're like, because they got attacked by a mortar team from somewhere. Trying to figure out where the team is. That's literally what recon Marines do. You're like, we've had this hamlet under observation for 45 minutes. We've only seen women and kids. A couple of middle-aged men, no weapons. Nobody in the town seems panicked. There's nothing here. And they're like about to pack up and leave. And then some other company they have no comms with screams up and just blows the whole place away.
Oh, jeez.
And why the fuck did they do that? We don't know. We literally don't have comms with them.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe they saw something we didn't. Maybe they did spot somebody who was armed on the other side of a berm or the other side of a building that we couldn't sight.
Yeah.
Or maybe some idiot got freaked out and he fired because he thought he saw something, and then his whole company fired.
Yeah.
And it's because part of what I was talking about is like what I really appreciate about Band of Brothers in the Pacific is that it gives you a sense of what these guys have to do, the actual skills that they had to have to do what they did,
And sometimes luck.
and all the time luck.
Yeah.
And Generation Kill is like, certainly there are some characters there who do not. There are some dudes there who are like, God, Sergeant, I didn't get to shoot anybody. But there are also dudes who are wildly professional, who are doing everything they can to mitigate civilian casualties, who are going into this with like, if we turn the civilian population against us, we lose the war before it's even started. We're here to help people. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We have to be careful with this. And you can have all the best intentions, all the prep, the best training in the world, and mistakes are still going to happen because it's the real world.
Yeah.
And chaos.
Yeah.
And you can't account for everything.
Kill chaos.
Kill chaos.
Full circle.
Yeah, but I'm halfway through the book, and it's remarkable how much stuff in the book that you're like, you watch the show and you're like, oh, a writer came up with that, and you're like, no, that's something one of those dudes said.
Yeah.
It is, by the way, despite the fact that it is a show which features multiple scenes of these guys being horrified at like driving past like bodies on the ground on the side of the road. They're like obviously civilians that somebody else shot. Was it our guys? Was it them? We don't know. Or like, oops, we were trying to set up a roadblock. Like we fired smoke to tell that car not to come, and it kept driving, and we shot him because it could have been a suicide bomber, or it could have been some dude who was for some reason just kept driving at us because he didn't understand what the smoke meant.
Yeah.
And we have no idea. It's remarkable that despite how heavy the subject matter is, it is one of the funniest things that I've watched / read in years. Because it's basically all these dudes are just like no sleep,
Yeah.
tobacco, energy drinks, driving down a desert road for days. And all they've got to do is one of them just be like, when I get home, I'm going to open a gay bar. And what it's going to do is there's going to be like a rear view mirror. So there's going to be a two-way mirror at the bar. And on one side is the bathroom, and it's a urinal. So while you're sitting at the bar, you just got all these cocks just spraying at you. And they're like, Ray, shut up. I'm trying to read the map.
Oh my god. Ooh.
And like just the stuff that these guys said around this reporter that he was able to record
Yeah.
is so funny. One of my favorite exchanges in the show, I haven't gotten to it in the book, if it is in the book, is hey, do you guys know if your mom put your picture up on the Walmart Hall of Heroes? Yeah, my mom put my picture up on the wherever Arkansas Walmart Wall of Heroes. Then one of them goes, the guy they call Iceman. He's like one of the most respected guys on the team. He's super professional. He was in Afghanistan.
So he
He's
has
like,
the cool nickname.
it's specifically that he's cool and cold and focused like all
Right.
the time, even in the middle of stuff, right?
Yeah.
If my mother ever distributed my likeness without permission, I would disown her. Technically, Brad, didn't your biological mother already disown you when she put you up for adoption? Point, Ray. I was one of those unfortunates, adopted into a culture steeped in Talmudic tradition of learning and all this other stuff with thousands of years of tradition. Not all of us were lucky enough to have been born in a whiskey tango, which means white trash, trailer park, to a bow-legged female whose sole qualification for motherhood was a womb that happened to catch the sperm of a passing truck driver.
Oh my god.
And then he gets out of the car to go do something, and the other guy goes, at least my mom took me to NASCAR. And then the 18-year-old kid in the backseat who's a dumbass goes, your dad was a trucker?
Jesus.
Genuinely despite being very dark, one of the funniest things I've watched / read in a while. So that's what I'm reading currently, enjoying that a lot, though not exactly a universal recommendation to people.
Yeah.
But in the same way that this is definitely not a universal recommendation.
No.
This is funny, but it is dark funny.
Yeah.
So, 2 dark book recommendations.
Discovery of Witches is not. It's not. I would say that it is like dark academia.
Uh-huh.
It's not like.
It's not dark.
Yeah, there is.
It's moody. It's
there,
moody.
There's one like reoccurring image that's kind of fucked, and then there's like a couple chapters where I was like, Jesus Christ. But other than that, it's fine. Is there anything? Let me look.
Ninja Bunny asked if there are any books featuring Jack, Stranger of Paradise. If so, I'd be interested in reading it. I read the first third of Trace of Two Pasts, Final Fantasy VII Remake, a novel. I have not gotten back to it because I enjoyed it at first, and then I felt it was getting kind of wheel spinny. But that is a book about Tifa backstory stuff and Aerith backstory stuff, written by Kazushige Nojima, the lead writer of Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VII Remake. Talking about just looking for something you'd enjoy reading, I would consider that book slop, but Aiden recommended reading slop. And there's a new one coming out imminently called Dear Destiny, which is apparently I've been seeing people freak out because apparently it's very ship heavy. There's a lot of internal monologue about Tifa's feelings for Cloud, Cloud's feelings for other people. But those are both written by Kazushige Nojima. And if you're looking for something to read that's easy and kind of slop and you might be interested in, I enjoyed the beginning of Trace of Two Pasts, where it was talking about Tifa's childhood in Nibelheim and like what happened to her after Cloud left, but before the incident that we're still biting around, where Sephiroth burned their town down. Once it got to Midgar, it started getting a little wheel spinny, and I moved on to other stuff. But I'll go back to it at some point.
I have. Did we answer the Dark Academia thing?
No, you can answer what Dark Academia is. I think after this question, we need to pause and eat lunch.
I know. After there was one more up at the top that I was asking for specific suggestions, and I didn't have anything when I first saw it, but I've thought more, and I have thoughts.
Okay.
So Dark Academia, is kind of a vibe. I use it here because there is in fact a big library.
Go on Pinterest and search Dark Academia. It's like the opposite of cottagecore.
Yeah, well, so that's like the aesthetic, yes. But Dark Academia in terms of like book vibe, to me tells me that our characters are going to know how to read. And I say that like kind of sarcastically, but also like they're probably going to be looking for information that's going to help them solve something. So there's going to be like an air of mystery to it. There's going to be some secrecy. The like level of secrecy varies across like different books, obviously. Like sometimes there's going to be a whole society of secrets. Sometimes it's just like my ancestor left me a journal and I've got to figure some stuff out.
Yeah.
But like it's going to be kind of moody. You're gonna be wearing wool, okay?
They're gonna be wearing wool. They're gonna be wearing tweed. They're gonna be wearing maybe even slacks, and it's gonna be set somewhere that kind of looks like Oxford.
Yeah.
It's not, and people who are way into this genre would get upset with me for saying this, but it is kind of. I read Harry Potter as a kid. Coded. A little bit.
Yeah.
It's Harry Potter is not Dark Academia, but Castle School.
Yeah.
Castle School.
Mystery.
It's fall a lot of the time. It's a little bit of again, very vibes based. But just if it has to do with characters who aren't really dealing with action so much as they're solving a mystery, be it a more like literal practical like Nancy Drew mystery or like a magic mystery, but they're going to be in a pseudo-contemporary or at least last 200 years of human history type setting. They can be wearing pseudo-modern clothing and be in a, like I said, picture Oxford University. It's gonna be set in something that looks like Oxford University.
I think this one, the Discovery of Witches, I think literally takes place
in Oxford University?
At Oxford. for a percentage of the time, yes. Okay, so the other thing was, so somebody asked for like Sephiroth stalking Cloud, and I don't read like a ton of that sort of thing. I think dark romance is going to be your friend, but I did specifically read something, and it's not out yet, and you've already heard about it. But
that's why I'm doing this.
Yeah,
because I was like, I know what she's about to say.
You're gonna not talk about it because I'm not gonna tell the level of things that you know. I am going to make sure that I say the author's name correctly because I always want to say it wrong. Rebecca Kenny is soon going to publish a book called Cruel Angel that is a retelling of Phantom of the Opera, except...
I don't think you even mentioned it was a Phantom of the Opera retelling, but I might have not read it. You sent me the description and I didn't read it.
No, it is!
Everything's a Phantom of the Opera retelling.
It's a Phantom of the Opera retelling, but everybody dates. That's all that I'll say. That's all. I'm going to leave it right there for you. Let me give you a release date, actually. Because I have the ARC.
Which is an advanced reader copy. I think we've talked about that on the show, but just
oh no, it opened. I don't want that.
Let's read me an excerpt.
No.
We can't legally, probably can't actually.
I think I am allowed to give teasers, but April 14th. Oh, I thought it came out in March. I'm sorry. April 14th. Put that on your calendar. It's going to be right up your alley. It's real good. Something else came to mind and now it's gone again.
Well, maybe it'll come back in a minute. We need to take like a 5 or 10 minute break to either eat lunch or like assemble lunch where we can eat it on mic. Mm-hmm. So we are not leaving. We're not done streaming. We're gonna go for another probably almost 2 hours theoretically before we have to get out of here. Mm-hmm. Which does limit, because I was like, oh, maybe we'll do all these other things that I was thinking about, but we've now been talking for like quite a while, which is fine. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
So we need to take a quick break, assemble lunch, either scarf it down or come back and eat it in front of you. But we need a few minutes to do that. And then we will be back. We will continue. We got a lot more stream ahead of us here, but we'll be back in a few minutes. Alrighty, let's look at what happened in chat while I was gone. I have now learned that I eat faster than Jacob. Well, to be fair, Aiden packed a lunch. I had not prepped a lunch. I had to go next door and make my lunch. Then I had to eat it. Also, Aiden and I were... What's up?
Do you want me to shake this in there, or do you want it poured over top?
You're the expert. You do you. You do whatever you want to do.
I'm gonna be on camera.
Okie dokie. Ninja Buddy said I came back in time just in time to hear the best song ever made. Since I'm probably the only one in here, no one will know which song I'm talking about. Which song was it? You guys say which one it was now. Shout out to me when I was 10 because I thought Valkyria Chronicles was a game about stuff that actually happened in history. Ninja Bunny, if you love Valkyria Chronicles so much, you should watch Band of Brothers and be stunned by how much shit Valkyria Chronicles flagrantly steals. Besaid Island theme from FF10, that is the best song ever. That's correct. that is the correct answer. Aiden will be over in just a second. She's futzing with some stuff. Give her a few minutes, and she will rejoin us. We had about 22 people in here before, now 17. We only bled like 5 people. Impressive. Now, I imagine some of you have this muted, and you'll only look over and see, oh, wow, Jacob's back and talking, and he'll return in a moment. Or maybe you were listening to the playlist the whole time. I have worked hard on this streaming playlist. I think it's a pretty decent playlist. It's probably a little Final Fantasy top-heavy, and hitting shuffle, you never know what you're going to get. I'm looking at what's coming up in the shuffle right now, and multiple Persona 5 tracks right next to each other. Multiple FF Tactics tracks right next to each other. Only one track from... Okay, hold on. There are 2 tracks from Hi-Fi Rush showing up here. 3 Hat in Time tracks. But there's a bunch more stuff in here. No A Fox in Space. No Dispatch. No Unbeatable. I guess Valkyria Chronicles played earlier, though I'm not seeing any currently. No Europa Universalis. No LA Noir. Just to name some non-FF things in here. No Dreamcastle Music, who is a guy who I was thought about highlighting some of his work on this stream today. Not just his music, but his other stuff. I don't think I'm going to do that on today's stream. I think we'll do a special stream for that some other time. It's a... Dreamcastle is a vaporwave artist I really like. I don't consider myself big into vaporwave, but I would say actually Dreamcastle stuff kind of covers a lot of territory. Dreamcastle has been one of the primary backing artists for me writing my book this last year. A lot of the Lego Castle album, a lot of the Lego Pirates album, just came out a couple of months ago. These are not officially licensed Lego products. They're inspired by old toy photography and old toy sets and whatnot. Good bit of the Journey to the Mystic Ruins album as well. These were heavy in the background while I've been writing my book for the last year. Dreamcastle also does some really interesting kind of like kind of ARG website puzzle-solvy stuff to supplement his albums. Which is funny, because Dreamcastle's a really small YouTuber. Very few people are engaging with those secret websites and finding the secret content that I have found. I know exactly how many people found it because I've seen the view counts. And tremendous amount of work for a very small audience, all for love of the game. I will be highlighting Dreamcastle at some point in the future of this channel. I believe I will ask a Dreamcastle track to play next. In fact, maybe I'll make 2 Dreamcastle tracks play next. Thank you very much. You want me to hold yours while you sit down?
I'm going to sit it right there.
Okay. Part of our joking about Aiden being unemployed for one more weekend, we were thinking about showing up in bathrobes and drinking White Russians. We didn't fully commit, but we still have the White Russians.
You should stir it.
Stir it.
That's for presentation only.
Presentation only.
Or at least not drink through the straw.
Because it's not mixed up. Gotta mix it up. Because otherwise it's just gonna be liquor at the bottom.
Yep.
And no half and half.
If you're
Which I did realize as soon as I put my lips to it and you said to stop. I was like, oh wait, hold on a second.
If you're real hardcore about it, you just drink through the milk layer. This is half and half, but like to really true White Russian enjoyers, don't mix them.
What do you got in here, by the way?
In
What'd you put in here? Yeah. Because you said you put a couple slightly unusual.
I did put a little extra. So I made it. It's just regular vodka, regular Kahlua, but I had some liquor 43, which is just like a vanilla liqueur, that's used in a couple lesser known cocktails. But yeah, that's so. If it's a little extra vanilla-y, that's why.
K-Hearts Lover with a $10 donation. Thank you very much. Jacob, don't want to rob too much time from the stream, but that comment you made about Johnny Depp, Amber Heard case made my brain alight with curiosity. You don't even have to go into it. I will not go into it because I'm not an expert. The short version is one of 2 things happened. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. One of 2 things happened. Option number 1, Amber Heard, half Johnny Depp's age, orchestrated a decade-long campaign to falsify evidence, to create a fake trail of evidence, testimony, etc., in anticipation of claiming that Johnny Depp abused her, which she never even did. She never publicly claimed that he abused her. She wrote an op-ed about being an abuse victim and never went after him for damages or anything as far as I'm concerned. She orchestrated a 10-year-long fraud to set up Johnny Depp, and that Johnny Depp was the actual victim of abuse, which was the story that his defense team, I guess it wasn't a defense team because she was the one who was on trial. That was the story that Johnny Depp's legal team put together. Or alternatively, a actor with known drug and alcohol problems occasionally abused his much younger wife when he was relapsing into drug and alcohol use. One of these two stories. One of them is something that happens every day.
Yeah.
The other one strains plausibility for reasons that I'm not going to dive into. Because I'm partially because I'm not an expert. I didn't pay any attention to it at the time until it was kind of over, and I was like, wait, what? What happened?
There was some... hang on. There were some crazy like clips from the courtroom of like both of them describing things that they had like done to the other one or whatever, and it was... I sure wouldn't date either of them, you know? Like...
Anyway, but that's not... We don't need to get into that. We were patient enough for Research Run's episodes. We didn't wait for you to come back. This is true. Jacob, have you been watching Point Crow's Cage stream? Surprisingly clocked like half the story before it even gets revealed. I haven't watched a new guy go through Kingdom Hearts, I think, since Liam, formerly of the Super Best Friends. He streamed all the games before Cage 3 came out. I think that was the last time I watched a new person play Kingdom Hearts. That's not true. Technically, the Chip Cheesem, which is one of my favorite Let's Players, but don't go watch his FF7 remake playthrough, or else you'll realize how much I'm just copying his format. I mean, it's not really a format. It's editing a playthrough of a game. But Chip has played all the Kingdom Hearts games. Grant, his co-host, has not. They played Kingdom Hearts 1 like a year ago. They just released their Chain of Memories playthrough recently. So I guess technically I did watch a half-blind, sort of like mine and Joey's, recently. But no, I have not watched Point Crow. 100% of the info I have about that case came from what my mom told me, and Johnny Depp is her favorite person in the world, so I might have a bit of biased info.
That's
possible.
the only reason that it went as far and as wild as it did, is for that reason exactly. Because people were like, but Johnny Depp is hot, so he can't be bad.
I love Johnny Depp, and if I have built my identity on liking Johnny Depp, and he's a bad guy, which he is known... And again, this goes back to me saying I can watch Kevin Spacey movies still, and I'm okay with that.
Right.
I can still watch old Johnny Depp movies and be okay with it. But, like, he's been a known liability on sets because of his drinking and alcohol problems
Right.
for years. This is a dude who, like, alongside Robert Downey Jr., was, like, poster child for, like, 90s actor, trashes hotel room, drug bender, throws sofa out window, etc. Like, this is a dude who is a good actor, and also he enjoys Los Dragos, and you know, maybe a few too many little sips of this. I enjoy it responsibly.
Yeah. We enjoy one. Mm-hmm. At home. Not out in public to destroy property.
I agree, Ninja Money. I didn't pay attention because I was like, this is none of my business. Definitely shouldn't be as public as it is. I agree. I only caught after it was done. I was like, wait, what happened?
Yeah. They said what?
Yeah. But anyway, 27 concurrent viewers. Fantastic. Gang, you're going to help me out here. You're going to help determine what we're doing next. I'm not going to tell you what the secondary option is because we could always do it another time.
Sure.
Is there anybody in chat right now who is near a PlayStation, Xbox, or PC who could play not Baldur's Gate, Helldivers 2 right now. I can create a lobby. I can put the lobby code up on screen, and we can take turns and have groups of 3 come in. We can all play. We can play the game together. I will probably, to be fair, mute any of you who are on microphone. I don't know if I trust you. I don't know you guys. But if anybody can play Helldivers 2, wants to hop in and play Helldivers 2, we will go a couple of rounds with the 2 hours that we have left here. Or is it...
More like 1
hour. 1 hour, my bad. Yeah, okay. Oh, well. Not so much. I know a couple people in the...
You can play for 2 hours.
I
gotta go.
Several people in the poll that I put out said yee. So we will see. And this is also... By the way, this is only like a $40 game. It's not a free-to-play multiplayer game, but it's $40, not $60. I play it a lot. I think this would be a fun thing to theoretically do with the community. So even if we don't stream it today, I will be streaming this in the future. And theoretically, if you guys are willing to pony up $40 and want to do future streams, check this game out. I think it's pretty cool. We could do kind of a Frustrated Jacob boot camp with the viewers, theoretically. You can't make guilds in this game. I don't know. Everybody keeps asking me to make a Discord server, which I will not do. But we could make, I don't know, something. Can't. My PS5 was at my parents' house, so my dad used it to watch Netflix in his basement while working out. That's tragic. Sorry about that. Tempting. I have both my PS5 and PC. Give a few seconds on this. If we can get 3 takers who say, I can go right now, we'll do this. If not, we're going to do the other thing. If this was happening yesterday or tomorrow, I could have joined. Damn. Well, maybe I'll do another one tomorrow then, but I probably shouldn't, because I'm doing this all day today, and tomorrow I should probably try and finish that damn book.
Yes, you should. That's my vote for your plans tomorrow, because damn it, I don't like where you left me.
It's very unfortunate that I haven't written in a couple of days. Well, I haven't written since like Sunday. Because normally I try to write every day if I can. I've been really busy with work this week. Like, I've been working pretty, I don't know, not late hours, but I've been going until the evening, and then it's like, I don't have the energy to go and fix what I need to do. Because basically, I was planning the second to last chapter, and I went, wait a second, I made a huge mistake 2 chapters ago that completely changes a scene that I thought was done.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Initially, I was like, oh, it's a minor logic issue. I'll fix it second draft. And then I realized, no, this materially affects what happens in the last 2 chapters in a huge way. I have to go back and rewrite it. So, unfortunately, I got fixing to do before I can write the last 2 chapters. Not staying that long on here. Sorry, I have work in the morning. I think I still have this game. I can't play this on my PC either, probably. They did recently reduce the file size on PC tremendously. I don't know how big it is on console now. This used to be like 120 gigs on PC. They just reduced it to like 25 gigs or something like that. Optimization! Though apparently a lot of the large file size for Helldivers on PC had to do with accommodating players who were playing on older PCs, basically. What they did was you have your solid state drives and your hard disk drives. Hard disk drives have moving parts that have to move around and read data manually off of a disk. Solid state drives are one solid piece, and their read-write speed is significantly faster because of it.
Okay.
I'm recording onto a solid state drive today because its write speed is way higher. Most computers these days have internal SSDs, not HDDs. Helldivers 2 on PC had a larger file size to accommodate HDD players, where basically there were significant amounts of redundant data, so that there was literally the mechanics of it had to move less far to load information to try and maintain, because this is a pretty big game, to try and make sure that it was loading as fast as SSD players were.
Interesting.
They've recently launched a patch that's like, hey, if you're on an SSD computer, because most users are at this point, you can now download a version of it that's only like 25 gigs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's still big on PC, on console, but I want to say it's not that big. 35 gigs. It's not terrible. In the modern landscape of, if I wanted to install Call of Duty Warzone, it would be like 250 gigs.
Yeah.
That's 38 gigs is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. I wonder if Baldur's Gate how big is Baldur's Gate? There's no content I can manage. Well, there absolutely is, but that's fine. 130 gigs. Baldur's Gate single player, I guess technically is a multiplayer game. Smaller than or rather bigger than a live service multiplayer game. That's unheard of these days. Yeah, 35 gigabytes is actually so small for a AAA game. Exactly. Would hop in if I could. Helldivers 2 is excellent. Tried to play High Guard yesterday. Oh boy. Yeah, so I think I'm seeing multiple people say I could have, but not today for Helldivers 2. So one final call. If there's anybody in here who can play Helldivers, put like a little emoji of a hand up or something and say me, me, me. You got 5 minutes until we're doing something else. Put Helldivers to download on the off chance I'm around when this is an opportunity again. I'll try and do this again sometime soon. As I've said before, if we do a big stream, I'm probably not going to release an edited video in the same week just because that is just going to be way easier for me to maintain a schedule if I've got more stuff to fall back on later. If I can say, hey, I released content this week, no new episode. That said, I'm not going to be like, oh, I already streamed this week, but the opportunity to have Aiden or Joey over, or I've got the time and the gumption, but I already streamed once, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to do that. We may stream multiple times in 1 week. We just won't release a stream and a new episode of something in 1 week. At least probably not.
Accidentally buying
Baldur's
a
Gate
game.
3 is huge. I know that because my dad accidentally bought BG3 on my PS5 one day while trying to get Netflix on.
That's crazy.
That's impressive. Let's have a quick look at how many steps you have to go through. Okay, let's say it was right here on the homepage. Like, okay, so you have to come here to PlayStation Store and see Grand Theft Auto Online or Baldur's Gate or whatever. You have to go down. You have to pick the thing. You have to pick which bundle you want. Then you have to hit the payment option. Then you have to pick again which bundle you want. Then you've got to go to the... I don't know how he managed that. And then I backed out before I got to the point where I actually have to check out. There isn't anything in my cart. I had to hit another button to put it in my cart, and then I would have had to hit a button to pay through PayPal.
Wow.
That's impressive.
That is pretty impressive.
Is the stream stuttering? Dean said? I don't know.
Okay.
Not anymore. It's just dropping frames for a second. All right. I will pre-announce a Helldivers stream sometime soon because I do think this might be a fun thing to do with the group. So I will pre-announce a Helldivers stream. I don't know about for tomorrow, but we'll see. I did think I was going to be doing more work this weekend than I am, but I actually got through more work than I expected to on Friday.
Cool.
Just got a lot going on at work right now. So
Yep.
I thought I was gonna be like, I'm hanging out with you today, and tomorrow I'm probably gonna be honestly working, even though it's a Sunday, because I've just got some major deadlines coming up. But I actually cleared enough stuff on Friday that I don't know, I could stream and write. Not like I can write all day. I say that. Sometimes I do write all day. Sometimes I do
You
genuinely
should.
write all day.
I really just need everyone to understand the astronomically high cliff that he's let me on, like, right now. Like,
Is it genuinely that bad, Aiden?
it's not great, Jacob. It's not
Is
great.
it really that bad, Aiden?
It's like everything that you've known is maybe a lie.
I don't know about that. I feel like that's an exaggeration.
I don't think it is for the character who's experiencing it.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant you, the reader.
No.
That's fine. I'll agree with that.
No, I think for the character who is experiencing it, she is like, oh my god.
Everything I know is a lie.
Everything I know is a lie, and also, everyone I love is in danger.
Also, to be fair, that character did already suspect everything she knew.
Yeah, but it is confirmed. And there is not a real good resolution in sight.
No, there isn't. That's true.
No, there sure is not.
There is not a good resolution in sight. That is true. You know what? You make a solid point.
And now I'm waiting on this guy to fucking write more. That's what I'm waiting on. Ugh.
Curious. This doesn't seem to be working. Give me a second to see if I can get this functional. You hang out with chat for a second.
I'll hang out. Oh. They're saying video may be stuttering a little, but audio is fine.
Interesting. Well, there is one thing I could do about that to possibly help.
Oh, okay, so the explanation for how he bought Baldur's Gate, Jacob, the PS5 was on the wrong input, but he thought it was just off. So he started pressing buttons on the controller to try and turn it on while the screen was still black.
I would say that's still impressive, but it is more understandable than what I demonstrated a moment ago. Okay. Alright, that's fixed. If we're seeing stutters and everybody's seeing it, also I totally got distracted. Jordan Conner made a $200 donation, and I got distracted by something, possibly a White Russian, I don't know. Just said hi. That was part of why there wasn't like a message. Thank you very much, Jordan Combra, for the $200 donation. Greatly appreciated. I don't think I called that out. That was bad of me. I apologize.
You didn't, and I was like, that's weird that he didn't. So I was like, maybe there's a reason we didn't.
I think I was in the middle of a sentence, and then I was like, let me finish this thought, and then I'll thank him, and then I didn't.
Gotcha.
Very sorry about that, Jordan Combra.
Tis
if
appreciated.
we are seeing
Stuttered.
issues with video, I mean, there's only so much. Jesus, oh, look at that. That is going up and down a lot. Give me just a second, gang. Aiden, can you entertain the people for 5 minutes?
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Yes, I do have personal access to the author to scream at. So I know. I don't actually know, like, any details of the resolution, but I know that we get out of that specific situation because I know where we go from there. But I don't know if it's, like, good or if it's bad. I just know that the book continues. But I also know, like, the things that I know are not about that character. Which is not as helpful as I would like it to be. Is there anything I can think of to, like, add? Part of the reason that I know what I know about the ending is that I know that the ending was the original idea. Like when he mentioned earlier that there was the, like, novella and then the idea outgrew the novella. The novella would have been the end of this. I don't know enough about Sonic to do that, to describe the plot, but only using Sonic characters. The novella would have been, like, the end of where we are now. Like, the scene that is the conclusion of this book was the original idea, and we talked about the original idea years ago, and so therefore I know that. but that's it. I don't know anything about how the character who I just described being on the cliff is, like, getting off, or if she does at all. Frankly, she may not. But yeah, it's been interesting. I'm trying to remember when I started reading the draft. I feel like if it was A Shape of Pasta? Ooh. It has to be. It has to be, like, some kind of stuff. Maybe specifically it has to be, like, ravioli, but the ravioli has something weird in it. Like, it's not just, like, a regular meat sauce or, like, a cheese. Like, but it's not bad. But you bite into it and you're like, what the fuck is that doing there? Like, that's what the book is. Okay. So there's Sonic. Yeah, he's fast. There's Shadow. Oh, he's also fast. There's Big. He's a cat, but big. I'm being asked to describe your book in Sonic characters.
Well, that's gonna be difficult because you don't know anything.
Yeah, so I'm being told that Sonic is fast and Shadow is fast, and there's Big, and he's like a cat, but big.
He likes fishing.
And yeah, I did know he likes fishing. From Joey.
There's a big in my book. I don't think it can be fairly said that there is a big in my book.
Yeah, like a pumpkin ravioli is a great comparison, I think. Especially if you didn't know it was pumpkin ravioli before you bit into it. I was also asked to describe it as a pasta shape. And I said it's a ravioli, but with something weird in it. Like
You're handling these questions better than I would have.
Because you don't like saying that your book is good, and I'm happy to say that your book is good.
Oh, it's not even that. It's that I would say, what the hell do you mean a pasta shape?
No, I get it. I vibe.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm glad that you get it, but I wouldn't do much use there.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit?
Yeah, I unplugged the console instead of the other thing.
Ah. Well. That'll do it.
Yeah, I was trying to unplug something else, and I unplugged the whole console.
The whole console.
The whole console. I was trying to unplug something else. This is the best of us.
Now I almost just want to scroll through the slop that I read last year and see if there's any of it that I'd like to highlight. For anyone curious, I read 66 books at least last year because that's what's on my Goodreads. Oh, that one was awful. And that's insane. A book that I gave, I think, 2 stars is average of 4.6. That is the highest rated thing that I read last year.
I don't like that.
And I hated it. Oh, I gave it 3 apparently. I shouldn't have. I should have given it 2, but I felt bad. Amy is a pink. So this is a question for Jacob. So if I have to use Sonic characters to describe the book, is Amy Yarrow?
No.
I don't know who else it would be. That's the only one where I'm like,
there aren't
maybe.
any Sonic characters in this book.
I know. Oh, I know. But if I had to. Maybe.
There are no Sonic characters in this book.
No, definitely not. If the book was a Taylor Swift era, I don't know enough about Taylor Swift to do that. I have not been on the heated rivalry train. I have a coworker who went to an event for it yesterday.
Have I pointed out to you that every time we go into that collapsed expressway in Final Fantasy VII remake,
we talk about Taylor Swift. Yes.
Every time we go in there, it happens.
And Knuckles is Idris Elba.
Well, yeah. What do you... They're leading you astray. They're playing mind games with you.
Are these all the... Here we go. Here are all the books I read. Are there any that were good enough for me to say something about? That was bad. So I'm looking at these and I'm just like, yeah, that was a really bad book.
You see. Drink some more of this. What? It's like, well, you gotta leave in an hour.
I do, you're right.
You gotta drink it now or you're not gonna
right.
get to drink it. Coded in Control. A masquerade novel.
Hang on. The guy who asked about Sephiroth and Cloud, you'd like that one. That one's a good one for you, too. Coded in Control by K.H. Hill.
By
K.L.
Hill. A masquerade novel, which this is my new
And the
favorite
next
thing.
one for that comes out soon, too, because she just posted for the ARC for the second one. And I will be reading it. I'm telling on myself
There's a
also.
good mixture here of, like, kind of your expected standard fantasy novels and, like Hunky Boys and, like, Never Bound, which has got, like, a shattered chain and padlock
Can
on
I
the
see
cover.
that one? Oh, that wasn't good. Don't read that. I mean, it was fine. It did a weird thing. No, it is not another Phantom of the Opera retelling.
I've got After the Storm with a standard modern romance cover by Jensen Kate. You gave it 5 stars.
I did. It handled some tough topics very well. And I try to rate things relatively objectively unless they are just my cup of tea. And that was my cup of tea.
I see.
Yeah, but the Never Bound, Never Broken.
Oh, here's one of those motocross sports romance books that you mentioned to me.
No.
Caught Up
That is
with
not
5
what,
stars.
That is not what that is.
Oh, no, that's a different one?
That is
An
not.
Into Darkness novel.
He does. It is a motorcycle helmet, yes, but it is.
No.
He's in the mafia. He's not doing
Oh,
motocross.
when I saw Into Darkness, I thought it was going to be like Bane fan fiction or something.
No, I'm not sure. That's just the name of the trilogy. The third one of that comes out in March.
We got a hockey romance novel called Fake as Puck.
That one was good, I think.
Yeah, I
Hang on,
think.
click that one. I read a lot of hockey last year. Nope, that one wasn't good. Never mind.
You gave it
2 stars.
2 stars down here. Okay.
Yep.
Your rating, I see now. All right.
I think that was the one where I hated the narrator.
I see. Atlas of the Heart.
No, that's actually a therapy book.
Oh yeah, I see that. 5
And it was
stars.
really good. Anything by Brene Brown that you want to read. Yeah, the Sephiroth pursuing Cloud, you need to read Coded and Control. And then you need to read the next one when it comes
Hot
out.
Force Slayer. 4 out of 5 stars.
That one was cute.
Allie Hazelwood.
Yeah, so Allie Hazelwood is like a real author. And then her and a couple other people did like short little Halloween books. And so I listened to that one. That one was bad that you're looking at now.
You
Hot
haven't
for
I was gonna
Slayer.
say you haven't rated it yet, but I didn't think it was 0 stars.
No. It's like 2, probably. Hot for Slayer.
God, there's another hockey book.
The
You did read a lot
idea-
of hockey.
I did. I went through a thing. Before Heated Rivalry, mind you. So Hot for Slayer, the vampire and the Slayer like have been hunting each other for hundreds of years at this point, but it's told from her point of view originally, and
Is she
then
the vampire or the Slayer?
she's the vampire.
Okay.
And then the Slayer is the guy. And so think of it of like Witcher situation where like they're enhanced biologically so that he can have the same lifespan as a vampire, and he's also like not gonna like he's also hard to kill.
Okay.
And so he just keeps popping up every once in a while to be like, I'm gonna get you, and she's like, no you're not, and then they run away again. And then finally, something happens, and he like hits his head, and he has amnesia for a little bit. And she's like, "Oh no, poor little baby! Like, I kind of enjoy our little game of cat and mouse, and so like I guess I'm gonna take care of you for a couple days until you like regain your memory."
Pog.
And then it's like, "Oops, what if he's hot?"
That's
And
unfortunate.
oops, what if he's like, "I know that I love you, but I don't know who you are," and you're like, "What?" And it was very good. It is like that one was bad. The whole
Yeah, I
like
was gonna say you haven't rated it, but no, I stopped on it because this book is called Sin Eater, an Arcadia Sinners novel.
I wrote a review for that. What do you mean I didn't
It
rate
doesn't
it?
say rated. It says rate this
Maybe
book.
I didn't do that out of courtesy
I
because
don't-
my review was not nice.
I stopped because that might be copyright infringement because the enemies in Shadowbringers FF14 are called Sin Eaters.
Okay,
I didn't mean to interrupt what you were talking about.
that
with
was
the-
it. I think
your,
with the Hot for Slayer, like
Hot for Slayer.
it was really good. It was really cute. They're designed to be devoured in one sitting. Was the way that like the tagline for that whole run of like short little books. There was one by Allie Hazelwood. There was one by Ruby Dixon, who, if you do not know, Ruby Dixon is responsible for Ice Planet Barbarians. If you know, you know.
Ice Planet Barbarians.
Do you know?
No.
Okay.
I just love the title, Ice Planet Barbarians.
I'm not elaborating on that. I haven't read them for the record, but I am aware of them by reputation.
All right. Is it time to reveal what game we're playing since we did
Sure.
not get Takers on Helldivers?
Yes.
Take this back from me. time for more. This is where we left off. In 2019.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. I thought we did that yesterday.
The difference in the ones that I say are good and the ones that I say are bad is typically grammar. Like, I'm gonna be so real with you.
Let's be clear again. If we haven't made this like abundantly clear, you were reading advanced. Your whole thing last year was reading advanced reader copies, which is to say books that most of them have not seen a professional editor.
Nope.
Most of them, I mean, a few of them were traditionally published.
Usually they're picked up after I get the arc.
Yeah,
so if I'm getting an arc, they're hitting like indie published. And then they did well enough as an indie published for a trad publisher to be like, hey, I'll buy that now. Mm-hmm. Like Diary Bound that I was recommending earlier. You can buy that shit at Target now because it was a great fucking book.
While you're drinking your drink, because you got to finish your drink.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you don't have to. You do have to drive in a little bit here. I don't know how much you put in that thing.
Not enough for me to be worried. If I drink it now,
okay,
not enough for me to be worried.
I didn't play a level of this last time. It was all you. So I'll play a level.
Great.
To be fair, I basically just used my Wii U as a Wii. Ninja Bunny said played their Wii U 3 days ago. Wacha. Ha-cha-cha. How does one play this? Just press the A button to do things?
I don't remember. It's 2019 was the last time we did this. I will also say the difference in the ones that I say are good and bad is also sometimes like, did it make sense to itself? Or was it just like one of the ones that was really bad would just like drop it almost if anyone has seen The Room when they're like, and also her mom has cancer and then it's never brought up again, the bad ones do that a lot usually, and I hate that shit.
That's something that you fix in editing. You introduce something and you forgot that you were gonna do it, or you're like, oh, actually I didn't have time to deal with that. This would have been a bad start for you. Oh my god, I'm stressed by this. I gotta kill. Shit! I didn't kill. I only got 7 lives. Are you kidding me? The first thing I have to do is run the gauntlet? Oh my god! Okay, I can hold down B to sprint. Okay. There we go. Alright.
Jesus.
I'm a cold-blooded killer. Okay, I'll go back and get this diamond because I ignored it this time. From here on out, the stream will only be conducted in Toad impressions.
For you, I ain't doing that.
Hold on, I gotta. Oh, hold on. I was almost close. I almost killed myself. Oh, it can only go up. I have to wait for it to fall on its own. I have to not talk. I didn't even blow. I simply spoke near the microphone. Is there a secret room over there? This is totally a secret room.
Friend.
Cool, I just lost a life to those Shy Guys. I'll take that. Speak. Now what? Speak. Now what? Damn, so many mysteries. How do I solve all these mysteries that are laid out before me? Oh, I gotta pull that. What a mysterious dojo.
Uh-oh.
Here, you blow on it.
Where am I blowing?
Yeah, you did it. Come on, come on.
They're not getting game audio, by the way.
Oh, they're not? Shit,
Apparently
I'll fix
not.
that in a second.
Blue.
Fixed. Sorry, gang.
Ninja Bunny says we don't need game audio.
It would have been good if I'd playing other music instead of the game audio, but I also stopped the music. So there was nothing except our voices. Go. It's very funny that they had this whole microphone mechanic they introduced with the DS, and all it could ever do, was tell if you were blowing on it. Oh my god.
Spencer's been telling me about some game, apparently, where you can...
You can do anything.
No, you have to, like, say the words to shoot spells, but then also...
Typing of the Dead?
I don't know.
I'm just kidding.
But then people figured out that you can, like, change the, like, command word, and so they were just making it slurs.
Of course.
Not Spencer, but, like, people who were playing the game.
Not Spencer.
No.
People did this.
He's not playing the game because apparently he immediately was like, oh, it's just gonna be that.
No, the Wii U one was a real mic. You're right, Ninja Bunny, and yet all it ever wants me to do is blow into it. I know it was a real one because they had their whole Skype alternative built into this thing that nobody ever used. They really thought they were gonna... Listen, I'm just saying, it was underplayed because they did advertise the Wii U as a game console with weird tablet functionality first, but the Wii U was trying to do all of the same water cooler shit that Xbox got excoriated for doing 2 years later. I would know because I use the Wii U as a video call device. I used it all the time as a child, says Ninja Bunny. Well, you know, Ninja Bunny? Sounds like a personal problem to me.
This Mike and I are not getting along today.
No?
No,
Why,
I
you
keep
notice-
knocking it over.
It's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Whee! Oh, no! Does the Switch even have a mic? I have no idea. Probably not. You gotta buy one, dude. You gotta buy that big, ugly microphone and camera for your whole, for your Discord alternative.
Oop.
Shit. It's fine. It's fine. Whee! Oh no! I thought the speed was gonna die off. I'm gonna lose all my lives on this level. Oh, okay. Easy. Easy read. Come on, you son of a bitch. Oops. No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I can do this. I have to enter the zone. I have to be the toad.
I'm really glad you're doing this and not me.
It's just gonna get worse. Next level's just gonna be worse.
Is next level more of this?
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I'm just guessing how video games go, you know? Okay, well, I blew all of those. That was cool of me. Wahoo!
Ah, okay. Oh my god!
What? What was that? Why didn't I land there?
It wasn't connected. Ooh.
Beep, boop, 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 boop. If it's not connected, how am I supposed to get to it?
Imagine unironically telling your friends to hop on Switch 2 video call.
I know, right? Consider that that is the selling feature of the Switch 2. They added a new button for it. It is heavily featured in all of the marketing, more heavily featured than, like, look at a new game. They're like, look at the game chat feature. The new features that they added to the expansions for the last Mario Party were all based around the iToy games and game chat. They put a button on the controller to activate game chat. Because that's how confident they are that this is the future. And my thing is, like, all the kids you're trying to sell this to are already playing Fortnite with their friends. I don't understand where you think...
It's crazy that Switch 2 had a new Mario Kart, a new Donkey Kong game, and a new Metroid Prime for its year one lineup, and I didn't get any of them for my Switch 2. It's been half a year, and I've not seen footage of it once. Heard Prime 4 was meh.
Nailed it. Easy read. Fortune's Weave is the name of the upcoming Fire Emblem game. That's what it is. Fortune's Weave can't come any sooner. Waiting to see the new Fire Emblem game will be good before I buy the Wii. I mean Switch 2. Yeah, I think a lot of people are holding out for that big title. I think that from everything I've seen, Donkey Kong Bonanza is genuinely that big title, but it's the only one. The new Mario Kart it's rare, but occasionally Mario Kart goes backwards in quality. It does happen. A lot of people, like, the Mario Kart Wii is well remembered because it was the first one with online play, and it was the first one to have 8 pre's, with 4 of them being retro courses. So in terms of, like, series innovation, it's well remembered. In terms of game balance, in terms of game design, it might be the most universally reviled one. Whereas
Right.
Double Dash, the GameCube one, I think is seen by most people as the mechanical peak of the series.
Gotcha.
If you ask a Mario Kart head, what's the best game in the series, they're going to tell you 8 or Double Dash.
Okay.
And 8 came out in 2014 on the Wii U. And then they re-released it on the Switch. And it is still consistently, month over month, shows up in the top 10 best-selling games of that month on the Switch. And it's been
Interesting.
out since the Switch launched. So they said, we will launch the new Switch with a Mario Kart. We're putting our foot forward. We're launching with what will be probably the best-selling game of the system.
Uh-huh.
And it's mid.
Ah! That sucks.
The main thing about it is that it has maybe the greatest soundtrack of all time.
Okay.
It is nothing but banger after banger peak arrangements of the best Mario Nintendo music ever made.
Nice.
But it's mid to play.
Mario Kart 8 is top 5 best-selling video games ever.
I don't know if that's true, Diego, but I believe you when you say that implicitly. That doesn't surprise me if that's true at even one bit. Again, the expanded version came out in 2017 when the Switch launched.
Yeah.
If we went and looked at best-selling games of December of last year, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, after the first 2 months, started outselling Mario Kart World again. 2 months after the new one came out, it was below Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, it came out in like 2014, the original Wii U version,
Wow.
and it's still charting.
Yeah. Still good.
It's crazy. Anyway. Oh, a spooky level.
Oh, no.
This will be good for you.
Oh, no.
This will be a good one for you, Aiden. You like spooks.
I don't remember how to do anything, Jacob.
You'll figure it out, I'm sure.
Not that. Okay, there we go.
So if
Is
you press,
this also camera? This is also camera.
you can also move the thing, or you can hold it stock still to move the camera.
Oh, I don't like that.
Now, remember,
Okay.
hold down B to run. Hold down A to interact with things. So that Goomba, you can't jump on him. But all of those little turn-ups sticking up out of the ground,
can
if you-
pull up.
You can pull them up, and then you can turn and look at the Goomba and throw it. You can pick it up with A, and you can throw it with
And I'm going to have to do something to those tall guys over there.
We'll figure that out. Well, that's a problem for the later. We start with the small one first.
Okay. Oh, he can run at me. Ah! Excellent. Great. Can I pull stuff
Yes,
up
press
still?
A. That one wasn't a real one. That was a coin.
Great start.
You could sprint past him and go to the door. That's up to you. I'm not going to tell you what to do.
I don't think that's what I'm going to do.
I mean, it might be that none of those are weapons. They might all be traps.
Shit.
Well, you already know that
Shit.
those two are fake, so go to the one over here.
Shit. Shit.
Go to the one behind that pillar. Maybe it's a real one.
Shit.
Oh, you got to pull it multiple times.
Fuck.
You got to pull it multiple times, Aiden. You can do it. He's stuck behind the pillar. You can do it. Okay, pull it again. It was just a diamond. Nothing to help you with that Goomba. You got to run through that door. You got to run through that door. It's your only choice. Oh no! You got to use the Wii U gamepad.
What do I do?
You got to touch that block with the Wii U gamepad. You see where it says touch the Wii U gamepad? Yes.
What?
You moved it. You moved it with your mind.
Oh,
And now that's in a
jeez.
different place. Now move it out of the way. Press it again to move it again. Huzzah.
Good lord.
Now you're free. You're free now.
Oh, Jesus.
This is delicious.
Well, son of a bitch.
I was really glad when you suggested this last night. I had not thought of this. And then you texted me. I was like, we could do more Captain Toad. And I was like, we could do more Captain Toad.
I don't know how I'm going to get there now. I assume I'm going to have to... What did I just hit?
You just fell. You just
Oh.
fell. You stepped off the edge of that and you fell.
I don't think that's what I really wanted to
Well, turn the camera. Turn the camera. Because look, you've got 3 things you can move there. There's one that's on... Oh, there's a door right below you there. See? See that there's a door already there. On the wall. See where that opens to. Which one does that come out of?
Oh!
Okay, well, move that bottom one. Now go through that. There you go. Now you've solved the puzzle. You know how to progress and how to get to the diamond. Yes, you do. Come on, you can do it, Aiden. Use your brain power. Now move the 2 top ones. If they're glowing, you can move them.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then I go back through there. But then this sent me to the top.
Uh-huh. You solve it. You can do it. You can solve it. You can solve it. Yes, you can. You can do it.
Nope.
You can just walk off the side. You don't have to move it. You can just walk off the side to your left, see? And you're past that fence.
I didn't even see the fence. I'm
You
gonna
did
be
it.
so real.
Oh,
What do I do with those?
the boos can be killed by your lantern. You see? They get spooked when you look at them, but also the lantern kills them. Because they're poltergeists. See, you're hurting him. You killed that other one. There you go. You see,
Okay.
there you go. Now, turn the camera again. Okay, now.
Door.
No.
No. Well, too late. Shit.
There's another door down there. You see it? You can escape.
You
can escape. Okay, but
Okay. This isn't a bad place to be.
you can pick that up. Pick that turnip up. Oh, it's just a mushroom. But that's fine. You needed
But
that
I'm
anyway.
big now.
Now, hold on. Turn the camera around for me. What do you got left here?
This guy moves.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. So if you go down, so I see there's two doors on that sliding block. See, the one you just moved up there. Turn it again. There's 2 doors. The one on the right side lets out of the right side. The one below you lets out of the top. So move that block. Now go downstairs without touching the Goombas and get through that door. You see?
I mean, in theory, yeah.
You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. See, he's walking away from you right now. Now's the time. Now get through that door. Yeah. Okay, so now move the camera so you can see if you're above him or not. Tilt the camera up a little bit. There. Now wait until he walks up to the wall and you can just fall on his head and kill him. You'll fall. Wait until he's closer. Wait until he's close. Now. Do it now. Kill! Nice.
Ooh, look at those! I didn't see him to begin with. Give me those.
I wasn't going to point them out because you were trying to deal with an enemy at the same
Okay.
time. I wasn't trying to panic you.
Thank you. Okay, so then I go back here.
Uh-huh. And there's just a whole hallway you can go through down there. That's probably the way forward. You see? Just go straight where those lanterns are. Those 2 spooky orange lanterns are.
Oh!
Yeah.
Jeez. I do not have the spatial awareness to right now.
Don't worry. We'll fix your game. We'll get you some real gamer cred. We'll get you on the stream more often. We'll get you your gamer cred.
Should I go through the... Oh!
Okay, well, good. Just stay still.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Well, there's 2 doors. I don't know where they go. Oh, they just let out of each other. That's fine. So I guess that would have been a sneaky way to sneak behind the booze. Good thinking, though, checking to see if it went somewhere the other direction. See if it's somewhere different.
Well.
That's what he says. That's what he sounds like. 2019 to 2026.
Okay. Oh?
Pog! Here's a quick tip. You can touch to turn the book's pages, or you can just press buttons. Touch the edge of a specific page to flip directly to it. I don't believe in a million years it's that sensitive, but I think you would prioritize the one that's glowing.
Alright, so here's the test then. Is if I try to click, like, that one. Yeah, okay.
Oh, it did. It sensed it correctly. Touch the glowy one, then. It
Nope.
still didn't get it.
Okay.
Whatever. All right, you got to collect coins. This is the best way to get lives. You collect 100 coins, you can get a life. And you previously got 235, it says.
Are you sure I did that?
Yes, this is your save file. This is your save file and you alone. This is on the show. There are 2 episodes. Somewhere in those 2 episodes, you got 235 coins.
Which, if this is the stupid minecart one, I'm quitting.
No. It's a little challenge
Okay.
stage. You have to do something either with the double cherry, which makes 2 Captain Toads you have to guide through a maze, or the pickaxe, where he swings a pickaxe like crazy and you have to hit. You
I
have to
want
hit
to
stuff.
do this, probably.
Now remember, if you hit the POW blocks, it's going to clear all the blocks immediately around it.
Is that good? Yeah, that is.
You could have optimized to like theoretically get a little bit more, but it was you almost, or no, you did clear it. It was 35 before, wasn't it? Yeah, you cleared it. Good job.
Great.
All right.
Got a couple lives.
Did it
there.
give us lives? I think it said, yeah, I think we lost 2 lives, so now we're on 7 now. All right, flip forward. You can use buttons as well. You don't have to use the touchpad, despite that tip that it gave you.
Okay.
Oh, we need 30. Oh, we have enough. We have 30 diamonds. That's fine. We got 46 diamonds.
Okay.
Train level. Train levels are fun. Remember the train level in Uncharted? That was fun. That was also a snowy train.
I wasn't playing that for good reason. Okay.
And that's bold. It's showing you the star right at the beginning. You got to
Yeah.
go forward and come back. It's laying out the whole experience to you there. That's crazy.
What do I hear?
What do you hear?
The big thing off in the distance there. That's great.
That's what I hear. I hear the sounds of adventure, the sounds of a train.
Do those guys, if I, like...
They keep following their pattern. They're not going to aggro on you. So you just got to slip through that little gap when they come by. And slip into the middle. And pull that. See what it is. Okay, or that's fine. You can also go forward. I'm not sorry. I don't mean to backseat game. I apologize, Aiden. You don't have to use that. You could hold on to that and kill that shy guy that's up ahead of
Yep,
you.
that's what I was planning to do.
Yeah, excellent. See, I'm
Look at
backseating.
me, bastard!
I'm backseating. I'll shut up.
Come and get me! Die!
Yes! Kill! Kill!
Oh no! Ah! Okay. I'm gonna go.
You could rush past him before he gets back in his patrol path. Or yeah, you could go get more
Oh
ammo.
shit! Okay.
I'm backseating. I gotta shut up. I gotta let you solve your problems by yourself. Like a grown-ass woman.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my
If
god.
I try to press B while I'm holding this,
You'll
can
throw
I
it.
run while I'm holding it?
I have no idea. Maybe, but
I don't
think-
want to find out.
Yeah, I
I
might
don't
throw it
wanna
on accident.
find
You see where
out.
you turn the camera so you can see him. Because he's about to spot you again, I think.
Bah!
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Excellent.
Die!
Excellent. All right. Now where do we go next?
Oop.
Okay. There's a gap over on the left.
But there's a bird.
It's fine. I think he's.
Is
I think
he-
he's. I think he's
is
sitting
he
on the
too-
floor below you there. See how there's kind of like a gangway to the left. I think that's for later.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure those dudes attack you if you walk directly below them. So I think you're okay for now.
Okay. There's one right down there.
He's
I think
also
he's
see he's
still
also
on
on
the
the
side.
path below, so you're good.
Okay.
Oh, but if those any of those are real turnips, you could kill him right now and not have to worry about him later. They might just all be coins though. This might be baiting you. Coins are no good to me unless you give me 100 of them. Oh, keep pulling that one. It's got more. All right, that was a decent haul of coins. But I don't know if we're gonna get 100 before the level finishes. That's all that really matters is if you get 100.
Okay, so that bird looks like he's a problem.
Yes. So if you walk underneath him, he will try to drop on you. But if you run while he's flying the other direction, you should just go right past him. This is me remembering how the game was. I could be wrong about that. But if you hold down B and just run underneath him, it should be okay. When he's coming towards you. Or even just, it doesn't matter. Yeah, see, it's just if you're going slow. You just can't linger underneath him, otherwise you're okay.
Okay. So do I want to go in that door right there?
Probably. Video games are all, this is a game all about exploring. He's a treasure tracker. There could be treasure in there.
Yay! Okay. Now what? Oh, there's a guy! Hello, friend.
So look, there's like a switch to pull or something. You see that? Can you do
Yeah.
something with that? It spat out a one-up mushroom.
Boop.
Hell yeah, I don't even need 100 coins. Can you pull it again, see if anything happens? Other than just the train? Good job. Cool. Okay, no more one-up, just the sound.
Okay.
I'm glad you even thought to push that, even though we literally just played a level where everything was glowing purple. I was like, how is Captain Toad gonna reach that? I forgot you could press it. See, you sell yourself too short as a gamer, Aiden.
Okay, so I just go under this guy and through
Yeah,
that door.
just run past him.
probably.
You should be good.
Okay.
All he does is shoot straight down when you walk through his shadow. That's all he can do. So if you just keep moving, he is literally no threat to you.
How do I get there?
There's a shy guy in the hallway. It looks like there's a door. Rotate the camera the other direction. See, he's walking in front of a door right now. Turn the camera a little bit for me. You see there's a door there.
Uh-huh.
But now he's coming back. He's coming back. If we wait, he'll turn his back on you and he can slip through that door. Devious. You can do it. Yes. Yes. Gaming.
Oh, shit.
You're outside again.
Yeah, but there was a...
There's a bird, but if you rush past him, he won't be able to kill you. No. See, if you drop onto that dude's head right now, you see? There's a gap right over his head, the blue guy. You could drop right on him if you go upstairs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but there was a...
I know, but then you'll be in his room.
Does his room get to the other side?
It does, because it's on the other side of that patrolling shy guy. That's how you're going to get past him.
I think that thing right there. Do I not need that?
Oh, it's right in your room, see? There's a cabin.
Oh,
There's a door.
okay.
Try grabbing it. It's just coins. Keep mashing it. Now, see, you have no weapon to kill that shy guy. You're going to have to slip by him by killing that blue one. You see? Because he's patrolling that hallway. But if you come out that door while his back is turned, you can get past him.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay. So he doesn't look like he comes all the way over to this ladder.
No, he doesn't. So you're totally... Again, if you just sprint, he can't do anything to you. As long as you don't linger in his shadow, he can't do anything to you. He will never pursue you.
Bop!
Excellent.
Bitch.
And it looks like there's a little cabin off to the side in here with a diamond in it. So if you go through there, to your right,
I want that coin.
there's a little stairwell to the right of the blocks.
Oh,
see?
aha. Don't mind
And
if I
then you move the block, and now you should be able to wait until the shy guy's not looking at you, because now he's coming towards you. You see?
do. Uh-huh.
Hold on, he's gonna go back. Now go. He'll never catch you now.
I can't see through the steam.
You're good.
Okay.
You made it. Uh-oh, now you got a block pushing puzzle.
Okay.
You gotta navigate, but there's no enemies though, it looks like. You can just navigate this room.
That's probably fine.
You can probably figure this out. So
Okay.
every block that's glowing you can touch and it'll move somehow.
Oop.
Oop, wrong one. All right, now what else can you move here? It's like a bridge.
Oop.
Where do you need to get to here? It looks like there's just a door. So there might be bonuses in those blocks, but it looks like you could just beat the level right now. But I bet that one of those turnips is going to pull up a pickaxe that you can use to destroy those blocks, would be my guess. Oh no, it's just a one-up. I don't know how you break those blocks then. Mysterious. Doesn't seem to be a way to break those blocks. Oh well. Actually, hold on. Rotate the camera for me real quick. Let me see one second. Let me check the secret. I want to see if there's maybe something hidden underneath those blocks, but it doesn't look like there is.
Well, that ladder over there, I guess it got me up here to where I
Yeah,
can
that
walk.
ladder was what initially got you up here. I don't see anything else in here. I bet there's some way to destroy... Let's go into the next train car. I bet
see
there's
if we
gonna...
have to come back.
I bet there's going to be a pickaxe, and you have to run back here before it fades away, because there's totally a diamond inside those blocks.
Okay.
I bet you anything. You can literally see the glowing effect coming through the wall. So look at the-
Yeah.
Yeah. So I bet you there's going to be a pickaxe in the next car, and you have to run back here with it
Okay.
before it runs out
Well,
of time.
there's one up there too.
Oh, that was at the beginning of the level, and we missed it. We'd have to go all the way back to get it. We just missed it. We didn't check. We didn't rotate the camera. We'd have to restart the level to get
I'm
that.
not
We
going
actually can't go back because we fell down a couple of places. But we can get that next time maybe.
Okay, so I just hop. Beep bop. Hello?
Yep. You're walking into a wall, not a door. There you go.
Oh, okay.
All right. Now, I bet you there's a pickaxe somewhere in this room, and when you get it, you'll have to rush back to those blocks, and then you can get the diamond.
Okay, so those guys are just walking in.
Yep, they don't react to you. They've got their patterns.
Right, but I was trying to establish what their pattern is, but now
Yep.
that I have established, I'm gonna wait for them to go back before I pull it to give myself maximum. Oh.
Remember that, and also if you get a pickaxe, it will kill enemies. So if you when you get a pickaxe, you can just sprint back to those blocks.
Oh, bop!
If you get one.
Beep bop, boop bop, beep bop bop! Okay.
Keep pulling it. All right, now go back for that middle one. Maybe it'll be a pickaxe. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe there is no pickaxe. Just don't kill yourself because we're almost at the end of the level. Keep pulling it. Yep, you got it. Run back to those blocks. Nailed it. All right, now just don't die, because if you get hit, you die, and we got to start the whole level again.
Well,
All you got to do is get past these 3 dudes. That's all you got to do. You got to get past these 3 dudes. You can do it. I believe in you, he said, expecting this to get very funny and clippable.
yeah. No.
Knew it. Knew that was going to happen.
Well, I'm gonna get the stupid fucking diamond.
You
this
can't get the
time.
stupid fucking diamond this time.
Which side was it in?
It's right there. It's right there.
This one.
Well, you wanted to be out of here in the next 8 minutes. So if you can run through this level again, you can speed run this level in less than 8 minutes, Aiden.
Okay.
You know all the solutions to all of the puzzles now. You have all of the truths. You have all of the truths, Aiden. You can beat it. I'm confident. What's gonna happen?
Hey, guy. Fuck. No!
She missed. She missed. Her speedrunning strats are not paying off.
So the answer is if you try to sprint while holding it, you do throw.
Now we know the answer to that question. So you're just gonna have to sneak past this guy.
Shit.
Just stay right there so he doesn't notice you.
Yep.
Don't shiver too loudly, Toad. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Yes, nailed it.
These are all just coins.
Just coins.
Right?
I think we can just ignore them. Yeah, we're not gonna get 100 coins on this level. We just beat it and we didn't get 100 coins. So, well, almost beat it.
Okay.
I wonder if it'll give us another 1-up. Probably not, but that Toad in there did give us a power mushroom, so we can at least get to be big Captain Toad again, as long as you make it past this guy. But all that takes is sprinting. It's not complicated. There we go. Good job. All right, you can do it. All you gotta do is talk to this dude.
In this little door.
Talk to him, and he should give you a power mushroom again.
Hello.
All right, can we get another life, or is that ship sailed? We can.
Wow.
Easy read. It's like it never happened. It's like it never happened. The run back.
There's not another door. I have to go under that guy to get to the other
Yep,
side.
that's correct.
Okay. I'm stupid. I don't know why I did that. It's fine.
You nailed it. It's fine. You nailed it. It's cool. All right, remember, there's a shy guy in here. You got to go around. You got to go into this room that he just walked past right now. You see?
Okay, yeah.
You can do it. He's not looking at you. You can make it.
I
If you
don't
go right
believe
now.
in my ability to make it.
Okay.
Jacob, I'm gonna wait. Well, now I can't see him. Shit. Okay. I don't want him to look down that hallway on accident.
You can do it.
And then we sneaky.
Exactly.
We sneaky. We
And
sneaky.
Now you just have to sprint past this bird, drop on the other guy, sneak past the shy guy who's inside.
Bah!
You can do it.
Wow!
Easy.
Easy money.
Easy
Okay.
money.
And then we go up here. No, I don't have to go up there.
Yeah, you do, because when you move the block, it's going to slide back. So if you press the block...
Well, I don't have to get the diamond again.
No, you do not. You already got the diamond. All right, you go now. The shy guy's not facing you. Go right now. Go right now.
I'm letting him get to all the way to the end.
See, now he turns around when he's all the way to the end, though.
I meant all the way to my end so that I have the
But
maximum.
you have to go past him.
I have maximum him walking the other way.
Okay.
Because as soon as he passes my door, I'm going.
Okay.
Going.
All right.
Okay.
Block pushing
So-
puzzle. Time to solve puzzle.
I had to, and then I,
Yes.
and then I,
Yes.
and then I, and then I, and then, and then I. Ooh.
You don't even need to get to those turnips. You could just go to the door.
Yeah, because we did learn
Yep.
that they mean nothing.
Yep, it's true.
And I've already gotten that diamond, so I don't
You
even
already got the
bother.
diamond.
So
Oh,
I
yeah.
can just kill everybody this time.
You could, yes. You could just grab the pickaxe and kill everybody. In fact, you can tank a hit if you wanted to. You could sprint to the pickaxe and just take a hit. But you could also sneak through and not get hit this time, theoretically. Can you get through?
Just
Can you get to it?
Just
Do you think you can get to the
kill.
pickaxe without getting hit?
Just no.
Well, if you pick up the pickaxe, you can just kill them all, and then there's no more threat.
What the? I saw it pop. Do I have what happened?
It flew up in the air and went, I'm here, and then it was going to fall back down for you to pick up, and you walked under it. How fast can I do this?
Oh no!
Can I be a hero and finish this before Aiden has to leave?
Oh shit!
Oh shit! I just
What just happened?
I spun the stick around, and apparently he gets dizzy when you do that.
Ah, fuck. That was great. That's really good.
Shit, it's fine.
Oh
Oh,
yeah!
I can't sprint
Jacob.
I can't sprint through him while he's incorporeal. Okay.
We're gamers.
Easy
chat.
read, easy read, easy read.
Go get our one up to redeem us.
Easy read, easy read, easy read.
It will, in fact, just give it to us every time. That's really good news for the Jacobs and Aidens of the world.
I was thinking when you were incorporeal, you could sprint through enemies, and you absolutely cannot do that. You still have to solve the puzzles. So you absolutely still have to do this. You can't just eat a hit from the Shy Guy in this hallway. You have to go around and solve the puzzle. Oh, you can.
makes me
Oh,
feel-
I can clip through these guys, but not through the Shy Guy. Sure.
Kill. Thank you.
You did all the work twice.
Wow.
And that's a stream if I've ever seen one. Oh no, what happened?
What? Oh my god! Thief? Damn, I got great grip strength if
You
I'm
do.
holding that.
He's tracking that treasure wherever it goes. We did it. We did it so good that it gave us a stamp of
I'm
approval.
so glad.
Operation Rescue Toadette. Oh my god, because remember Toadette got stolen by this bird when we played this game in 2019.
I sure don't remember. Don't remember shit, dog.
2019 can't be right. This was post-COVID, wasn't it? No, it absolutely was. There's no way that this was pre-COVID. Maybe I am on the wrong account. No, the Wii U's internal clock was messed up and I didn't mess with it, I think was the problem.
Oh, okay.
Is it? Or maybe I'm on the wrong account. I picked Joey's account, which I thought I used for all LP purposes.
I made a little boo-boop, though.
Yeah, but we didn't make a whole
me.
account for her.
No.
We didn't make a whole account for the Aiden.
No.
There's no way it was 2019.
No, there is
It
no
was
way.
post-COVID.
Yeah.
We played it in this building.
I say this with love in my heart, Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Mom was dead when we did this, right?
I don't know.
Because that has to be post-COVID.
I didn't track. Listen, Aiden, not to sound selfish, I don't track events in my life
By when Mom was dead.
post your mom's death.
I'm like, I think she had to have been. So this has to be.
No, but this was post-COVID because we recorded it here and we recorded Sonic Forces the same night. We recorded it in this building. It's absolutely. This would be like we recorded. No, it was post-COVID. That's the wrong date.
Okay.
Either the Wii U's date system was messed up, but no, because we're using Joey's account, which I use for all of our LP
Okay.
stuff on this. So
Okay.
I think that the internal clock must have been messed up, and I fixed it since then.
Okay.
There's no way.
There's no way.
There's just no way. There's just no way. It doesn't make any sense. Well, maybe there'll be another exciting chapter of this in 6 years. It wasn't 6 years. I know it wasn't 6 years. 2019 is not correct.
All right. And look, we're right on time.
We're right on
Right
time.
on time.
We're right on time.
All right.
We got to get Aiden out of here. I may hang out with you guys for another couple of minutes, but for right now, we're going to go on break. I'll be back in a few minutes. I got to get my very good friend Aiden out of here. So thanks for hanging out with the two of us, and then I will briefly hang out with the bunch of you in I don't know. It'll take 5 minutes to pack all of
Probably,
this
yeah.
booze up and get you
Just
out of
rinse
here.
out glasses and we're
Yeah.
good to go.
Alrighty. See you guys in a few minutes.
Bye.
I never felt so shore. Get me off the ocean floor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep your beacon shining bright, baby. Ocean floor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep your beacon shining bright, baby.
You should be sitting up straight, but without stiffness, and should feel comfortable. Don't ever let yourself become tense. Now let's type some more on the home row key. Ready? Using proper rhythm, wiggle your fingers and jam the keys. A quick snap of the finger, and with practice, that's all there is to it. All there is to it.
Well, I would say the best news out of that stream is that until such a time as I'm ready to start the full FF7 playthrough original with Aiden, we have a good alternative game to play. Jacob better come back. I need to know his opinions on FF3 BTS and the character Mizuki from AI The Somnium Files. Myself being a noted fan of 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, I have been meaning to get around to AI The Somnium Files for years. I have purchased it in my PlayStation library. Haven't gotten to it yet. Someday. Someday we'll get to AI The Somnium Files. But that day will not be today. Saw Ninja Bunny say, discussing the quality of FF3, that I think it's a good game, but if it didn't have Eternal Wind, I'd consider it a bad game. And I think that's fair. It's funny you're asking me my opinion on FF3, because, genuinely, I have played FF3. I've gotten all the way up to the confrontation with Cloud of Darkness, or rather, like it's the end of the Crystal Tower dungeon, which is 600 hours long, and then they're like, "Your reward, another dungeon," and I said at the time, playing it on the Nintendo DS, "That sucks," and I didn't beat it. "That's a shitty reward," I said, and I didn't beat it. But it's funny, because I bought FF3 DS Remake and FF4 DS Remake around the same time. And I played, a pretty good chunk of FF4. But Joshua almost beat FF4 DS, and I almost beat FF3 DS. We kind of like each took one and went crazy with it. I played a good chunk of 4, but I didn't beat it. I very similarly got sick of the wheel spinning. I have respect for FF4 as a historical artifact. I have limited patience for it as a game that I have to devote my time to playing. FF3DS is not very good. I mean, are you really gonna tell me that like the original version is like that much better? Maybe you will, Ninja Bunny, but I don't think it's that material of a difference to most people. Aiden is packed out. That took a few minutes to assemble all of her stuff and get her out of here. And also for us to just, talk to each other for a minute like friends do sometimes. Not for content. But mainly, my dog needed attention. And I had to spend some time with her for a few minutes. But now I'm back. I'm back now. And as that song a moment ago just posited, what's the plan? I don't know. Right now, Dean and Ninja Bunny are the only people in chat, it seems like. No, never mind. The second I say that, John Haas appears, saying, played FF3DS. Just play Bravely Default instead, IMO. Yeah, probably. 3 is a historical relic. 4 is a slightly more interesting historical relic, but I would still consider it a relic. The fact of the matter is that early video game touchstones, early video game key moments in the lineage of game design and game storytelling, for all of their interest that they generate in someone like me, the writing was shit. There are very few early video games with good writing. Just the fact of the matter. So it's like, oh wow, FF4 really pushed the medium forward. Okay. The writing was good for video games. At the time, it was also bad. Maybe that's not fair. But I'm using it as a comparison to, for example, like, if I made someone go watch Citizen Kane right now, a lot of the ways in which that game pushed the medium forward, might not be immediately appreciated. Like the fact that, oh wow, there's a shot where there's people in the foreground doing things, and then way behind them, out a window, also in focus, is another scene playing out. Today, we don't blink at that. When Citizen Kane came out, oh my god, I didn't know you could do that with a camera. But perhaps it's harder to appreciate all of the things that film did when it's been dangerously close to 100 years. Not quite. 80 years. And that stuff that it did that was so revolutionary is in every movie you ever watch. What you can still appreciate is genius composition, genius lighting, high-quality performances, and a legitimately good script. It perhaps takes a different brain to play Pac-Man and go, this is the Citizen Kane of video games. Or to play Doom and go, this is the Citizen Kane of video games. For further on this topic, please give us $1 or more on patreon.com and read the post that I put on patreon.com literally yesterday, talking about the design fundamentals of Super Mario 64 and how they influenced Tetsuya Nomura and the design philosophy of Kingdom Hearts 1. I think it's an interesting piece. Give me money and find out. As much as I appreciate the Super Chat donations we have received on this stream, which are, to recap, if I can get YouTube to work with me. Come on, dude. A $200 donation from Jordan Combra, highly appreciated. A $10 donation from KH Lover. And a $5 donation from Billy the Kid Lawrence. Much appreciated. But a friendly reminder that if you have any interest in financially supporting us, you can do so on patreon.com. And while you may not get an immediate shout out here on a stream, you will get access to exclusive content, early previews of videos whenever I make them, which admittedly is rare, a bunch of writing about Kingdom Hearts, and some writing about Final Fantasy VII Remake. So far, only 2 pieces of writing on Final Fantasy VII Remake. That will be corrected imminently, I promise. Jacob, this plays into why I disagree with you on FF7 Remake. I remember you saying, why remake the game 1-to-1 if the original is still there? But video games age way worse than movies, etc. I'm not going to say you're wrong, because it is a matter of taste. But there are some people out there who genuinely cannot watch black and white movies. They can't do it. I consider these people to be pussy cowards. But they exist. I've mentioned a number of times a friend of mine who is a teacher. And this friend of mine, when covering 12 Angry Men, the play, does not show the classic black and white feature film, but the made-for-TV 90s color adaptation. Similarly, when showing adaptations of Romeo and Juliet, picks recent color adaptations. The only black and white movie that this teacher friend of mine has mentioned successfully showing to students and maintaining even some of their attention is To Kill a Mockingbird starring Gregory Peck. And in an utterly predictable, observable, repeatable occurrence, did in fact have multiple thirsty 16-year-olds in her classroom going, ooh, Gregory Peck. So, if you want to show someone a black and white movie, pick one with a thirst trap. What was I talking about? It is generally, I would agree, Dean, worse with video games if you aren't a gamer. To me, what's funny is, like, I would much rather play a classic SNES game, like Chrono Trigger, like Super Mario World, than I would ever play Final Fantasy 15 again. But maybe that's an unfair comparison, right? I can look at something like Pac-Man, and I can appreciate that more from a gameplay perspective than, you know, AAA games that released last month. But that's just me. And I think hopefully this chat is highly evolved enough to appreciate and enjoy black and white movies. But there are some people for whom black and white movies are legitimately as hard to go back to as crusty PS1 video games. But I do agree, Dean. I'm not suggesting that I've got some kind of, you know, monopoly on the truth here. That I'm right about Final Fantasy VII Remake. I can't be. It's art. It's all interpretive, right? I think it's interesting. Tetsuya Nomura just put out a, like, 29th anniversary post with some concept art for the original Final Fantasy VII. And he was like, I tried to dig through the archives and find some stuff nobody had ever seen. We've definitely released this before, but I don't think it had the footnotes. There's like a bunch of notes off to the side about the illustration. And he's like, this was an early concept when we conceptualized the battles taking place in 3D space that you would navigate during gameplay. It's kind of like what Parasite Eve eventually turned into, except with a party. And it was interesting, his phrasing was like, you know, the game didn't quite come together the way that we envisioned it initially, and we're still in conversation with that original vision here with Remake now, which is part of what's so interesting about working on it almost 30 years later. These are his words, not mine. I am curious to see what they do with that updated gameplay Final Fantasy VII Steam release that they just announced. It's funny that the first word that we got of it was just, hey, just FYI, this will cause compatibility issues on Steam, but don't worry, you'll get it for free if you already own it, and you'll keep the original version if you already own it. But that's how we found out about it. And we still don't know what gameplay improvements are, or why it needs a whole new executable and not just a patch. Like, is the version on PlayStation, the version on Switch, gonna get a patch, or is it gonna get a new executable? We still don't know. I think there's a lot that can be done to clean up the original Final Fantasy VII. Though, I maintain that the visuals, the game design, everything about it was... How do I put this? Nowadays, people choose to shoot movies in black and white, right? I think if George Orwell... Not George Orwell. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. I'm such a dumbass. Orson Welles. Why did I say George Orwell? What the fuck is wrong with me? Though, honestly, the better example would be... The better example would be the feature version of To Kill a Mockingbird. It was released in '62, where it was a time period where it was still acceptable to do movies in black and white, or you could be doing them in color. That was maybe a stylistic choice. They could have shot that in color if they wanted to. They chose to do it in black and white. Citizen Kane, similarly, could have been shot in color. In 40, it would have been ludicrously expensive, but they could have done it. I don't think they could have... I don't think that production could have made the choice, because they had no money. But my point is... I talked about this when I was on Night Sky Princess stream a while ago. That to the people making these games that we view as classic, they are looking at these games as things that are constrained by the technology of the day and not a realization of their vision. Final Fantasy VII is a half-realized, failed abortion mess in the minds of its creators. This is an exaggeration. I made the comparison on Ryan's stream of, imagine a guy who repaired and raced cars in the 30s, and he lives long enough and his body is still holding up well enough to get to the 70s and get in the seat of a Formula One car in the 70s and go, oh my god, this is everything that I dreamed it could be. I can't even believe that cars could be this good and this fast. And then to set a record lap time and get out of the car and look at some young folks in the crowd and say, what'd you think of that? And then the young folks in the crowd say, I don't know, I kind of liked back in the day when cars had that thing in the front you had to stick in the front and crank to get it running, and I liked how it shook so much that you felt like you were going to die. I thought that was really charming. Somebody in the chat on that stream said, this is an unfair comparison, technology just gets better. And it's like, there are people who right now would tell you cars from the 80s are just better than cars today, right? I don't know. The point is, I find all of the creative choices on display with Final Fantasy VII have to do with the technology and context of its creation. And that's part of the art, right? If Vincent van Gogh had had access to a tablet, I'm not sure that he would have poo-pooed it. I'm not sure he would have said, no, I cannot. This is an affront. He might have said that about AI once somebody had explained it to him. But if someone had said, hey, Vincent, you could use a tablet and, go back and delete stuff, maybe he would have found that to be an affront, that he can just undo a mistake with a press of a button. Or maybe he would have felt this is a valuable tool for pushing his art further. I don't know. Don't want to sound like I'm putting words in Vincent van Gogh's mouth, of all people. The reason I bring this up is because art is a product of its time, a product of its circumstances. And to me, to create a remake of Final Fantasy VII, this is the thing I've talked about before, to create a remake of 7 that is entirely faithful, that supplants the original, would mean there's no reason to go back and play that 1997 version for some people. To me, the idea of the new game funneling people to the old game is genius. They just put out Remake Intergrade on Switch 2 and Xbox Series X and S. And I think it's like if you buy it digitally in the first 2 weeks or something like that, you get a copy of the original game for free. That, to me, is genius. That is exactly the pipeline that I want. To me, the one piece of the art of it that deserves to be improved is the localization. Everything else about that game, every decision about that game is based on the constraints of the PS1, the budget, the time, the vision of the artist at the moment that they engaged with it. And I'm not going to engage in this, we have this whole debate now about localization that gets very petty and it needs to be more authentic and more direct. And the idea of a localizer putting any of their own stank on it is evil, which I fundamentally disagree with. Localization is authorship, and localizers have to make creative decisions to adapt works to different languages. And that localizer in many ways winds up owning the thing, as much as the person who originally made it in some ways. And I think that's fine. That's the way things are supposed to be. The suggestion that people who are making language more flowery, and for example, Unicorn Overlord, this was a recent flashpoint of controversy. We're making the language more flowery than the original Japanese. Well, it's because in Japan, there are a very small handful of dialects. In English, there are dozens. God, I would argue hundreds of different dialects to suggest class, region of origin, time period. And if you ignore all of that to just write in a straightforward, flat, New York City American, I'm just that New York City has an accent. The most possible generic English American voice. You're limiting what the language can do in a huge way. Sorry, this is a side note. But the point is, Kazushige Nojima wrote a script for Final Fantasy VII in 1996, 1997, and the game shipped. He had however much time he had to work on that. He had whatever text constraints the game had, but he wrote the script. The guy who wrote the localization for English, and apparently the French localization's even more notoriously bad for FF7, which doesn't surprise me. The guys who had to localize that game did it with no access to the original creators, no access to Square, to the creative team, no time, no pipeline, no organization, no proofreading, no double checking with Square, because they didn't care, because they didn't think the game was going to be successful internationally. I think that localization should still be accessible forever, because it is a historical curio, and it's important to the way that that game was originally experienced by so many people. But I do think having the guys who localized FF7 Remake, for example, just let them localize it. I'm willing to bet that half of them, like, they went and read the original script for FF7 original anyway and already thought about how they would localize it in the process of working on the remake trilogy. To me, letting those guys go in and write a new localization is fair game at accurately representing the artistic intent of the original. And to be clear about this as well, I don't think there's any such thing as a definitive singular localization. There are so many classic works of literature that have multiple localizations into English, into other languages, wherever they were originally written. You see stuff retranslated all the time. Any given major religious text has dozens of competing localizations. The vast majority of literary classics have competing localizations. I don't think this is a problem. This is as much a part of dialogue about art as you and I sitting on this stream and talking about a piece of art. Localization is a part of that. I don't have a problem with going back and relocalizing FF7. I think that's the one piece of it that is crusty in a way that's not reflective of the art. That's not fair. That's not a fair way of phrasing it. Because even the work of that 1997 localizer who was struggling to get all of that copy translated, he was still doing artistic work. He was still making creative choices. Choosing to move Barrett from a serious, no-nonsense, as Tim Rogers characterized it, Solid Snake type character, to a Mr. T, is an artistic choice that has cascaded throughout the entire series and gone backwards and impacted the Japanese version of Barrett. That's a significant contribution to the tone and art that still impacts the way we think about Barrett today. People will argue until they're blue in the face about the two competing localizations of Chrono Trigger, the original and the DS version. The original version gives Frog a sort of flowery, exaggerated medieval style of speech that I would almost compare to the episode of SpongeBob that's set in the Middle Ages, where if they make everything if Middle Ages if by putting if on the end of various random word if words. If. Whereas the DS localization tries to give him flowery purple prose, but that is perhaps slightly more well-considered and less jokey than the localization of Chrono Trigger. Which of these is better? Which of these is a true reflection of the intent of the material? Both of these things can be in dialogue with each other. And in the same vein, I think that Remake is very much in dialogue with the original. If there was one thing that I wanted to clean up about the original, it's not gameplay improvements, it's not graphics, it's not cutscenes, it's not adding professional voice acting to it. It's giving me the option to toggle to a current modern localization of the game. I haven't looked at chat the whole time I've been talking for the last 10 minutes. Because I opened another tab because I could not remember Orson Welles' name. And I was going crazy. Are you theorizing the finale will change the fates of some characters? Asked somebody in chat earlier, asked Nate the Sax. Or just multiverse BS? Well, I don't think it's multiverse. But we're not going to get into that. We're not talking about Rebirth spoilers on here. But suffice to say, the way that Rebirth ends, I don't think there's any multiverse anything going on. I think they jebaited people. I don't think there's any multiverse anything happening. This is why Eco has the truest claim to Citizen Kane of video games, says Ninja Bunny. Eco and Shadow of the Colossus probably belong on a list of contenders. To me, to correctly represent kind of like the confluence of the evolution of the art, I feel like the Citizen Kane of video games has to be somewhere in the 90s. To me. At the start of FF4 is just a bunch of really good setups for a game. It doesn't go through with any of them. And then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. That's FF4. Doesn't follow the South Park structure of therefore and but. And then, and then, and then, and then. You rely on and then, you're dead. I also feel that Mario World and Chrono Trigger were like once-in-a-decade generation-defining games. FF15 is just not that game, but I get what you mean. No, to be fair, Dean, I picked ludicrously unfair examples. You know, it could have said like a Billy Bayou for the NES, and I probably would prefer to play FF15 in that instance. Or the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde game for the NES. I'd probably prefer to play FF15. If Van Gogh heard about AI, he might cut off his other ear. I hate that localization stuff. These fucking people who are so, like, rogue localizers. I took one Japanese lesson, thank you very much, and I know that isn't what they said. Get over yourself. You don't know anything about this industry. Do you think people are going to go back to OG FF7 just because the story isn't done, though? Like, do you think once Remake Part 3 is out that people will still go back and play it after beating the trilogy? My question is the person who beats Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy without ever playing or watching the original, was that person ever going to play the original game? My reckoning is probably not. And perhaps I'm wrong about that. But I genuinely think that the remake trilogy is an honest-to-God funnel to get people to play the original game. Now, like you say, once all 3 parts are out, you lose that, oh no, I can't wait for the next one, I gotta go read the manga, I gotta play the original aspect of it. Once Part 3 is out, it could be a different ballgame. But let's have that conversation after Part 3 is out. To be clear, Diego, not because I think you make an invalid point. I'm not trying to shut you down. But just because we could be here all night. Let's return to that subject after Part 3 is out. It's got to be Ocarina in terms of Citizen Kane of video games. Ninja Bunny mentioned that earlier in the discussion, I think, that that Ocarina maybe is below... Or no, I apologize. It wasn't Ninja Bunny. Somebody who commented on my Patreon post literally said, I'm glad you didn't include a Zelda in your list of Citizen Kane of video games contenders. I'm sorry, I'm misremembering. Somebody left a comment on a Patreon post earlier today. Ocarina is a contender, but I would argue that everything that Ocarina did that qualifies it for Citizen Kane consideration was done by Super Mario 64. If you want to know more what I mean by that, support me on patreon.com. I'm planning to play the original after the third game. I like FF9, but couldn't get over FF7's graphics. My heart weeps for you, but I understand. There are some people, no matter how much you tell them, they're not going to watch a black and white movie. And to me, the graphical touch-up on FF7 isn't just a graphical touch-up, you know? You gotta reanimate all those characters, because those characters are based on very basic, low-poly character model animations. You gotta update the character models, their skeletons, their rigs, all of their animations. You gotta update the backgrounds. You gotta update the camera angles offered. You gotta update how the battles are framed and the battle animations, and at that rate, I'm wondering what the point is. So, I don't know. We can have an argument about whether or not FF7 Remake making changes to the story was a valid choice until we're blue in the face. Though I maintain that people arguing all I ever really wanted was a texture update for the original game. It's like, well, you can get that in a mod. You can get that with the Remako mod now. The Seventh Heaven modding kit is out there. Again, go buy the original FF7 on Steam right now. It's $4.79. Lock yourself into having that 2013 version with the mod support. Go to Steam right now. Less than $5. Buy Final Fantasy VII on Steam right now before the 2013 version goes away, because the new version will probably mess up mod compatibility. Go buy it right now. It's cheap. You'll get the original version and whatever new fangled nonsense they're about to release. Go buy it. Less than $5. Do it right now. Ninja Bunny making, I expected, an anti-Mario 64 as the Citizen Kane of video games argument, but framing it in a way that I don't disagree with. Super Mario 64 can't be the Citizen Kane. It is closer to like the Jazz Singer, more about technological leap than a leap in artistry and the medium's common language. I think that might be fair. I think that might be a fair characterization. I won't discuss it anymore because there's a paid Patreon post that you can go read on the subject. We're getting more repeats in this playlist again. Son of a bitch. That wasn't because of a glitch in the, Okay, what the hell just happened? There we go, fixed. Fixed. More Dream Castle. God, I was going to play Helldivers. But now I'm like, oh, you know what? I could go do one of those Dream Castle websites right now. But no, I should do it with Joshua or Aiden here. It's not the same thing doing it by myself. I need somebody to go on the dramatic journey with me. This Dream Castle guy. Swing by his YouTube channel. Do it. The Lego Castle album film. Or alternatively the version like Lego Castle album, no dialogue. Great album. This Lego Pirates album, choice. Journey to the Mystic Ruins and Skyland, also good. These albums have fueled my novel heavily. One of the main things I've listened to writing this novel over the last year. Insane to me. Oh, sorry, Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah, talking about insane that all these games. It's crazy. It's crazy how many good games came out in that time period. But the technology was evolving so much. People were being so bold. Kingdom Hearts 2 and FF12 came out within 4 months. Why do you think so many people rate FF12 so low? A couple of reasons. Number one, a lot of people who played that game don't play MMOs, don't play action games. They played Final Fantasy. And they turned it on, and the blue line went from Rex to a soldier, and the red line went back, and they said, I don't understand what's happening. And they played 2 more hours, and they said, I don't understand what's happening, and they didn't finish it. Didn't even play more than 5 hours of it. Some people were genuinely that intimidated by the basic functionality of the combat. I'm not being condescending. I understand why it weirded some of these people out. It's a little strange. It's a very bizarre middle ground between the literal, readable action of an action game and the abstractions of a turn-based game. It exists in a bizarre between realm that some people could not immediately intuit. Next step. The Gambits play the game for me? Why am I even here? These people had never thought deeply about the fact that turn-based combat in Final Fantasy games is uninteresting slop. The average turn-based combat battle in Final Fantasy is more repetitive, uninteresting, and immediately deleted from your memory than the average 200th match of a Call of Duty game. The genius of FF12, to me, is deleting the menial work of a Final Fantasy turn-based combat system and allowing you to focus on the broader strategy and character building completely. But some people looked at this and said, why am I even here? Why am I even playing this? And stepped away. Which, again, I don't want to sound condescending, because in the same way that playing Call of Duty at a low level, not like me, but at a low level, can be brainless, mindless hamster wheel fun. Final Fantasy turn-based ATB combat can be brainless, mindless, hit the button, watch the number go up fun. I'm not being condescending. That's the appeal. The vast majority of combat encounters in those games. I'm genuinely not being condescending. I get the appeal. Final Fantasy XII, depending on how you looked at it, streamlined that appeal or literally stole that appeal away from you. Next step. The story is not straightforward. Or at least, it's not as straightforward as other Final Fantasy games. In Final Fantasy VII, there is a evil corporation that's killing the planet and we have to stop them. Then, there's a bad guy, and we have to stop him. Final Fantasy VIII, there is an evil witch, and we have got to kill her. Final Fantasy X, Tidus, it's me, Auron. I have brought you along on this mission for a very specific reason. You need to kill this one guy who is causing all of the problems in the world. Final Fantasy XII says, the Empire has occupied this country, but they're human beings too. Then what am I doing here? I'll be right back, gang. Give me 2 seconds. I'm getting a phone call. speaking of FF8, yeah, Nate the Sax, I wouldn't say that, like, the problem is that it had a complex story. It's that it has a story without immediate stakes, or immediately obvious stakes. Most Final Fantasies are about saving the world. Final Fantasy XII is about saving one tiny speck on the map country. And, like, how do I put this? Okay. Final Fantasy VII, the introduction to our antagonist, is... This isn't his actual introduction, but it's the lasting memory that everybody has of him, is Sephiroth standing in the flames of Nibelheim, turning and walking away. I just made like a very blank face because I was thinking about, you know, you're projecting what you want onto him. By the way, the choice in Rebirth to give him like a just a tiny second of like a tiny flicker of like a, and then it goes away. Fucking genius. And then he walks away into the flames. Ultimecia's introduction in FF8 is choking the president to death on live TV and then giving a speech about how she's going to usher in a new reign of darkness. Seymour's a little slyer in FF10, but the principal villain of 10, as far as we're concerned, the immediate threat that has to be killed is Sin. And within 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes of FF10 starting, Sin is a giant kaiju that's blowing up a city and killing presumably millions of people. At least thousands. FF12's introduction to its main antagonist, if you're not paying attention, is him giving a speech about how I understand that all of you in this land that my country has subjugated are resentful of me and the Empire. However, I am here today to extend an olive branch, to say to you all that I respect your autonomy as human beings. I understand why you hate the Empire, but I hope, I know you're resentful that you found yourselves in this situation, but I hope that you will give me the chance to extend a hand in goodwill and better all your lives and show you that I can be a good leader who cares for all of you. That's not a Final Fantasy villain introduction. It's not. Even Arden's somewhat similar speech in Kingsglaive that Joey and I lauded back when we discussed FF15 in the movie, 50 years ago. When Arden shows up in Kingsglaive, which I would argue is his real introduction, it was always meant to be his introduction. It's not. His introduction is talking to the boys in a hotel in FF15, the video game, but it's not supposed to be. His introduction is supposed to be walking into the throne room. And functionally biting around, gloating to the king that we've got you right where we want you and you're going to have to do what we want. He presents it diplomatically. He presents it like this is beneficial for both of them, even though both of them know the king is being screwed and that the Empire is up to something. And the audience understands that too. Vayne is introduced like that in 12. Vayne's villainy, the depths of his badness aren't revealed until like the 50% mark. That's not fair. Again, if you're paying attention, you know from minute one, this dude's up to something. And I guess by like the 8-hour mark, you know just how much up to something he is. But it's not as bad as Guy wants to blow up the world. Vayne is a mostly realistic villain. And then there's Kefka's introduction, says Ninja Bunny. Yes, 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 burn them all! Kill them all, Terra! Burn them to death for me! Because it is funny to burn people to death. And then we don't see him for a couple of hours, and when we see him again, he goes, yes, yes! Poison the water supply! Kill the women and children! Because it is funny to do this! It is funny to kill women and children! That's Kefka. It's different. The real dividing line is, the easy way to look at it is, Yasumi Matsuno talked about when he, in the development of Tactics, that Final Fantasy Tactics was a Final Fantasy story, and it's not the sort of story that I would have told in the Ogre series. And you're like, how not? It's got, like, real political stakes, it's got a bunch of factions, it's got, like, intimate human drama. Music loud? Okay. Music not so loud. Sorry about that, gang. What is different about, that's me, my B, I'm sorry. Okay. What is the difference between Tactics Ogre and Final Fantasy Tactics, materially? What's the real difference? The difference, to my mind, having now completed Final Fantasy, or rather Tactics Ogre, while Tactics Ogre does conjure at the 11th hour a big bad guy who we need to punch, Tactics Ogre argues there is something fundamentally wrong with man, which will perpetually cause conflict. While we may solve this conflict today, and we might not, that game has a bunch of bad endings where you don't solve anything, while you may miraculously, against all logic and reason, find an impossible solution based on secret bloodlines and bastard royal children. You may find a way to thread the needle and stop this conflict today. It might start again in 50 years, but you can stop it today. Maybe. Final Fantasy Tactics argues there's one guy over there. You see him? You kill that motherfucker. This whole thing stops. And that, to me, is the Final Fantasy difference. And that there is a guy who you can kill and your problems stop. Final Fantasy XII, I would say, against its own internal logic, bends over backwards at the end to say, if you kill this guy, the problem stops. Realistically, the problem in FF12 is, like, put on hold, and then there was never a real sequel. Dean Weiss said, neither is bad, to be clear. Are we talking about the two styles of storytelling? If so, I'm inclined to agree. I like Tactics Ogre and Final Fantasy Tactics. Despite, as Ninja Money just said, Tactics Ogre is goofier. It is funny that on its face, Tactics Ogre is the more serious game, but if you genuinely, like, take both of them seriously as literary works, Tactics Ogre reveals itself to be the much sillier game. On its face, way more serious. Upon further examination, deeply silly. Yeah, Dean said yeah. So no, I would argue, this is all following Nate the Sax's question of why did people not bite on 12? I think it's because, I'm genuinely, if it sounds like I'm being condescending, I'm not. There's just different people out there who have different tastes. The second that FF12 is like, oh my god, it's doing that shit that it does. Okay, fixed. Maybe. Sorry, this playlist is too long, and it causes the shuffle feature in iTunes to break. Which is maybe an indication that I should trim it down. But it's the only way to make sure you guys don't hear the exact same songs every time that I do a stream. There's how much content? Is it 17 hours worth of songs in this playlist? 17 hours and 51 minutes worth of songs in this playlist. And yet it bugs out and plays the same ones every time. What a conundrum. As regards Final Fantasy XII, I think the vast majority of people, when it came out, who were 15 years old, God bless them, when it started showing political maps, were like, okay, the Empire is bad. So we kill the Empire. And then the game said, no, you can't. What are you talking about, kill the Empire? Are you crazy? It's like a whole empire. You're like 6 guys. You should go talk to the Pope. Maybe the Pope will, you know, he'll lend you some political credibility so that you can try and prevent a war from happening. But wait, who am I meant to kill, though? Oh, no, ideally, you should kill no one. But aren't the Empire the bad guys? No, the Empire is mostly, like, normal people. In fact, some of the generals on the bad guy side are actually, like, super honorable, chill people who you'd like hanging out with. So they're gonna defect and join my party, right? Oh, no, they're loyal to the Empire. They're patriots. There's good people and bad people everywhere. But who do I... who do I kill, though? Well, you shouldn't do... But who do I... I'm absolutely being condescending. However, this game came out in 2000, what, 5, 6? Most of the people who played it were 15 years old. They never read no Song of Ice and Fire. They don't have the patience for that shit. If that game came out now, in an environment where Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Expedition 33 are nominated for Game of the Year, it'd do great. But it didn't come out now. It came out in 2005. 2006, whenever it was. Okay, I might have to babysit this playlist. People don't like FF12 because they're dumb, says the noble George. JK, it's because the scale is less epic when compared to the majority of FF games, and also the Xbox 360 was already out. Thank you for summarizing my point. Very succinctly, that is correct. It is a very, it's not like most FFs. It's a Yasumi Matsuno joint. And at that point in time, the flavor really had been, Naoki Yoshida joints. Not Naoki Yoshida, excuse me. My bad. Yoshinori Kitase joints. 7, 8, and 10 were his flavor. 9 was Hironobu Sakaguchi flavor, and nobody played it. 13 was Yoshinori Kitase flavor. 15 was Hajime Tabata flavor, and then they put him against the wall. FF16 was Naoki Yoshida flavor. Kind of, not really. No, it actually wasn't. It actually genuinely wasn't Naoki Yoshida flavor. It wasn't. It was Game of Thrones flavor. It was please sell 10 million units. Please, oh my god, I'll suck whoever's dick I have to sell 10 million units. Please! And then it didn't work. It was a little sad. And then 7 Remake is, I think, revealing itself as a, as Hamaguchi flavored, or whatever the new guy's name is. Make sure I got the guy's name right. Obviously, the director of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and co-director of Remake, whose name is Naoki Hamaguchi. I wanted to make sure I got that right. because I'm coming to respect this guy immensely. I think we're really seeing his flavor with these games, and I desperately want to see him direct a new FF using what he's built from this trilogy. He, as if he did it by himself. I think that's part of what's making the Remake Rebirth project so interesting, is it's a Yoshinori Kitase, Nomura Toriyama project, reinterpolated with the help of a brand new team, brand new systems. Naoki Hamaguchi, younger guy who hasn't done a ton of like executive decision-making stuff for these types of games, stepping in, taking a big role making this game. We're seeing a new flavor. This has been a space very dominated by the Kitase team and his disciples. Hajime Tabata offered a different flavor that I would argue was similar enough to the Kitase flavor. The main distinction I would make with FF15, if we disregard its incomplete status, if we put aside like what they wanted to do that didn't happen, I would say that Hajime Tabata has this interest in like almost like virtual realism and virtual tourism, where he deliberately wants to depict things in almost like a flat documentarian way, which is why like the interstitial cutscenes in Type 0 were framed as if they were like a history documentary airing on Japanese TV. And I think that comes through in the road trip stylings and the attempt at no load screens other than at chapter breaks, and the kind of the deliberately flat, slow, beat for beat procedural presentation style of FF15. It was very built around side quests and this is what we're doing now and go do this, and it wasn't built around these big moments in the way that the Kitase school of games are. I think that was a distinct flavor. I don't know what the hell 16 was. I don't know what that was, because it wasn't Yoshinori Kitase flavored. Yoshinori Kitase flavor is 600 characters, political intrigue, ludicrous amount of faffing about, which 16 does have, and climactic, large-scale military operations. That's how A Realm Reborn ends. That's how Stormblood ends twice. That's how, not the ending of Shadowbringers, but like the first climax of Shadowbringers. And the first two climaxes of Endwalker. 16 didn't really have. What about Stranger of Paradise's flavor, though? Asks PRT Clause 800. I don't know, I haven't played Stranger of Paradise. Stranger of Paradise's flavor is awesome. That's correct. It was Game of Thrones AO3 fanfic flavored. Sure, yeah, exactly. It was a borderline Game of Thrones plagiarism. What would you consider? Would you consider a Nomura an extension of Kitase flavor? Absolutely. I think they have very similar philosophies when it comes to their game design and storytelling. So many of the games that they came up, like, they built together, right? Kitase was a producer on Kingdom Hearts, wasn't he? Am I crazy? Yeah, Shinji Hashimoto, obviously, because he was the series producer for Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, and Yoshinori Kitase was producer on Kingdom Hearts 2. I feel like his name gets dropped at some point. I feel like at some point he's too busy making other stuff. I don't remember if his name was still attached to Kingdom Hearts 2. He's still a producer by Kingdom Hearts 2. All right, how about 3? Is Yoshinori Kitase's name still attached? There's no way, right? No. Rie Nashi is the producer on Kingdom Hearts 3. Because at that point, Shinji Hashimoto had retired. I say that. He hadn't retired when Kingdom Hearts 3 began development. Maybe he was just so busy with FF at that point that he couldn't work on Kingdom Hearts anymore. I don't know. He's probably, it's not listed on Wikipedia. I bet Shinji Hashimoto is credited as an executive producer on 3. That wouldn't surprise me. I would very much consider Nomura and Kitase to be one flavor, Sakaguchi to be one flavor. I've said his name 16 times. The Tactics guy. Why am I stupid? Tactics and FF12. What's his name? Tactics Ogre. First, I couldn't remember Orson Welles' name. I've said this dude's name 6 times. You know who I'm talking about. Ito, kind of, but not who I meant. Matsuno, thank you. Yasumi Matsuno. Ito's a weird one, because he's been all over the place. Because Ito worked on Tactics, then he worked on FF9, which is a Sakaguchi joint, then he worked on 12, then he was the janitor for 20 years, and then he made Dungeon Encounters. They let him out of the closet. What's so strange about Dungeon Encounters is that is a game that took like a week to make. What was he doing? What was he doing for 20 years? He's like your favorite writer, Lamau, says the Noble George. I do like, considering I couldn't remember Yasumi Matsu's name, I do like him quite a bit. He's one of my favorite video game writers. I wouldn't say my favorite, necessarily. I don't know who my favorite video game writer would be. You can't say it because he's apparently a pretty bad director in terms of managing a workplace. Neil Druckmann's a pretty good writer. Genuinely. Last of Us, Uncharted 4, Last of Us Part 2. He's a pretty good writer. Another guy, fantastic writer, awful director, awful manager of a workplace, Robert McNamara, writer of L.A. Noire. Phenomenal script. One of the best games ever. Horrible piece of shit. Great writer. He made all those terrible rock covers of classic Dungeon Encounters, classic music Dungeon Encounters himself. That's why it took so long. Got it. That works out. That checks out. He had to teach himself to play electric guitar badly, and that took a long time. That's why that game took so long to come out. Kojima, also good writer. Konjumbo, good writer. Better when neutered by co-writer, or regulated by co-writer, I should say. Kojumbo counts as good writer, though. Kojumbo counts as good writer. Even my frustrations with, oh my god, Tozukama Fukushima wasn't attached to MGS4, and then that one was bad. I still think MGS4, despite being bad, has more on its mind than 90% of video games. Than 95% of video games. They release a lot of video games a year these days. Kojima's a good writer. I'll definitely put him on the good writers. Who's the Pentiment and Fallout New Vegas guy? Sawyer? Is that his name? Josh Sawyer, is that right? He's a good writer. The dude who just came back to say, hey, Casey Hudson, who just came back to say, hey, I'm doing another Knights of the Old Republic game. Did he write KOTOR and Mass Effect or just direct them? Regardless, as a creative director, picking writers, co-writing, whatever. I mean, he didn't work on KOTOR 2, but I'd still say KOTOR 1, good writing. Mass Effect 3, dog shit, but they can't all be winners. Nobody can be good all the time. Nobody can be good all the time. Every time we think somebody can be good all the time, it's because they only released the one thing. They tricked Harper Lee into putting out a new book before she died. And guess what? It wasn't as good as To Kill a Mockingbird. It's kind of uneven and messy, and people didn't know what to think of it. Because guess what? There's no such thing as someone who can be good all the time. It's not real. Doesn't exist. Do, ba, ba, ba. Boo, Boo. Ba ba ba. Do do do. Who else are good writers? Who else are good video game writers? I'm trying to think about it. Whoever in fact, I'm not even going to say the writers. I'm going to say the localizers for Thousand Year Door belong on the list, but I don't know who they are. Who else are good writers? Whoever wrote the script for the original Lego Star Wars. They probably belong on the list. Looked up Ito's works, and the last 6 credits were dungeon encounters or special thanks. Yeah. There's more than one Photoshop of Ito's head on a stock photo of a janitor. Nobody knows what he's been doing. In terms of video game writers, Yoko Taro, does he write his own games, or does he just come up with the ideas and have somebody else write Nier and Nier Automata? He probably belongs on a list of primo video game writers. He writes his own stuff, right? I'm not crazy. So I'm flipping through actually my library on PlayStation 5 right now. Whoever wrote Red Dead 2 belongs on the list. Tim Schafer. I just flipped past Grim Fandango Remastered. Tim Schafer, good video game writer. Consistently good. Even bad Tim Schafer games have good writing. It's like, I don't know that I ever need to play Full Throttle, but the opening cutscene of Full Throttle, I could watch on loop all day. The opening cutscene of Grim Fandango is like one of the greatest opening scenes in history. Video games, movie, otherwise. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, Sam Lake. Just saw Alan Wake Remastered. Sam Lake. Sam Lake absolutely belongs on my list of favorite video game writers. Absolutely. He belongs on the list. Do, do, do. Bop, 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 bop. I haven't played Kingdom Come 1 or 2 yet, but I'm going to say whoever wrote those games probably belongs on the list, even when I haven't played them. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the longest piece of English literature in existence. The performance by the actor who plays Henry in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the longest single performance by a human actor in history. Long doesn't mean good, but from everything I understand, miraculously, in this case, it's long and it's good. Unlike my book, Aiden isn't here to say anything anymore. She isn't here to say, oh no, it's good, Jacob. She can't say, no, Jacob. Your excessive, in excess of 330,000 word book is good, Jacob. She's not here, she can't say it. Nothing 330,000 words long is good unless you've already written 15 books and you know what you're doing, which I haven't done. It can't be good. It's scientifically impossible. Brandon Sanderson wrote 13 books before he got published, dude. George R.R. Martin was a prolific novelist and short story writer before he wrote Game of Thrones and then wrote 6 more books and died. Skipping ahead a little bit. And I'm like, I can write a 330,000 word book. It'll be good. No, I'm not. No, it won't be. Toby Fox is a good writer. I just saw Deltarune in here. Toby Fox on the list. Good video game writers. He's got a very specific flavor. Talk about writers with a very specific flavor. I assume you mean Sam Lake. But Toby Fox, writer with a very specific flavor. I just flipped past Unicorn Overlord, which he didn't do. But I would say, what's his name? George Tamakami? The guy from Vanillaware? Let me make sure I got his name right. George Kamatami. I would not list him among my favorite video game writers. I would not do that. However, that is a guy with a style. That is a guy with a vision. I would not list him among my favorites. Would I tell you he's a bad writer? No. 13 Sentinels, very interesting. On the subject of things that are maybe too long, I think he bit off more than he could chew with that game. But, very interesting. Occasionally, brilliant. Occasionally, dull, trite, tedious, but also brilliant. A thing can be both things. It kind of has to be when it's 330,000 words long. Ba 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 ba. Do ba 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 ba. Do ba do ba do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Why is this frozen? Uh-oh. That's not great. I was wondering why there were no chat messages populating, and it's because my browser is frozen. There we go. Okay, hold on. No, oh, no. Still not working. Try refreshing the page. Hopefully that doesn't end the stream. It says I'm still connected. Gang, I gotta be honest with you. It's not looking good. Why is it doing this to me? I hope you guys can still see me. I can't see you. Let's go to my cellular device. And I'll just watch the stream from my phone. Uh-oh. I got a clip of Generation Kill pulled up. The miniseries, not the book, that I was showing to Aiden earlier during our off time. Sorry, I'm responding to a text that I received an hour ago. Sorry, respond to that text. Are we still rolling? Is chat still functional? Yep. Totally fine for you guys. Just not for me. Whoever wrote Disco Elysium is a great writer, says NNN3563. Yeah. I haven't played it yet. Because I'm not a communist, but I'll play it sometime. Just because I'm not a communist doesn't mean I can't appreciate a good murder mystery with political commentary. Oh my god, it is... Bro, it's dead as shit. Why isn't it working? Okay, we're just gonna restart my browser entirely and see if that fixes it. I doubt it'll fix it, but we're gonna give it a shot. Hopefully that doesn't kill the stream. I can see live chat on my phone. YouTube browser page has been asked for a few months now. Still watching. Say people. Oh God, there's so much chat has happened since my. Oh my God, you guys have said a lot of stuff since my screen froze. That's fun. I like that. That's what I like to see. Whoever wrote Portal 1 and 2, good writer. Ghost Trick, best mystery story ever told. I did flip past Ghost Trick in my games library, and I was like, whoever wrote that's pretty good. Full Throttle's really good, though. I just haven't experienced all of Full Throttle, so I don't know. I've just watched the beginning of it multiple times and been like, this is excellent. So I actually don't have an opinion on the entirety of Full Throttle. Good Lord. It's asking me to two-factor authenticate. I'm live right now, YouTube. It's me. I'm right here. This is me. This is me. All right. I'm back. I'm back, baby. What did I miss? Let's see here. Yoko Taro wrote scenario and world building. Scenario's script in Japanese video games. So, yeah. I would say, I'm sure he had co-writers, especially on Automata. The script's huge. Most video games have multiple writers, because you got dialogue, you got incidental dialogue, you got menus, you got item descriptions, you got tons of stuff. All video games have like 5 writers. Who wrote Chrono Trigger? A bunch of people, actually, that had multiple contributing writers. I was thinking about that, but I can't remember any of their names. And I don't know who was responsible for what, but that game had multiple contributing writers. Tom McKay's YouTube channel put through both games with no former video game experience. Which games? Sorry. Oh, Portal 1 and 2? Jacob's secretly writing a sequel to The Stand. Considering I haven't read The Stand, that'd be difficult. The only Stephen King book that I've read as of right now is Stephen King's On Writing. I haven't read any of his actual novels yet. I've been trying to hold myself to a thing where I'm reading one book by an author and then moving on. Even if I liked the book, I'm trying not to like stick to one guy, one style, or one gal, and move on. And I read On Writing, and I was like, I liked that. I don't need a Stephen King novel right now. Read something else. I was not talking about Sam Lake, but it was true. Shu Takumi. Okay, got it. Hotel Dusk and Another Code. Hot take, Dave Filoni isn't a great writer, says Nate the Sax. I don't know where he's credited as a writer and where he isn't. I like some of the Clone Wars, and I don't like some of the Clone Wars. Rebels sucks. I can't believe how much Star Wars Rebels I watched. But he was showrunner on these. I don't know how much of them he wrote, you know? But no, I do not. I don't know. Dave Filoni, I think, is pretty good at some things. I think his obsession with playing with his favorite Star Wars action figures has endeared him to a significant percentage of the Star Wars fan base and has made me unable to stand anything that he's directly responsible for. Which is not fair, because he's involved with everything. Like, he and Kathleen Kennedy were heavily involved with Andor, even though he was making a different show and Kathleen Kennedy's just overseeing the whole thing. Like, they were both stewards of the brand. They were both heavily involved with everything. So I think it's unfair. Again, pin mistakes and miracles on individual people. But I'd have to look at specific credits of, like, what episodes of Clone Wars Dave Filoni specifically wrote. I think of him really more as a director and a showrunner, because he directed a number of episodes of Avatar. I don't think he wrote anything. And then he show-ran Clone Wars. Directed some episodes. I don't know which ones he wrote. And then I actually don't know what his... Like, I know he's showrunner on Mandalorian, and he directed some episodes. I don't know how much of it he wrote. How are the Heavensward writers and the 16 writers the same people? Legitimately can't understand it. I don't know. Tearing Saga has like the worst plot ever written, but then Bearwick Saga and FE5 are fire. I think the stream died, buddy. Shows it only went for 2 hours, even though you started 5 hours ago. Uh-oh. Let's have a look here. Oh, that's the wrong button. Yeah, that's not good. How queer. But it still shows I got those super chats that were definitely over 2 hours ago. Wacky. Well, we'll see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. And Sonic, to that I say, we're gonna see what happens. Andor reminded everyone what good Star Wars writing actually looks like. I would say Andor introduced the concept of good Star Wars writing. Because most of the good writing in the original Star Wars was, in fact, improvised. And Empire Strikes Back had good writing. And that might be it. Until Andor. Tom McKay plays Henry in KCD. Yeah. He probably deserved a nom at the Game Awards this year, but they probably need to split the best performances category either by gender, or they need to have a best performance and best supporting performance category, or something like that. And 5 performances for the whole year is too few. Come on. 10 actors get nominated at the Oscars every year, you know? So you won't read any series, says Dean, regarding jumping from author to author. This has to do with just my own personal, like, as I'm trying to develop my own writing style, a certain level of discipline to not go like, I'm going to read every George R.R. Martin book or whatever, and then suddenly I'm copying George R.R. Martin. I'm going to read every Elmore Leonard book, and suddenly I'm copying Elmore Leonard. I'm going to read every Cormac McCarthy book, and now my brain is no longer functioning. That wasn't saying these books are bad. I'm saying that you can't write like him. Don't try. Don't try to write like Cormac McCarthy, kids. It worked for him because he's him. It will not work for you. So no, it's more about making sure that I'm moving from one style to another, that I'm continually broadening my horizons. And jumping from fiction to nonfiction and back and between different authors. It's to make sure that I'm always moving on to something new. And not getting bogged down. Because, like, I like reading fantasy, but half the time deciding, I'm going to read this fantasy novel is like, I'm committing myself to, like, a year of work. It's like saying, I want to play Kingdom Hearts. That's 12 games, bucko. Or whatever it is now, you know? I'll edit to say he's not a great live-action writer, said Nate the Sax, regarding Dave Filoni. I only watched the first episode of The Mandalorian, and I was not taken by it. And then I heard Season 1's great, and I was like, oh, I'll get around to it eventually. And then it's like Season 2 and 3 are not. No, don't. And then I was like, okay, well, I'll watch Season 1 sometime. And I just haven't gotten around to it. So I don't have a strong opinion on his live-action writing, Dave Filoni's, that is. This is wacky. Says we've only been streaming for 3 hours. Shows Captain Toad is the first part of this stream. Scrubbing through the timeline. We might be re-uploading a VOD, folks. We might have to do an emergency re-upload of the recording file. But we're gonna see what happens. Okay, hold on. Hold on. What's Ninja Bunny talking about? Is Uchikoshi the Danganronpa guy, or is this the 999 guy? It's the Zero Escape guy. as much as I love 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, I was not super impressed with Virtue's Last Reward, and I never got more than like an hour in Zero Time Dilemma, and I haven't touched AI the Somnium Files yet. So really, my perspective on Uchikoshi is limited. Once I get around to AI the Somnium Files, then I'll have a more robust opinion. I have purchased the first AI the Somnium Files. I've watched enough of it to recognize its comedic quality. I haven't seen enough of it to acknowledge its dramatic chops, if it has any. And then I know everybody's gushing over 100-line Last Defense Academy. A great example of a game that I will never play because I have too much respect for my own time. AI is great so far. Remember 11 was great. Zero Time Dilemma was terrible. Yeah. 999 was a game that shouldn't have gotten a sequel, probably. It's very funny that... And I am going to spoil 999 and Virtue's Last Reward. Vaguely. I'm going to keep it vague. To me, the only mystery that mattered coming out of 999 was this character, who I will not name, being honest, or was everything that they did a gaslighting ploy? And then in Virtue's Last Reward, you find, of all things, a password to a computer, which implicitly confirms or denies if that character was gaslighting, gatekeeping, girl bossing. And when I found that password, I said, that is all the dramatic resolution that I required from a sequel to 999. And then I really didn't care about anything else after that. To me, 999 is a self-contained story that ends somewhat tragically because you're left wondering, was this character just full of shit the whole time? And it's left with a big question mark hanging over it. Virtue's Last Reward, offhanded, as an aside from the plot that it's doing, which was fine. It was a fine standalone plot. Offhanded says, here's the answer to that question. And once I got the answer to that question, I really didn't give a shit about what did or did not happen in Zero Time Dilemma. Thoughts on Union Cross and possible remake in the pipeline? Union Cross sucks Royal Hippogriff. It sucks Big Mongo Dong. Union Cross sucks. It is terrible. It features exactly 0 characters. It has 0 themes. Nothing happens in it. It sucks. It's not just the presentation. It's not just the gameplay. The story is meaningless drivel. And to remake it would be a waste of human endeavor. I can't believe I got that heated about that, but I genuinely believe every fucking word I just said. Union Cross blows. It is so much worse than anything else in the Kingdom Hearts lexicon. It fucking sucks. I don't understand why people like it. I can't believe that people are invested in that shit. In what happens to Skuld and Ephemer. The game blows, and any attempt to revitalize it is a fucking colossal waste of everybody's time. Union Cross was the same one as Chi, an Unchained Key. It's the same fucking game. It's the same one. It's terrible. I have mellowed so much on Kingdom Hearts shit. I could sit down right now and I could spend 50 minutes just saying positive stuff about Dream Drop Distance. Incomprehensible to the me of 2012, 2013. I could do that right now. I could spend 50 minutes gushing about Dream Drop Distance. I could do it right now. It'd be easy. I've mellowed. I've matured. I've aged. I've come to appreciate things about a work of art that I previously didn't have the patience for. Union Cross, I gave all the chances in the world. And now that time has passed and I'm thinking back on it, all of the grace that I extended it, all of the, it's just a mobile phone game. The idea of wasting time remaking that shit just upped my hatred for that game tenfold. The idea that we could take man-hours out of our precious fleeting time on this blue trap bubble that we are in to retell the story of nothing happening is an affront to humanity. It is. It is an insult. I think it would be a waste of effort. I think it would be a silly thing to do. And I think it would be a financial failure. I think it would be ill-advised to create a retail product which you expect people to buy for money, telling that story. I think it would be a commercial failure, and I think it would be a poor business decision for Square to invest resources in remaking Union Cross. I think that would be a poor business decision. And I wouldn't do that because, you know, it's a very simple but dragged out story that really technically plays out twice. If you consider the full linear sequence of events of Chi to Unchained Key to Union Cross, because it happens in reality and then it happens in the data world, and it would be very difficult to retell in a linear retail product. And I just don't think that it. I don't think that it would be a terribly commercial thing to put together when we could put our resources into making really anything else. I think that remaking 358 over 2 days, for example, would be a far better use of a theoretical B team's time developing a Kingdom Hearts spinoff alongside the development of Kingdom Hearts 4 and Verum Rex and Kingdom Hearts 5. I think that would make way more sense from a commercial standpoint. I think it's a much richer product to go back and explore. And I don't think that, I just don't think it makes much financial sense to remake Union Cross. So I would advise against it. I would think it would be a bad financial bet to remake something that has a shaky reputation in the fan base, and just really isn't that well regarded. I don't think it would be a good business decision. And that's my opinion on that. And that's my opinion on that. Never before has more time been wasted. What happened in Union Cross? Anybody? Bueller? Can anybody in chat tell me what happened in Union Cross? Let me see if I can do it before Shade's Delight ends. The Master of Masters disappears, leaving behind a book which tells his acolytes that something bad is going to happen. They spiral out, crash out, kill each other, taking everybody and reality with them. A few of them, a few people in this world, survive and go hide in a fallout shelter, which is a data world. Once inside the data world, we find out that actually in this setting, there are 13 primordial, sentient, elemental darknesses. But they're not that smart, because they'll just do whatever is written in the Book of Prophecies. And the Master of Masters, knowing that all of this was going to happen, wrote in the Book of Prophecies that darkness would go inside the computer. I think, an attempt to trap darkness, or an attempt to send darkness to the future as part of a 9-dimensional chess game that we don't understand yet and will all be revealed in Kingdom Hearts 4. while this is happening, Brain, Skuld, Ephemer, Ven, Larium. Is there anybody else? I think that's it. Are all trying to... Fuck, what are they trying to do? They're, like, pretending that the world hasn't ended to, like, gaslight everybody in the simulation. They're left tasks, but what are the tasks? Brain is trying to figure out Book of Prophecies mysteries. Larium's trying to figure out who killed his sister. Turns out it was Ven, but Ven was possessed by bees, and thus blameless. Maleficent is here. As part of the Master of Masters 9-dimensional chess game, he needed Maleficent to travel back in time to here so she would survive being killed at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 2, so that bees could show her how to go forward in time. Sorry, Kingdom Hearts 1 when she died. To go forward in time to Kingdom Hearts 2, because her surviving and being around to hunt for the black box in the Book of Prophecy is somehow critical to the Master of Masters plan in a way that we don't understand yet. And then the digital simulation breaks down, and our 5 main characters are scattered across time and space. That is to say, Ven, Skuld, Ephemer, Brain, and Larium. I guess El Reina / Larxene as well. And player character. No, but player character, I think, was dissolved and his soul entered Xehanort. I almost did that in the entire song. That was the story. I just recapped it. That was it. I almost squeezed that into the whole song. That one character died after like 10 minutes of development, and that was the most emotional part of the story because that was the bar. Yeah. And her death caused Larium to look into her death, which caused the discovery that Ven was possessed by bees, which... Did that precipitate bees causing the catastrophic breakdown of the simulation? Was that what led to the climax? I don't remember, because I think bees had already left Ven's body by that point and was guiding Maleficent to the time travel pods. I don't know that the discovery that Ven was possessed by bees had anything to do with the collapse of the simulation. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and rewatch it all, which I will do if someone drops $100 in Super Chat right now. No, don't do that. If someone goes and supports me on Patreon with $100 right now, don't leave it in Super Chat, because I'll make more money if you give it to me on Patreon right now. If someone leaves a comment right now saying they've given me $100 on Patreon, and I can go over to Patreon and confirm it, then instead of playing Helldivers, we switch, and this becomes a 5-hour marathon stream to watch all the Union Cross cutscenes. Actually, I'm not committing to that right now, but we would do it tomorrow because it's late. It's late. We would do that tomorrow if somebody gave me $100 right now. We'd watch all the Union Cross cutscenes and try to reverse engineer what the hell happened. Because I haven't talked about it since it was halfway done, before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. Somebody in chat can tell me they give me $100 on Patreon, and I can go verify it. I'll do that tomorrow. But if I do it for you and then you gank the money, then I don't know. I guess I'll block you. I'm not actually going to sit around waiting for that eventuality that's not going to come. Thankfully, never interacted with the KH Mobile games. Well, you watch my videos on them, right? Didn't the KH4 girl die in Union Cross? Yes, that's correct. That's the girl who we were just saying a second ago was the one successfully executed emotional beat, was they spent 10 minutes establishing a character who had shock gasp, wants and dreams and a personality. And then they killed her. To make you, yes you, feel sad. And now she's in Kingdom Hearts 4. And as I have argued repeatedly, I believe on this show, but more than once on Night Sky Prince's show, if you watch the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer, you know almost as much about that character Strelitzia as I do from having watched all the cutscenes she's in Union Cross. From having watched the KH4 trailer, you know that she is dead. From me having played Union Cross, or watched Union Cross, I know she is dead, she was in love with the player character, and Larium, aka Marluxia, is her sibling. I only know 2 more things than you do. I'm impressed with myself that I was able to summarize the pertinent points of that story in the course of that one FF14 song. My only question is it ever explained why Castle Oblivion crew is in the future? Oh, you mean Strelitzia, sorry, I mean, Larxene and, Marluxia. Yes. At the end of Union Cross, Larxene, Elrena, Marluxia, Larium, Skuld, who is a new character, Ven, who we all know, Ventus, Brain, who is a new character, and Ephemer, who is a new character, all get into pods that allow for travel between time and space. But they hit the randomizer button. To be fair, I don't think they did that by choice. I think that was their only option because the simulation they were in was breaking down and they had to escape quickly. And the bunch of them were scattered across time and space. Let's account for them now, shall we? Ven lands sometime shortly before Birth by Sleep. Ephemer lands sometime well before the main storyline and well before even Missing Link, and he founds Scala ad Caelum. His statue was in the trailers for Missing Link. Ephemer is a ancestor of Ericus. Brain lands presumably a couple hundred years after Ephemer, also in Scala ad Caelum, and he was going to be, like, major in Missing Link, which never came out. Larium, Marluxia, Elrena, Larxene, and Skuld all landed sometime between Birth by Sleep or before Birth by Sleep and Kingdom Hearts 1. Early enough for Elrena, Larxene, and Marluxia, Larium, to age to where we see them in Chain of Memories. And Skuld is almost certainly the Subject X mentioned in Xigbar/Luxu's secret reports in Kingdom Hearts 3. Skuld is almost certainly a hostage below Hollow Bastion Castle, who Axel and Syax were trying to save, and who is currently in Braig's custody. Almost certainly, Subject X is Skuld with amnesia. Almost certainly. Jacob, you are the only person I have ever seen talk about the KH mobile phone games. Well, that's because I'm a psycho. Hee. They literally retconned her into previous cutscenes, Strelitzia, and then killed her in less than 5 minutes, zero exaggeration. She was standing just off camera all along. This did happen in Union Cross. This is true. This happened. So is Ephemer ever going to show up again? Probably not. I think he was going to factor into Missing Link somehow. He was already dead by that point in time, or maybe he was going to be revealed to be an old man. Who knows? Probably we were going to find out more about what he did, but I would guess he's done unless they find some way to work him into flashbacks in Kingdom Hearts 4. But I would say we're never... my money is we're not going to see Ephemer again outside of flashbacks, magical, supporting, summoning Keyblade visions, so on and so forth. Money on seeing Skuld again? through the roof. We will see her again. Never mind, I don't like this answer. I would like to go back to when I stopped playing long before anyone important showed up. I forgot Scold was friends with Axel and Issa. Remember the cutscene in KH3 where they were like, Marluxia, Larxene, and Luxord and Demnix, you were all important, we swear, and then those two were never explained? I mean, you're wrong, Dean. All four of them were never explained. They never explained Larxene or Marluxia either. We're assuming that when they said you all have secret pasts with the Keyblade, that they're talking about the fact that two of them were in the mobile phone game. But it could be something else. It could be a whole other thing. Because we don't know what's going on. Like you just said, we don't know what's going on with Luxord and Demnix. Luxord is apparently Yazora's driver from Tokyo. So who knows what's going on? Maybe in Tokyo, he's like a Kingdom Hearts speedrunner. And he's like an expert with the Keyblade. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I sure hope chat on this stream isn't like colossally messed up because of the connectivity issues we apparently had. That would suck. That would suck if we lost chat for like this entire show. If I open the live stream again in this other tab, it's going to play an ad, and then I'll skip the ad. I'm so glad I checked out of this series after 3. I mean, in complete fairness, most of the stuff that I just described did, in fact, happen before KH3 came out. Yeah, it shows only 2.5 hours. I've got the VOD, so it's okay, but it might be impossible for me to recover chat for the front half of the stream. I hope it fixes itself, but I don't know. Half the time, like if you do a long stream, YouTube will like briefly make it only part of the stream, and then like 6 hours later it'll fix itself. So I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think Ephemer's role is more important than we may think. There's the whole blue blood thread they're trying to weave. So that's the thing, is that they said Missing Link was going to be a story about bloodlines, and now it's canceled. And I just don't know. Okay, let me put it this way to you, all right? Let me put it to you this way, chat. Remember how I was talking about, at this point, I said, like, if we don't see Kingdom Hearts 4 again by the ending of 2025, it is time to assume that something has gone catastrophically wrong behind the scenes. If Missing Link was canceled and Tetsuya Nomura said, stop the presses, pause development, I need to figure out how to fit all of the story I was going to write in Missing Link into Kingdom Hearts 4. Just pause. Stop. I've got to figure out where I'm going to fit all this in. If that conversation happened, and I say this with all due respect, I say this as someone who, despite what some people may think, I love Tetsuya Nomura. I think he's a genius. I think he's made some of the best. I think he's been heavily involved with, director of some of the best games ever made. If he said, hold on, I gotta figure out how to get all that Missing Link story into Kingdom Hearts 4. We gotta add a year of development so I can fit all that really important stuff in. If he said that, fire him! And I'm not kidding. If he genuinely thinks that anything that happened in Missing Link, and not Missing Link, Union Cross, and any thread he was building off of that is worth an extra year of development time, an extra second of development time, he should be thankful that he gets to cut content from Kingdom Hearts 4 because he doesn't have to worry about tying it in with that mobile phone game. If there has been a conversation about, hold on, how are we going to get all these narrative beats we were planning into Kingdom Hearts 4 now that Missing Link is gone? If that conversation has happened, fire everyone. Immediately. Yes, Missing Link is the Google Maps one that got canceled last year. That's correct, Ninja Bunny. Roosevelt said, oh, still going. I must have missed a lot. So what was the channel update? So that's what we were just talking about a second ago. This is now a 7-hour, 24-minute, and 57-second long stream. And the VOD has, for some reason, due to mysterious technical issues, cut off 2.5 hours ago. Whenever the stream ends, we'll see if YouTube fixes itself and gives us the proper long VOD that it's supposed to. But it may not. Do we actually think Missing Link was going to have a lot of relevant lore to KH4, though, says Dean? No, I don't. I talked about this on Night Sky Prince's show recently. I think it was going to have absolutely nothing to do with anything. Because I have studied the ways of this company. I have studied Union Cross. And Union Cross had dick to do with Kingdom Hearts 3. You guys want to know something that galls me? I don't know if I've talked about this on the show. There's, because as I said before, I like Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't like the ending. I think that a lot of the other content in it is mid or a little above, but it's fine. It's a fine game. Genuinely. There's a lot of stuff about the game that I really appreciate. There is something about it that drives me batshit. And as with many things, it has to do almost more with marketing than it does with the contents of the game itself. For anyone who does not remember, after they revealed 1.5 and 2.5 Remix, actually it wasn't around that time, because it was after they revealed Versus 13 was now Final Fantasy 15. They showed the original Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer. I forget when 1.5 and 2.5 were announced, but they showed the Kingdom Hearts 3 teaser, which was Sora finding Master Ericus' Keyblade on the beach. Then Sora running from Darktide in Twilight Town, right? That was the original teaser. Does anybody remember what the next Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer was after that? Wait, I juked myself there. There was a trailer at, like, Jump Festa that year that showed, like, the roller coaster stuff. Showed using the roller coaster to fight Rock Titan, and it showed using the like, sailing ship thing to attack people. I think it showed the Buzz Lightyear thing. Disregarding that. Does anybody remember what the trailer after that was? It was E3 the next year. Does anybody remember it? E3 2014. Does anybody remember what happened? What the Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer was? Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember what it was? 2014. Does anybody remember what the Kingdom Hearts 3 teaser was? Xehanort and Ericus conversation. I knew Dean would get it. I had tremendous faith in you, dude. Tremendous faith in you. E3 2014, they showed, I believe, the trailer for 2.5 Remix. It might have been the trailer for 1.5. I'm pretty sure it was 2.5. And it ended with sketch of, yeah, no, you're all thinking Tangled. No, Tangled was 2015 or 2016. It ends with dueling sketches of thinker pose Ericus and Xehanort, of their hands and their chins and the fronts of their faces, sliding across the screen. That was like 20 years ago. It's true, Ninja Bunny. And it's playing like really dramatic, sparse piano music. And it's Xehanort and Ericus are talking. It's like it shows the trailer for 2.5 and then like static. And now like dramatic piano. Xehanort and Ericus. Have you heard of the Lost Masters? Yeah, the Master's favorite story. Yeah, but it's just a fairy tale, though. You can drop the facade. Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't remember specific which bits of dialogue they used, but it's that scene. It's the opening scene of Kingdom Hearts 3. They teased in 2014 that opening scene. Gang? Does everybody remember what the opening scene of Kingdom Hearts 3 was? Opening salvo. Press start. What's the first thing that this game wants to show me? Xehanort and Ericus. Have you heard of the Lost Masters? Oh yeah, I'm familiar with them. I don't know all that much about it, though. I don't know all that much about the Keyblade War. Who are the Lost Masters? Who are they? Then, the Lost Masters do not come up for the entire video game until the post-credits scene, which is titled in the cutscene selector, The Lost Masters, where the foretellers walk out of the time portal. The opening scene of Kingdom Hearts 3, the first piece of story content for Kingdom Hearts 3 that was ever teased, was a teaser for Kingdom Hearts 4. This is unacceptable! Kingdom Hearts 3 is a good video game. I like Kingdom Hearts 3. I look forward to the day that I replay it with adjusted expectations, and I can really appreciate everything that it's doing that's positive, and not feel like I need to bitch about everything. I genuinely look forward to that day. The audacity for the first dialogue that we ever heard from Kingdom Hearts 3, the opening scene of Kingdom Hearts 3, to be a teaser for shit that will happen in the next game, is next level bullshit. Whoever conceived that was smoking bingus. It is unacceptable. My biggest problem with Dream Drop Distance remains that, to me, aside from Riku going on admittedly I've mellowed on it, I can appreciate it more now. I can appreciate it for what it is and say, okay, it's not what I wanted, but it is what it is, and there's some good stuff here. Aside from Riku going on a little character arc, nothing really happens in Dream Drop Distance other than saying, this is what's going to happen in the next game. So to me, in 2012, having just spent $40 of my money on the game, I felt like I had spent $40 on, as Ralphie says in A Christmas Story, a crummy commercial. The idea that Kingdom Hearts 3's first genuine story trailer, the opening cutscene of the whole game, is saying none of this stuff matters. My mind, me, the writer, my mind is on what happens next. Is crazy. It is crazy work. Trying to put that opening cutscene in the thematic context of the rest of Kingdom Hearts 3 years ago, when I was like rethinking the game in my head, I was like, wait a second. This cutscene is about the next game. It's the opening. And it's about Kingdom Hearts 4. Is insane. The Calibane says that's like when Marvel makes a movie just to advertise the next Avengers. I would at least argue that in every Marvel movie, there is a villain who is causing a problem in that movie who is defeated and that problem is resolved. I haven't seen Ant-Man and Quantum Mania, because who gives a shit? But I'm assuming that at the end of the movie, they beat that version of Kang and resolve whatever the conflict of that movie was. The trailer was set up for something that wasn't going to be explored for 15 years. Yes! The trailer came out in 2014. And it is two characters discussing things that we're not going to learn anything about until 4 comes out 3 years from now. It's crazy work. Makes me glad we're not really seeing an open faucet of trailers for KH4 like we did for KH3. That early on, they really didn't know enough of the game to show it. I completely agree, Girl Gone Gaming. While I maintain that the fact we haven't seen Kingdom Hearts 4 by now indicates to me that something has gone wrong behind the scenes, I also think we should not see that game again until it is 8 months out from release. If it ain't coming out until 2028, I don't want to see it. That doesn't make any sense to me, says Ninja Bunny. Welcome to my world. That was pre-FE Fates. That's right. Pre-FE Fates, Tetsuya Nomura has been trying to write a story about the Lost Masters and Bloodlines. Why didn't he just write it? Why did he waste our time? Because he already said in Dream Drop Distance that Master Xehanort was going to come back. He fucked up. He played himself. I still think KH3 is good. When it's not about Xehanort. What I think, and this is something else that I'll write about at some point. When I was flipping through like old Kingdom Hearts notes of trying to find something to post on Patreon for this month, I did look at some notes about this. And I was like, this is good. I could touch this up and post this soon. I think it's crazy that most of the Kingdom Hearts games have a, I would say, unique rhythm. They have a, I know you're like, what, you go to a Disney World? What do you mean? No, they have unique rhythms and pacing and structure. Kingdom Hearts 1 is like, okay, stuff is going to happen in the Disney World, or sometimes you got to turn around and go back. Kingdom Hearts 2 is you do a Disney World, and maybe at the end a guy in a black cloak shows up and says something. Probably not. Chain of Memories is you do Disney World, and there's an interstitial where the story happens. You do Disney World, there's an interstitial where the story happens. Birth by Sleep is its own thing. Days is its own thing. I think it's crazy that Dream Drop Distance, of all places, is the game that solidified the structure that Kingdom Hearts 3 follows, which is movie script, movie script, movie script, aborted villain confrontation, lore exposition, rinse and repeat. Which none of the other games are really genuinely structured that consistently. But that is genuinely the flow of Dream Drop Distance and Kingdom Hearts 3. Kingdom Hearts 3, to be fair, is disrupted by the worlds that aren't movie script. The Pixar worlds and the Big Hero 6 world. And I would even argue the Pirates world, because honestly, the Pirates world is movie script when you're with the movie, but the game kicks you out of the movie to go do something else, which leaves you to wonder why this isn't an original pirate adventure with your pirate friends. Why are we even bothering to do at World's End? But that's another matter entirely. I think it's really weird that, like, genuinely, every game in the series, I would argue, has a unique structure. Until you get to Dream Drop Distance and Kingdom Hearts 3, which are doing the exact same thing. It's a little weird. I was in middle school when Erika's chess trailer came out, and I was a senior in high school when KH3 actually came out. That's effed up. A little effed up, isn't it? A little effed up. They spent more time setting up KH4 in KH3 than they did resolving the actual Xehanort problem in KH3. I don't know about more time total. But it is really weird that the opening cutscene of Kingdom Hearts 4 isn't about Xehanort and Ericus's relationship, isn't about what Xehanort wants. The opening cutscene is about Xehanort and Ericus's relationship. Sorry, rather, it's about the Lost Masters. It's not about their relationship. Also, by the way, I don't know if I've ever pointed this out on the show. I might have when we were doing those rewatches of the streams. You ever caught on to the fact that young Xehanort is using an evil voice when he's playing chess? Pull up like all cutscenes of Kingdom Hearts 3 and go watch like the opening scene. Go watch the "and thus does light expire" when he like gets a checkmate or whatever, and then Ericus summons all of his pieces and cheats. Ben Diskin is doing his normal "I'm evil, Ben Diskin, I'm evil, young Xehanort. And thus does darkness prevail and light expire. Sora, your time in this world is... He's doing that voice when he's playing chess. after Ericus and Xehanort make out and die together. Or I guess in the middle of that scene, it flashes back to the end of the chess game. And Ben Diskin, and I checked, this is in the Japanese dub. It is in the Japanese version. But I'm talking about Ben Diskin because I don't know the young voice actor. I don't know young Xehanort's voice actor's name in Japanese. He changes his performance. Now that the chess game is over, he is no longer Ericus. You think you can beat me at chess? He now says, good game today. He changes his inflection completely. It's really weird. Do you think it would have been better if they jumped from 2 to 4? No DDD, no KH3. It felt very unnecessary, and even Nomura didn't know how much of future setup there was. I mean, I think they should have just jumped to KH3. And KH3 could have been about whatever, you know? I think that he wanted to write about Xehanort when he wrote Birth by Sleep. I think he wanted to write about Xehanort when he wrote Dream Drop Distance. Those games came out 2 years apart, and then it took like 8 years for Kingdom Hearts 3 to come out. I don't think he cared by that point. This is another thing that I talk about in a recent piece on Patreon. Basically about the idea that, like, if my tastes, my feelings about a piece of art can change over time, why should we expect the person who made it to have static feelings about it? What, do you not use your evil voice when you play chess? I do that all the time. It is funny because Joey and I joke in the playthrough that the two of them are just role-playing and bullshitting, but we didn't notice the voice change, which would have really cemented that bit that we've, like, kind of half established. If we'd noticed that, it would have been one of the funniest moments of the whole playthrough. Riku's VA is currently doing his Kingdom Hearts streams and said that at least when it came to him, he basically only had access to his dialogue alone. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's genuinely bizarre to me that these people are this protective of secrets for these games and spoilers. I don't know. By Kingdom Hearts 3, I guess I get it. In Kingdom Hearts 2, what did they think Dave Gallagher was going to leak? Who? To whom? For the silly Disney anime game? Come on. I think he wanted to write about Noctis when he wrote KH3, lol. Yeah, obviously. Duh. Completely. Would be nice if they just had one and done stories for numbered games going forward instead of full sagas. Well, I think the train has left the station on that one. Dude, when I play strategy games with my friends, I want 100% change my voice to match how evil my faction is. Yeah. Yeah. It would be a cute thing for two friends to do. It's a weird thing to structure the ending of your game around where you've just changed everything we understand about the main antagonist. Whatever. He's gonna spill all the twists to G4. Ninja Bunny whipping out the G4 references. Yeah! And then they're gonna say something casually racist about Kingdom Hearts, about Japanese games. They're gonna have a stroke just saying the word sake over and over again because that's what passes for humor in 2005. Yeah! Disney also probably does that a lot, says Roosevelt. This is fair. This is fair. Can you explain the voice change thing to me? I'm stupid. I'm not following your point. Ben Diskin as young Xehanort. He voices young Xehanort in Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts 3. He sounds like this. Sora, we knew that you would be here today because Kairi was here, and we time traveled through time to be sure that you would be here today. When talking to young Ericus at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 3, he says, "Have you heard of the Lost Masters?" When everybody dies to a tornado, he says, and it cuts back to playing chess, and he goes, "And so does darkness prevail and light expire." When Sora is trying to escape from death, he shows up and goes, "Sora, you idiot, don't you know that if you use the power of waking too much, you could destroy yourself?" When you kill him, he says, "Sora, it's too late. Your time in this world is... And then he, like, disappears. And then, after Ericus, Master Xehanort drops the Chi Blade, and Mark Hamill, Ericus' ghost, says, checkmate, old friend. It then cuts to young Xehanort playing chess with young Ericus. And instead of saying, good game today, he says, good game today. He completely changes his inflection. He goes from talking like this, Ericus, you fool, to, Ericus, you fool. It's the same voice actor, same character. But he doesn't change in the scene that you're watching. You last heard his voice like an hour ago when he died. When the scene starts and the flashback and young Xehanort has lost the chess game, he's just changed his inflection. Because he's a good guy now. And this happens in the Japanese version too. I checked the receipts. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a weird localization decision. Strange. It's very strange. It's really weird. It's a little bizarre. Sorry, gang, I'm responding to a message. This cage stuff is maddening. Yeah, that's why we're done talking about it. I get why all the videos about it on YouTube are 6 hours long now. We're done. I'm done. That one person asked me, should they remake Union Cross? And I lost my cool. Sorry, gang. I'm trying to determine if I can stream a bit more and possibly play like a match or two of Helldivers, or if I need to wrap up for the evening. Some outside factors I gotta check on. I'll perhaps be back to play Helldivers 2 another night. Grogon Gaming, it's weird to me how they've tried to almost walk back how evil their characters were. Sora showed nothing but contempt for Marluxia and Recom, and the same organization members in 2, but after, this factors into my whole discussion of, like, Sora's like my son, Sora's like my enemy. Tetsuya Nomura has said, I have written Sora, like, he's like, I'm a dark, depressed, moody person. So I write Sora to do the opposite of what I do. And I guess in his head, the opposite of what I would do is I forgive murderers. I wouldn't do that. So the opposite of that would be to forgive them. How many hours of your life, Jacob, have you spent at the end of a live stream or on a pause menu just ranting about Kingdom Hearts? It has to be days at this point. Well, I mean, if we factor in... If you were to watch the Untitled Storytelling video and then all of the streams where I reacted to that video, that would be, I think, 24 hours. I'm pretty sure that's what that whole thing added up to. Let's check. Let's find the receipts. Let's see here. Rewatch stream 1. 5 hours, 30 minutes. Rewatch stream 2, 5 hours, 41 minutes. We're going to round that to, we're just going to go ahead and round that up to 6, because that's easy. 6 plus 5.5. So we're at 11 hours already. 11 and a half hours. Part 4, 5 hours, 20 minutes. We'll round that down to 5 hours. We're going to be charitable. 16 and a half hours. Now let me go find part 2. Part 3, I mean, because I had to re-upload it. The stream got corrupted. I had to upload the VOD. So I got to leave the live tab, and I got to scroll down in the videos tab, and I got to find it. It's around here somewhere. 5 hours, 16 minutes. So we'll round that down to 5 hours. We're at 21 hours, 3 minutes. And the video itself, let's find it, was 3 hours, 6 minutes. Plus 3 hours, 24 and a half hours. And that's with multiple rounded down and 1 rounded up. So, to watch the original video and the reaction streams would take over 24 hours. We're not going to sort out the other numbers tonight. There will not be a supercut of every Jacob KH rant 40-hour video edition. This will not happen. That's too cringe. Especially because a lot of those rants are juvenile, wrong, cringe, unbased, blue-pilled, not good. I liked MLO Smiling Man's writing a lot. If I recall correctly, they actually got the original writer of Famicom Detective 1 and 2 to write it. That's like a 40-year gap, right? That's crazy. Random, I worked with a girl who approached me because of my FF7 shirt because she had played it recently, and then I overheard 2 people talking about Chrono Trigger down the hall, surreal 20 minutes. The gamers are rising up. The gamers are rising up. They're also pretty outdated, like some of the ones from the OG BBS and DDD streams. The meltdown that I had at the ending of the BBS streams that you, Dean, ended your compilation of the BBS streams with, I won't deny that it was entertaining for you guys, and I'm not going to tell you, Dean, like, go take down that stream or whatever, or that highlight compilation. I'm glad it's out there for everybody who enjoys it, because I know people really loved it. And I'm like, yeah, he's going crazy, he's losing it. I'm so embarrassed by that now. Kill the part that cringes Jacob. Listen, cringe is a sensation like pain. Being unable to sense pain is not a superpower. You don't know when you've been injured and you're bleeding out. Cringe is the same thing. It prevents you from destroying your own career. I'm trying to write novels now, remember? That was the worst one, Jacob, to be honest with you. The BBS one? Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's bad. That was at the end of, like, what, like a 7-hour stream? I was losing my mind. Just looked the Emio thing up and I was right. Damn. I did not know that. That's pretty funny. Yoshio Sakamoto. Is he a video game writer, or is he like, I would guess, considering Famicom Club, the guy has a fascinating career. I was about to say, I'm guessing he's like a real writer who they hired specifically as like, and here's a murder mystery on your Super Famicom that you can play from popular mystery author here in Japan, Yoshio Sakamoto. I'm guessing. That's my long shot guess. Same way that Hironobu Sakaguchi hired that novelist to write all the short stories in Lost Odyssey. He did the graphics for Metroid 1. No, didn't direct it. Different guy. So he was a video game guy. Did he write elsewhere, or was he a video game guy that happened to write these 2 detective stories? By the way, I just got confirmation on my phone a second ago. No Helldivers tonight. I do have to wrap up the stream in the next, like, 5 minutes. So I apologize. I don't know if I will be back tomorrow. And I've got a pretty busy week ahead of me. I'm not sure I'll be able to stream any afternoons this week. I am optimistic that Joey and Aiden will be able to make it over here next weekend to start Dispatch. Optimistic. But nothing's locked in yet on our schedules. Video game only guy from what I can tell, says Ninja Bunny. All right, cool. I would like to plan a Helldivers stream for people who are in the audience who already play it to come in and join, and maybe introduce some of you guys to it. I mean, it's a live service, time-wasty game, but I think it's Helldivers is an interesting game, where I would say like the boring matches in it, you're always gonna have boring matches in a multiplayer game. The memorable matches, pretty high up there in terms of what you can get in a game like this. Did a lot of graphics for early Nintendo games. Wrote and directed Famicom Detective Club 1. Launched him as a prolific career writing and directing for completely random Nintendo games. All right. Boy, being a writer at Nintendo would be so utterly thankless. I wrote this script. It's too good. It will distract people from Mario jumping. Cut it down. I wrote an interesting, nuanced story about Link and Zelda's relationship. No. Wrong. So funny. The VOD still shows, this shows like, what, the 2.5 hours, or I guess now it's probably closer to 3. The live counter, both in OBS and on the back-end interface that I have for the stream, shows 7 hours, 51 minutes, 59 seconds. I'm optimistic this will fix itself. After I cut this stream, I'm optimistic that by tomorrow morning, this will be fixed and the full VOD will be here. I'm hopeful. Optimistic. I remember Koizumi having to sneak story into his game. Yep. Into his games. Yep. Kyle Bosman did a video relatively recently because the trailer for the Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 on the Switch emphasized, here's Rosalina's storybook room. There's new storybook stuff. We're going to release a physical storybook with her story in it. And he talked about an interview. It might have been an Iwata Asks ahead of the release of Mario Galaxy 2, where basically he's like, yeah, I had to sneak that shit in. And then Miyamoto's like, yeah, and I put a stop to that for the second one. Made sure there wasn't any of that shit in there. And then Bosman's like, why? I guess Koizumi won. I guess the verdict of history is in on this one. Clearly he's got a lot of sway at Nintendo because some of the stuff that's in MEO is pretty insane, especially for Nintendo. Yeah, it's a story about a serial killer who, kidnaps women and kills them, right? It's very strange that they released that game. Which is part of why I did want to play it when it came out, but I was just too busy at the time. But no, the Famicom Detective Club games are on my to-do list at some point. Especially because they're short, right? They're 10 hours. It's not that bad. Miyamoto's such a boomer sometimes. Yep. Uh-huh. How can, do you mean me? How can you? How can anyone? How can someone talk for 7 hours straight off the cuff is beyond me. Well, it's almost 8 hours now. Metroid Fusion and Zero Mission are some of my favorite Nintendo games. Wrote Fusion and Zero Mission. That makes sense. I would say Fusion has the most writing of any Metroid game that isn't called Other M. No, that's not fair. You can scan everything in the Prime games. You know what I mean? Dialogue. You talk to the computer. You talk to Adam. They let him do a little with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild, honestly, I felt like did more. Tears of the Kingdom, I couldn't stand the writing in Tears of the Kingdom. It was... I stopped reading the dialogue in that game at a certain threshold. It was tremendously obnoxious to me. They did some stuff in Skyward Sword. They were like, yeah, you can write. You can write un poco. You can write a little prologue. You can write. That's allowed. You can do that. That's cool. Let's just say he's got some very strong ideas about how things should be done, says Burmast, regarding Shigeru Miyamoto, I assume. And to be completely fair, when you are the maestro, you're allowed to have ideas about how things can be done. If, like, Beethoven showed up today and he listened to some Daft Punk and he was like, these guys have no idea what they're doing, you'd be like, wait, look. I get why you think that. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, but I'm going to go enjoy my Daft Punk now. Demon King, Secret Stone. Tears of the Kingdom story suffers from the game's structure more than Breath of the Wild's does. I think what's the most galling thing to me about Tears' writing, and honestly, this applies to most Nintendo games, is if you don't actually want to have a story, if you're not going to give me real characters, if the point of talking to the character is for them to say, you should walk over there, I should not have to hit A 9 times. They should say, Link, some shit over there. Go look! And that should be the end of it. If your writing has no charisma, don't know what you're good at. Mozart would be into it. He liked weird shit, said Ali W. Maybe you're right. Who can say what he would have liked? He wouldn't be able to hear it, Jacob. This is true. Well, remember, Dean, we're bringing him to a future with hearing aids, surround sound 3D audio headphones. I think he would be able to hear Contact. I think we take him into a venue. They're playing Contact at maximum volume. I think he would hear it. I think he would think he was having a stroke, but I think he would hear it. I think if you say this game isn't about writing, cool. That's fine. Then don't write. It's that simple. Metroid isn't about writing. Fine, then don't write. Tears of the Kingdom, it's not about writing. Then don't write. Very simple. So much time spent in Tears of the Kingdom talking to a guy who tells you to go talk to a guy, who tells you to go back and talk to the first guy, who tells you to go get a thing, who tells you to come back and talk to him. Sucks. Blows. It's terrible. Souls games NPCs do a similar thing, but a lot of them have actually cool personalities. Yeah. When you introduce the cadence of a Souls NPC, where, like, they say a line, and you're like, what does that mean? And then they're like... oh, pay me no mind, traveler. Suddenly, you're like, what's going on with this guy? When you talk to somebody in Zelda, and they're like, Link, it's good to see you. Did you know that in this town, we like to say, hello, this way. We say, huzzah, good to see you. By the way, did you know that there were some bad guys here a while ago? They're real bad. I don't know where they went, but there's a guy over there. He's the captain of the watch. He might know where they went. The last time I saw him, I think he was walking down that road. Oh yeah, there he is, standing on that perch right there. I bet if you get started, walk in that direction, he would be willing to talk to you. Anyway, see you later. Fuck off. It's bad. Sucks. There's a pretty superfluous dialogue in Souls games. I don't have a robust opinion. I've never played a Souls game in its entirety. I don't have a robust opinion on Souls games, dialogue, and NPCs. I love the chatter from Federation guys in Prime 4, by which I mean I hate them. It's a weird thing when you introduce a silent protagonist into a setting where everybody's talking, because when the silent protagonist was by themselves, they were just well, of course they're not talking to themselves. They're by themselves. When everybody around them is talking and they're just not saying anything, they seem really weird. Prime 4 is the most recent example. There's another game I can't think of, but another game had this problem a couple of years ago. I don't remember what it was. There's another game that had this exact problem of, like, a silent protagonist came over. All the NPCs were constantly talking, and the main character just never spoke. Oh, it's gonna kill me that I can't remember this. Damn. It's not gonna come to me. That's obnoxious. But there was some game with a very similar problem to Prime 4. But it's not coming to me. I think I only really remember the newspaper stuff from the side quests. Yeah, because all the other writing was nothing. It was 10 lines of dialogue to say, walk over there. Also, I have a quirky personality. Not really, but I'll just say, like, you know, it wasn't in Tears. Some other Nintendo game recently. It was in the beginning of Blanza. I saw it in a stream. You walk up to a monkey in that game who's like, I don't want to talk to you. I am grumpy, and I do not want to talk to you. Okay, you know, never mind. I'll talk to you. Look over there. There's some stuff. You should go investigate it. What the... Cut the first 2 lines! You've contributed nothing! It wasn't Doom, Roosevelt, though that's a good guess, because there was a lot of talking in Doom the Dark Ages. There was another game, but I can't remember what it was. Maybe I'll remember by the time I stream next, or I'll drop it in the comments on this video or something. But I don't remember what it was now. Which is stupid, sucks, but I'm not going to remember it. And I got to wrap this stream up, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'll take maybe 1 more question. Maybe 2. And then we're done. You guys got until the ending of Homestead to ask a question that I can answer in the length of Homestead. And if that's 2 questions, then cool. But you better hurry. We're going to call it in a second here. What was that game? It's killing me. What was that game? I do not remember what it was. It's going to drive me nuts, dude. This isn't the game I'm thinking of, but Metal Gear Solid 5 had a bit of this. It was really weird that everybody talks constantly in that game, except for Snake. I guess it's not fair. In spots, those cutscenes were pretty sparse on dialogue. Some other game, recently, the silent protagonist surrounded by people who would not shut up. Killing me that I can't remember what it was. Did chat freeze? Has nobody said anything since Roosevelt said Doom? I'm opening it in my phone app again and seeing if chat actually has been progressing, even though this thing is showing me nothing on my computer. Yep. Favorite Zelda NPC from any game? God, I don't have a strong enough opinion on Zelda NPCs. I kind of like Bolson, or whichever guy it is at Terrytown, whose dialogues are all, hey, yeah, so, huh? Right, well, that's kind of funny. I liked... I think Saria leaves a big impact. First game. It's a little sad to leave her behind. I think that's a high impact NPC. For not a lot of actual like writing juice. High emotional impact. Tron Ares, yay or nay? I didn't like it the first time I watched it. I like it a lot better the second time I watched it. We actually recorded a research log discussion of Tron Legacy and Tron Ares a couple months ago that I haven't had time to edit. This is why, if I stream, you're not getting an episode of FF7. I don't have time. If I can be like, sweet, I got a video out this week. I'm delaying other stuff that's cut. I've got so much stuff that's never been cut, guys. Tron Ares, fine. I don't think it lived up to its potential, but Tron has never lived up to its potential. Tron has never been good. Tron has always been bad. It's the nature of the beast. Well, that's not true. Tron Legacy's actually good. I've fully come around on it. Tron Legacy's just good. Tron Ares had a couple of good scenes and was otherwise kind of forgettable, but I like Tron. In the same way that, like, I'll play Ubisoft Star Wars Outlaws because I like Star Wars, right? The jet ski scene in Ares was really good. It was the best scene in the movie. Great score. Great framing, staging, whatever else. I was going to say my favorite Zelda NPC is Groose. That's the correct answer. I haven't played Skyward Sword, but Groose is the correct answer. That's it. I'm already past that song. That's the end of the stream, guys. I gotta go. I'm late for something else that I gotta go do. See you again sometime soon. Bye.